Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. You are watching live pictures of a beautiful facility right here in the heart of northern Italy. This is the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. My name is Tony Foote, and glad to welcome you once again to this great tournament, 11th season. As we take a quick look at our view, the home of Waterski. A fantastic fleet that's been in existence for quite a few years, well into the early thousands, and there you see our lake facility there. Now there's been a little bit of a change so far weather conditions are concerned. For the last season, it has been absolutely scorching sunshine, well into the 40-degree mark, into the lowness for those of you that aren't quite tuned with the Celsius method of determining temperature. But this morning, the temperature has gone way down, but the wind has come up a little bit, which is going to be a little bit of a challenge for our skiers on this schedule, starting off with the Junior Challenge round number 1, and then we'll go into women's slalom round 1, then pro men's slalom round 1, and then we cycle through the same schedule again for round 2, with the juniors going out first and the women second, then men's third. Okay, the format is best score of 2 rounds. The top 8 men and the top 8 women advance through to the head-to-head final. And so far as the junior challenge is concerned, we have 2 competitors throughout the duration of that challenge. And so they'll be skiing two seeding rounds back to back, and then they will go on to a junior challenge head-to-head final, which will take place on Sunday. So in about less than 10 minutes, we will go on to our first event, which is the junior challenge. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have every single one of you tuning in to this great event that is in its 11th year, and we should anticipate some great skiing. I mean, basically the who's who of pro women and pro men's slalom are in attendance here. We have 12 pro women slalomers on the list, and in the men it's going to be 15. And with that in mind, last night we gave the bibs out to the pro skiers, and this is how it shaped up. Cue the video. All right, we're back, and that was the bib ceremony last night, and that little occasion was capped off by by acknowledging that that this week our good friend Gennady Gorelia achieves full Italian citizenship in a ceremony which takes place next week. But in lieu of that, we played out the Italian national anthem for him and everyone else that was in attendance there last night, as we check through our flags, each representing the nations participating in this competition, and as you can plainly see, the wind is very much a factor for the events that will take place this morning. The first round of the Junior Challenge, and then the women's slalom and men's slalom. As we see our jury up there in the tower, we see Pete Davies, we see Jeremy Shaw, we see Ilaria Bizzotta, and we see Abetta Galli and Gavin Kelly. But in the meantime, let's send it over for the first time to Lorenzo D'Alberto.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here at Dockside. We're here with our first contender of the day, first skier in the Junior Challenge, and first time in the Junior Challenge. So how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I'm super excited to ski. The lake looks good.
Have you walked a bit down the lake? Because this morning the wind has been gusting. Have you checked how it is at the end of the course?
Maybe not. And I didn't train, but that's okay.
But you skied here in San Gervasio before? Is it the first time for you in San Gervasio?
No, I skied here last year.
All right, perfect. So you know the water, you know the conditions. The lakes looks great. There is a little bit coming in and going. Today is going to be switching around a bit, but that's the sport. We are outside. That's how it works. And back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much. And Melitine indicating that she was here last season, although skiing in the amateurs. This is her first crack at the Junior Challenge, and she'll be going head-to-head against Ina Sola. It'll be France versus Belgium all the way through in the two-skier Junior Challenge. And then we'll have 12 skiers in the women's slalom, pro slalom in round number 1. And then we've got round number 1 of the men's slalom, which will consist of 15 skiers. So inside our towboat, taking a look at the lake conditions, as it were. You see we saw the flags indicating that there was a wind present. How that manifests itself to the conditions out there on the water is another matter. As we see Candido Moles at the starting dock there, just getting. And we're at the moment currently assessing the wind situation. Now, if there's even a remote chance of that a little bit of a delay will yield better conditions, then we'll probably be inclined to take that. But as it stands right now, the wind has been gusting consistently since we arrived this morning to set up for this particular event. And that's why we're in a little bit of a delay night right now, or we could actually go straight ahead because we'd still be on time for a 9:30 start. We are on 9:26 right now, Central European time. And Melitine appears to be ready to go. Melitine Morel, our lead-off skier in the Junior Challenge, and then Ina Sola from Belgium will round off first round of the Junior Challenge. And there you see the starting list there in the U17 Girls Junior Challenge. So there we see Melitine and Ina Sola on that list. So, and I think Melitine also skis on a D3, much like Ina Sola, as we plainly saw there with the interview with Lorenzo D'Alberto. So, here we are in the 7th Pro Tour stop of the season, the last one that we'll see in Europe for this season before the Waterski Pro Tour makes its way back stateside for a number of events, including the California Pro, I believe, and then we've got the Mastercraft Pro and the Travers Grand Prix, and as is the case for the tournament, that we have on the Waterski Pro Tour. We've got the audience prize that you can enter by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. And with that, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here again with Gennady that is checking the forecast. He's his own side. He knows it very well. So he can tell us a little bit how he thinks the day is going to evolve, the wind-wise and weather condition-wise. So, Gennady, what do you think is going to happen today?
Actually, the prevision was like a little wind in the night and calm down in this period, but it looks like the wind keep blowing. Is a direction of east, is the same direction like we see now, going in the front tailwind for the first pass. But now they keep changing, so it looks like 11 o'clock. It's going to get a little bit down, but till 11 looks like the same condition. Then is from 12 to 4 is calming down. I think is a little better. It's a little better. I think from 12 o'clock and then it's going to be a little better conditions. That's what I see. So, but they keep changing the situation forecast. So.
And let me ask you this: you've skied here plenty of time. You live here. How are the conditions right now on the water? Because from here it doesn't look that bad, but are the athletes going to feel this wind in the water, or is just a little roughness on the water?
Okay, look, 15 minutes ago I was super strong, and what I see now is already much less. It was like 33 kilometers per hour, and now it's 20, so it looks like it's getting better. So I hope. If it's too strong, like 20, it's too much. Yeah, in the middle of the lake, you really feel the wakes and stuff like that. But let me check and go there, and I tell you how it's going to be.
All right,
perfect. I have to go in the end of the lake to see.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Well, I guess that the wind is going to give us a pretty interesting tournament again, maybe shuffling up the cards a bit. We'll just have to wait and see. And back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, and I just heard information in my ear that suggests that the starting time has been deferred from 9:30 to 10 a.m. Central European summertime. So because of the wind conditions, we are deferring to a 9 a.m. start. I know that that's still a little bit early in the morning for those of you watching from the United States and all of those countries such as Canada and Mexico and even Chile and South America. I know that's still an early start for you to watch, but we have deferred an additional half an hour, and hopefully within that time the wind will subside enough to where we can have a truly great competition for the ages right here at the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. So still plenty of time for you to grab your favorite chair and grab your favorite beverage, because the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm will take place starting at 11 a.m. Due to a wind delay. And whilst you do all of that, we're going to take a brief pause, and when we return, we'll have our first skier out on the water. We'll be back right after this.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for a particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs, getting our customers the best rates, and discounts. So put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dell Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Skiing is fun. Sounds simple, but it's what drives us to build the best products day in and day out. Radar was founded and led by skiers who have instilled in us the passion to push beyond the norm and make better products. This passion fuels our desire to innovate and create. It means early mornings and late nights, red-eye flights followed by dawn sessions lead us to conversations that flow to progression. We never stop dreaming of what's next and what we can do to make skiing even better. Our constant desire to push the sport leads us to where we are now. We have fun creating every day so that you can have fun on the water. Just go ski.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories. That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
the ball when he gets on. Inside, flips around two. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn and 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. Knees here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you that are just tuned in, welcome to the San Gervasio ProAm for the 11th anniversary edition of this competition. We see Claudio Bonatti at the helm of that towboat. We'll find out who our boat judge is at this time, as the boat makes its way up and down in preparation for taking our first skier, who is going to be Melitine Morel. As you can clearly see, the weather has been a little bit decidedly overcast this morning. There's quite a consistent wind out there at the moment. It was pretty calm during the course of yesterday, but during yesterday the heat was very much in effect, with temperatures of over 40 degrees recorded, as has been the case for much of Europe and much of southern Europe at this time. Now it's kind of shifted on us. The weather is considerably cooler, still in the low 80s, mind you, but the wind is out there bringing to us a little bit of a cooling effect. But having the wind out there makes things a little bit problematic out in the course, and that's why we delayed the start from 9:30 to 10 o'clock, which is coming up within about the next 3 minutes. And by that time, hopefully, we'll have our first skier out in the water in the form of Melitine Morel, who is our first skier in the Junior Challenge, which we typically go with here at this competition, the San Gervasio ProAm. So, there is Melitine Morel at the starting dock, and there she is right there. Just trying to psych herself up, and she knows full well how strong and how gusty the weather is. A few of our pros have also made it here as well. All right, so Melitine Morel, I actually recall seeing her at one of our titled events in Europe in the past 2024 season. But we'll see how she does in the Junior Challenge so far as the slaloming is concerned. So our judge in the towboat this morning, coming to us originally from the United Kingdom, but making his residence at this time in New Zealand, it's Keith Summerall. Good to see him here. His first time officiating here at the San Gervasio ProAm. And just a reminder to you that the Junior Challenge brought to us by Radar Skis, as you can plainly see on the black bib that's worn by Melitine. And also we get in support from Luzzeri International as well. So we certainly thank those folks for providing us with the support that allows us to have the Junior Challenge this season and our past season, and sounds like okay, going in on A1 with the 0 off, and she is electing to go with the tailwind opening pass of 16 meters. So she's looking to try and get maybe a few buoys on 12 meters into the wind. But we'll see how things shape up. Conditions a little windy this morning right off the dock, and she'll feel that breeze almost as soon as she gets close enough to the pre-gates, close enough to the course. And so, with drink in hand and in your spectator seat, here we go. This is the San Gervasio ProAm for the 11th edition. Our first skier out in the Junior Challenge is Melitine Morel from France. This is 60 meters on the opening pass. It's the orange loop. Now, by about halfway down the course, she should feel the full extent of the breeze and looking good for the opening pass. And our first pass completed in these championships, the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. And with that, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
Welcome back here, dockside. We're here with our second competitor in the Junior Challenge. So how are you feeling this morning?
I feel good, yeah. A bit stressed, but like usual, so yeah.
Everything is good. So second time skiing the Junior Challenge for you, right?
Yeah, right. I skied last year. I was third, and yeah, this year I'll try to maybe win this Junior Challenge. We'll see.
All right. And how do you feel about the weather condition this morning?
It looks a bit windy, but it's okay. Like not a so big wind, and in Belgium we used to, so it's okay.
All right, perfect. We'll let you finish, get ready that you're about to head in the water. Thank you very much for being here. Good luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much there, Lorenzo, and Ines Sola, our second skier off the dock. We should see her fairly soon, but in the meantime, Melitine Morel, She'll be coming back at 55K, 14.25 meters, the next line length. As we see one of our, actually a few of our drivers all around dockside. Claudia Benatti at the wheel. Our other drivers being Giovanni Andronico, Manuel Domini, and Nathan McGarry. Big shout out to those folks. A good cadre of expert drivers for the slalom event here at San Gervasio. And let's have a look and see what Melody Morel can do. Now she's going into the headwind. Now she kind of felt the stopping effect of that wind into a gate shot. Now she's going to have to hustle here on 14.25 meters. Melody Morel gets the job done, gets it going, and 13 meters is going to be imminent as our Malibu towboat makes its way back towards the starting dock, with Melody Morel pulling out to the right-hand side and getting ready for the 13-meter run. And 13 meters, for those of you that are watching us from the other side of the Atlantic, that is 32 off coming up next. This is 28 off, or 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line, leaving her with 47 feet of rope to work with, and 47 feet is approximately 14.25 meters. Just trying to work her edges, trying not to do anything untoward, and just letting herself go down course a little bit from each buoy, but as long as she gets in a good stack position relatively soon afterwards, then she has a full grasp of that pass in the Junior Challenge on 14.25 meters. All right, so we see our first look among our pro women. That was Dora Varga from Hungary, who will be skiing in her second San Gervasio ProAm. Let's have a look and see what Melody Morel can do. There's number 1 and number 2 on 13 meters. This is a tailwind. Oh, a little bit on the back of the ski off number 3 and indeed number 4, but it's still there on 5 and just hanging tough here. Now she's going to have the opportunity to attempt 12 meters coming back, and you know, the early indications were, so far as the wind conditions were concerned, that it was going to be tough going. But Melody Morel has definitely proved to us at this time that maybe the conditions aren't all that bad out there, so far as her being able to navigate her way across course, especially looking at her attempt this turn on number 3 with our replay of the drone shot, expertly crafted by our good friend Mr. Jason Scholl. And we have a full crew here from TWBC covering this event. We've got Alicia Bagnoli, who's operating the remote camera in the boat. We've got Jeremy Scholl, who's the best at his craft with the tower cam at the top. We've also got Connor Pesic, who is on dockside, alongside Leo Cederquist, and obviously running the show is Vincent Stadelbauer. So, and there he is right there with the 1s and the 2s, and probably in one of the very best facilities to actually produce a webcast from here at San Gervasio. We're certainly grateful for the infrastructure being in place to be able to do that. Melody Morel, 12 meters. All right, she gets round 1 and round number 2. She'll settle for 2. She now knows what the conditions are probably going to be like come a little bit later on this afternoon in the second round of the Junior Challenge. But whether it calms down or whether it stays up with the wind, she now has a pretty good idea of what to expect. So Melody Morel, first skier out, 2 on 12 meters, 2 at 35 off. And we're going to see the instant replay once again. losing a bit of a position, quite a bit of a position off number one. She manages to sneak that ski round number two. She knew the gig was up by that time, and 2 buoys was about it there for her. So she skied to the dock, and will relinquish the rope towards Ina Sola, who will be our next competitor. So, not bad. 2 on 12 meters. She'll take that. Next gear up, Ina Sola.
I have to cancel everything every minute.
Oh, okay. I turned off all the All right, so Ina Sola, who last season got a third place finish in the Junior Challenge. This is her second appearance in the San Gervasio ProAm. As we look around the dock area and see a few of our pro skiers, we see Manon Costar, who's savoured victory here on more than one occasion in the making her 9th appearance in the San Gervasio ProAm. Okay, so I didn't quite get the line length or the speed. I would assume 14.25 meters. The line length for Ina Sola. The boat speed therefore being at 55k. So this is going to be a slightly different change in tactic here. Melody Morel went in on 16 meters. Ina Sola decided to go in with a shorter line length for 14.25 meters, and probably looking to get 11.25 meters into the wind. And with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back dockside here with our first skier that just got done skiing. So it's been all speculation up until this point, but you can tell us truly, how's the water condition?
I love skiing, but it was a little windy. I thought I was going to take off every time I was at the buoy.
But do you feel that the wind is picking up the more you go through the course, or is constant throughout the course?
Yes, there's more wind going that way at the end.
All right, so it's a bit tricky to judge the gate on the way back and the remaining of the pass, right?
Yeah.
But are you happy with your score?
I'm super happy. I didn't think I could do that with that wind.
All right, perfect. We love to see your smile. Thank you for being with us. And back to you, Tony.
It's remarkable how one's conversational English improves between the time before the actual going out onto the water and the time that she was interviewed afterwards there by Lorenzo Di Alberto. So good little bit of reporting there. We figured that the conditions might have an impact upon the skier, but not that much, as our first skier in the pros, Dora Varga from Hungary, gets situated and gets ready to go. She'll be our next skier. She'll be the first of our pro women. And here she comes back on 30 meters, Ina Sola. It's about 4 or 5 buoys away from possibly taking the lead in this junior challenge at this early stage. Round 1 of the junior challenge. Brought to you by Radar Skis and Luceri International. We thank those folks indeed, as Ina Sola settles down and waits 45 seconds, 45-second drop time on each end. Certainly a bit of a contrast to at least a couple of tournaments that we've been present of this season on the Waterski Pro Tour, where the drop times have been almost 2 minutes long, but no such duration here between each pass, because the conditions here typically in San Gervasio are absolutely ideal. The lake grading designed purposefully to allow the water and the waves to dissipate effectively as soon as they hit the shoreline, and you're not going to see much in the way of wakes bouncing into the slalom course at all. And here we go, about 45 seconds later, here we go. 2 buoys currently is the lead, courtesy of Melody Morel. But I tell you what, Ines Sola is looking pretty good right now. Oh, a good snappy turn into number 4, round number 5, and she is going to have a shot at 11.25 meters coming up for Ines Sola of Belgium. So the strategy appears to be working right now. She wanted to have an attempt at 11.25 meters into the breeze. That meant that she still had to work hard with the tail breeze on 12 meters to make that happen, and she certainly does. And look at how patient she was on this pass. I mean, she had slack in the water at least a couple of times on this pass, but she at least got the ski hard enough round, but looking good. Okay, so looks like I'm getting an indication on my headphone. There was an initial call on 14.25 meters to start, but since been corrected to 16 meters, meaning that pass that you saw her run was 13. I was wondering how she was able to get out of one or two situations on 12 meters. Remarkable piece of skiing had that been the case. But 12 meters, let's see what Ines Sola can do into the breeze. There's one, handle up high. Round number 2, she takes the lead with an attempt on 3 if that ski get yet. So a 3 buoy count for Ines Sola. Apologies for the blown call so far as the opening pass was concerned. It was 16 meters instead of 14.25 meters. But the upshot of it is when the end pass came to fruition, it was 12 meters. It was a 3 buoy count. She's asking to see if it was either 2 or 3. We'll get a more forensic look at that performance right here and now as she rocks onto the back of the ski, gets round buoy number 2, handle up high, a little bit of slack line, but it does tighten up on her rather quickly, skiing into the wind. On the back of the ski, S-turns like the best of them and gets to the wake before the next set of boat guides. So there we go, Ines Sola. Your leader by 1 buoy in this Junior Challenge Round 1, brought to you by Luzzeri International and Radar Skis. So, we're going to get ready for our next competitor to take to the water, and he'll be our first of our female competitors in the pro division. It's going to be Dora Varga. So let's have a look at the leaderboard at this early stage of the Junior Challenge. After round 1, Ines Sola with 3 on 12, Melody Morel 2 on 12. A pretty close battle, I'm sure, that we'll see between now and the end as we continue to rock our way through this competition. And let's have a quick look at the starting list. Dora Varga will be our lead-off skier, followed by Nikki Kuhn of Austria, Petriziani from Italy, then Jamie Metcalf of New Zealand, Anne-Marie Wroblewski from the United States, Violetta Mosielski from Argentina, Chiara Bonneman, Germany, Manon Costard, France, a trio of skiers from the United States, follow with Brooke Baldwin, Ali Garcia, and Ali Nicholson, and finally our current Pro Tour leader from Canada, Jamie Bull. So, I was mentioning a couple of our sponsors earlier on in this competition. I'll mention those in a moment. But let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back here to the dock. We're here with our top seed in the Junior Challenge. So how was it out there?
It was really windy. I thought I wasn't running 13, but finally, yeah, it was okay. But there were a lot of little waves at the buoy, so it was hard, but yeah.
Do you have any advice for all the girls that are about to hit the water now?
Just stay strong and connected, and yeah, we'll be okay.
All right, perfect. So I'm very happy to see you smile, very happy to see you do a good score. Thank you very much again for being here, and back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much indeed. As we continue to roll along, we've got, as I mentioned, we've got some great sponsors involved. We've got throughout the extent of the TWBC webcast sponsors. They're listed as Logitech, Houston Cadillac, DNCA, the IWWC over in Wien. We've also got Wake House, USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation, 2U Nutritional Healthy Snacks, Swiss Ski Resort, Pro Gear Gloves, My Family for Pets, Hobe Lake Ski Club, Drew Ross Lakefield Realty, Dillinger Insurance, Dayon Real Estate, and D3 Skis, along with Conley. And we thank those folks very, very much indeed. Speaking of D3 and Conley, you can enter right now for the audience prize. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to enter for your chance to win yourself either a D3 or a Conley ski. You could go for that Ion, maybe win that Ion 3, the ski that's winning rave reviews right now from D3. Or you can be on a C1 or any other ski that those manufacturers have conjured up on their product ranges. So check it out, waterskibroadcasting.com/play to pick who you believe will be on the podium when all is said and done. And you'll also have the opportunity to put the tie-break top score in this competition, and we've had plenty of ties so far as the podiums are concerned, so I would select very, very carefully and very, very precisely as to which score ends up being the winning score whenever it comes to playing the audience prize. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. All right, our first skier in the women's competition, and making her second appearance in the San Gervasio ProAm, it is going to be Dora Varga. Okay, she's going to be coming in on 16 meters. All right there, so Nathan McGarrett at the wheel. We've got Kiefer Summerall in the passenger seat. Boat judging, here comes Dora Varga from Hungary. 16 meters, opening pass. Not doing too badly so far, so good. And 6 buoys she'll open up with on the pass number 1. So good, solid effort there from Dora Varga. So, as we get ready to bring her number 2, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
Hey, welcome back to the dock. We are here with Nicola, our second competitor in the Pro Women. Nicola, how are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling good. It looks a bit windy, but I'm excited to ski.
You know the site, right?
Yeah, I know the site. It's a great site. I love to ski here.
And have you ever skied in this wind condition out here, or is it kind of your first time?
Usually it's less windy, to be honest, but I'm from Austria. We're used to wind.
Okay, perfect. Like Belgians, Austrians also are used to wind. What are you feeling about today? How are your vibes going into this tournament?
Well, it's my first pro tournament and first San Gervasio ProAm, so I'm just excited to ski and I'm going to try to do my best.
All right, we're so excited for your first tournament as well. Thank you for being here. Good luck to you, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
And Nikki Kuhn, who comes to us from Austria, which will be visiting twice on the second half of our European adventure. Right after the conclusion of the World U21 Championships, which will take place in Canada in about 3 or so weeks' time, and those tournaments, which is the Open European Waterski Championships and the Open and the U21 European Championships, will be brought to you on TWBC, as well as the granddaddy of them all, the Open World Championships, which will be taking place right at the very end of August, live in Richeto in Italy, and all of those events brought to you on TWBC. So Dora Varga getting things done on pass number 2. That was 14.25 meters, and also an opportunity for you to be informed as to the next time we go live with each of those said events is open to you if you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll be instantly notified via email that we're live, and you'll also be a part of the live chat that takes place typically with these events. So, a lot of avenues for you to communicate with us. So, there's Nathan McGarry, there's Keith Summerall, there's a few of our competitors there, either trying to psych themselves up or just trying to calm themselves down. So here we go, folks. Coming on in on pass number 3. It's going to be 30 meters for Dora Varga. Let's see what we got. 13 meters. Pretty much the same strategy as each of our previous competitors in the Junior Challenge. And 13 meters seems to be very well run and looking pretty good. So now it comes down to 12 meters. And yet to receive any messages through on our live chat so far. Some of you are probably still sleeping over in the United States and on the other side of the Atlantic, but no excuse for you folks that are watching us from all points across Europe not to get involved. So make sure you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel in order to be a part of the live discussion throughout these events, including this one right here in San Gervasio, as TWBC commemorates 15 years of existence in producing live webcasts for the sport of tournament water skiing. So we got plenty of competitive action to follow. We've got Dora Varga, who's 3 passes to the good right now. Pass number 4 coming right up, and it's only about a 45-second drop time between the end of the pass and the time when the 3 beep sound indicated to the driver that that throttle needs to be mashed down, like you see right there. Nathan McGarry getting the boat nice and straight. Boat speed controlled with 0 off, 55 kilometers an hour or 34 miles an hour. There you go. There's number 1. A little bit stalled there. Round number 2, taking it to the limit. There's number 3, just trying to hold on here. Round number 4, does she make it? Round 5, not quite. But she sets the lead score of 4 at 12 meters. And that is Dora Varga from Hungary. And it hasn't escaped the notice, or my notice, that we've had a pretty good progression so far. We started off with 2 on 12 meters from Melatine Morel. We followed up with Ines Solis 3 on 12 meters. And now we got Dora Varga with 4 on 12 meters. Doing pretty good so far. And I think at this rate, we could see another Canadian, maybe a Canadian national slalom record by the time all things are done, if we continue improving at this rate between each skiers. But maybe a little bit too much to hope for, but at this stage of the competition, I would suspect that most of the pro women are coming in with the tactic of at least putting down a reasonable score out there, and then if they need to go into full attack mode on the second round in order to qualify for the third and last head-to-head slalom round, then at least they've got a viable backup to maybe see themselves through. All right there, so coming in on the opening pass, this is Nikki Kuhn, and this is the first attempt at 14.25 meters as an opening pass that we've seen so far in this competition. This is Nikki Kuhn, who I believe is a university student in Austria, which is a stark contrast to a brother, whom I'm assuming is watching right now, who's a college student in the United States. With that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Hey, welcome back here. We're here with our third skier, my very good friend Beatrice. How you doing, Bea?
Good. I'm a little bit nervous. It's my first event of the season, but it's always nice to be here. I can't wait to get on the water.
First event of the season, you had a slow start. How come? What happened?
Well, I was a little bit busy with work, and so I decided to slow a little bit down and, take a little break from the tournaments at the beginning of the season. So we'll see.
And how's your form so far? Have you been skiing good lately?
Yeah, up and downs as usual, but I've been skiing good. I'm having fun, and I can't wait to ski.
All right, perfect. So we're going to let you finish, concentrate, and focus for your run. Thank you again for being here one more time, and back to you, Tony.
Okay, so there we see Beatrice Ianni. Her stomping ground currently is in Spelonga, which is a little bit further down the peninsula that is Italy. We'll look forward to seeing her ski in a few minutes, but not until we've seen the full extent of what Nikki Kuhn can produce out there. She went through 14.25 meters. Now this is 13. Let's see how hard she battles into the wind, making sure that she completes her pull fully right off the second wake. And she is in good shape, a little bit off cue there around buoy number 5, but nothing that Nikki Kuhn can't deal with. As the Malibu boat makes its way back to the dock, towards the dock, it will still be pulling Nikki Kuhn for another pass at the very least. 12 meters coming up for Nikki Kuhn. And obviously taking a little bit of advice from the boat, from the dock. Unlike tennis competitions, a little bit of coaching from the sidelines is perfectly permissible. As we see Beatrice Ianni from Italia, just waiting patiently for her go, and I wonder what her schedule is going to look like. Maybe she has enough time to ski a little bit more in tournaments towards the end of the season. We've seen her go stateside on at least one of the last few seasons. But for Nikki Kuhn, huge contrast here. This being her first pro event. This now is 12 meters, which she's going to attempt with the wind. Now, the wind has actually died down quite a bit, but unfortunately for Nikki Kuhn, I'm unable to take advantage of that situation going forward. So it looks like it is going to be 1 1/2. 1 1/2 on 12 meters. And that will represent the extent of her scoring going forwards. That is Nikki Kuhn. And looks like we got a few messages coming through. I'll read out a couple of them as we look once again for Nikki Kuhn. There's number 1. And just losing her position. She tried to get the ski round, but her body position was by no means ready to take on that kind of angle right from the get-go. So it looks like it is going to be 1 1/2 on 12 meters. She got a decent start on number 1, despite the fact that she is right foot forward. That would have been a neutral side turn for her. But when it came round to a favored side turn, nothing doing. Here's Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back here. We're with Dora, who was our first competitor in the Pro Women division. So the wind looked like it died down now, but how was it for you out there?
The wind only was a problem maybe in my first pass, and after that it went down like almost completely. It didn't bother me, so the wind was okay for me.
All right, and are you happy with your result this morning?
It can always be better, so it could be better, but I could say that I'm satisfied.
All right, perfect. We're happy to see you smiling after your round 1. Get rested. You got round 2 coming up just after the men's. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much. That's the season's best, I believe, 4 on 12 meters. And Nikki Kuhn currently in second place with 1.5 on 12 meters. So now, next competitor up is Beatricia Yanni. And for those of you that are interested in knowing what the ropes are, they are the syndicate ropes that we're using for this competition, the all red line. As we see Anne-Marie Wroblewski getting ready for her go. She will be next up on the water after Beatricia Yanni, who is hurtling away towards the slalom course, a 40.25 meter start. Making a 7th appearance in these championships. And the wind is a little up and down. I do have to say it calmed down for a minute or so prior to Nikki Kuhn making her attempt on 12 meters. All right, so there's Beatricia Yanni running the opening pass, and let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Jamie, who's getting ready to ski. So how are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Looking forward to being on the water. It's a little windy, but we'll see how it goes.
So I've been looking at the score. You've been skiing pretty consistently. How do you feel about that?
Consistent, but I haven't had that much training. So if it's, looking forward to being out there and seeing how it goes.
Have you skied familiarization here in San Gervasio yesterday or the day before?
No, unfortunately not. I had to work, so this will be my first set. But
first set ever, or you've skied before here?
No, not the first set ever.
Okay. So you know the side. We'll let you keep getting ready because you're about to hit the water. Good luck on your run, and back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much, and obviously just trying to get that work ski balance can be a little bit problematic from time to time. As we saw a quick look at Nathan McGarry as Dora Varga just getting a little bit of advice there from one of our pro athletes from Slovakia, that is Martin Bartowski. But looks like it's becoming a little bit more overcast here at this time. With that in mind, let's check in with Beatricia Yanni. This is a 13-meter attempt. And Beatricia Yanni, significant here that she's made a ski switch. She's normally been used to riding the good slalom ski. Now she's on D3. And not looking bad on that ski. It certainly matches her penchant for being aggressive right off the end of her turns on 246. So while she hasn't been skiing that much or that hard in the initial tournaments this season, what she has been able to do in practice is be able to convert from a ski which has been a tried and trusted a friend over the last few seasons, but looking really, really strong on that ski change. And if you want to get a D3 slalom ski, maybe you can win one by going to the TWBC audience prize by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. as we see a couple of our other athletes getting warmed up. Here we go. This is Bertriziani. 2 passes to the good right now. 14 of 13. Now this is 12 and needing more than 4 to take the lead. Maybe give herself an outside chance of making an impact upon this event. There's 1. There's number 2. Looking in good rhythm here. And that ski is really working well for her. There's number 4. There's 5. And Bertriziani, who several seasons ago injured herself at the European Open Championship in Rochedo, which I believe was 2011, and was forced to actually switch her handle grip as a result of the crash that she sustained on that event. For those of you that are kind of wondering the full extent of that crash, it's available for viewing on the TWBC playlist archives, and if you are particularly inclined to see that. But many, many years down the road, and Bertriziani slaloming at her best. That's why you see her being a right foot forward slalom skier, that she has her right hand on top. Normally the convention is if you're right foot forward, your left hand goes on top and vice versa. Not so much for Bea. All right, so looks like we've got a few questions coming in at the moment via our live chat. I will try and get to them in all. All right, so while I address a couple of those questions live on air, I will let's get to Bea's pass first. On the purple loop, looking to go. There's 1, there's 2, there's number 3. Come on, Bea. There's number 3. Oh, and tries to make a play on number 4, so I think it's going to be 3. So our first person to get through 12 meters is halfway through on 11.25 meters. That is Bea. Bertriziani. Now, obviously proving that 12 meters is certainly doable with these current conditions, but we wonder whether the conditions can yield a better score going forwards, as we see one of our pro men skiers in the form of Freddie Winter arrive on site and get situated. In the meantime, taking a look at Bea here. There's 1, there's number 2. A little bit of a delay off number 2, but managing to still make an effective play on number 3. Now, number 4, let's see whether she gets on the... Yeah, she's clean on the outside. So it looks like it is going to be a clean 4 on 11.25 meters. Indeed, we're going to hear from her in a moment or so via our man at the dockside, Lorenzo Di Alberto, and we'll be curious to find out what she's able to find out on the water. Our first person flew 12 meters and getting 2/3 the way down 11.25 meters, so well done to her. Maybe she can tell us a little bit about that ski and what prompted the ski change. But let's have a look and see what our next skier can do. This is Anne-Marie Wroblewski using... actually, Jamie Metcalf is on the water. So look, okay, so Jamie Metcalf is on the water from New Zealand. With that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back dockside. We're here with Anne-Marie, our next competitor in the water. How are you feeling this morning?
A bit nervous, but if I wasn't nervous, then I didn't care enough.
Well, that's a good way of thinking. How have you been warming up? Do you feel ready for the tournament, pumped and everything?
Oh yeah, I'm super excited. Took a walk around the lake this morning when they said it was delayed, and that was about it.
And how do you feel being for the first time here at the San Gervasio ProAm?
It's really exciting. I've never been to Europe before, so this is really something special.
All right, perfect. A nice Euro 3 for you. We'll let you finish, get ready, let you finish, get focused. Thank you again for being here. Good luck, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo, and two athletes there from Louisiana's Raging Cajuns, Anne-Marie Wroblewski and Lorenzo D'Alberto, who won team titles for that very, very august educational institute. Anyway, got some messages coming through. Actually, one of our messages asked me, why isn't jumping on the Pro Tour? Well, many of our organisers that have organised in a Pro Tour event believe that the adding the jump event puts in a little bit too much so far as the logistics are concerned. It's harder to organise a jump event than it is a slalom, and that's what most of those organisations plump for as a result. And also, why do the boats not have biminis, as you can see plainly here with this shot coming towards the dock? Well, it's overcast, so we don't need the bimini, and it also means that we have a far better view of our remote camera on the top of the windshield. So thanks a lot for those questions, and hopefully those will be answered effectively. All right, then, with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Beatrice, who just got done skiing, one of the most experienced skiers today here in the water, so she can give us a little insight on how are the conditions out there. So, Bea, tell us, how's out there?
It's great. Like it's windy, but coming back at wind helps you a little bit. So I'm happy, but at the same time, I wish I just went for it. But yeah, it's great.
Any advice for your fellow competitors how to attack the slalom course this morning?
Well, just with the tailwind, just keep moving, don't wait too much, and just go for it.
All right, thank you very much, Bea. Happy that you had a good score. Thanks again for being here, and back to you, Tony.
All right, so we continue on. Jamie Metcalf coming in on 12 meters, originally out of New Zealand, but lives and works in Switzerland these days. Let's see what she's got. Jamie Metcalf, who has tasted a podium on at least one occasion in the last 5, and this being a 6th appearance here in the San Gervasio ProAm. This is 12. Not bad. Not in a particularly auspicious start, mind you, on at least the first couple of the buoys, but the remaining 2/3 of the course look pretty peachy to me. So getting around all 6 on 12 meters, becoming our second athlete to get 6 buoys on 12 and continuing to ski into 11.25 meters. Now let's have a look. Jamie Metcalf, still one of the few female slalom skiers out there to employ the one-handed gate shot. Now this is where things could have gone sideways, but Jamie Metcalf, the experienced campaigner that she's been, she's competed in a number of world elite championships. I believe she's actually appeared in the World Women's Slalom final on at least one occasion in the course of her long and storied career. But there you go. That is Jamie Metcalf. We got Anne-Marie Wroblewski, coming to us originally from the Buckeye State of Ohio, and has had stays in North Carolina and more recently in the Bayou State that is Louisiana. So, on the water right now, the lead is currently on 4 on 11.25 meters. This is Jamie Metcalf. She was scheduled to go a little bit later on the start list, but for some reason is moved up a little bit higher. There's number 1, there's number 2, and number 3, a little bit delayed. Here she comes on number 4. Come on, Jamie Metcalf. Could she be the first one to run through 11? Not yet. There you go. That's going to be a 5 buoy count. 5 buoys on 11.25 meters. All right, so Jamie Metcalf, she takes the lead. It's 5 on 11.25 meters. So didn't take too long to see a score deep into 11.25 meters. And that was certainly a great turn on number 2 on our neutral side turn, and didn't get much help off buoy number 3. But number 4, she seems to be really at ease turning on the offside, and then off number 5, tried to get back into it, and ended up being on the inside of number 6. But still a better than average score for the conditions that we have at this early stage of the competition. Looking good, and I'm being joined here by none other than Freddie Winter. How are you doing, sir?
Great, Tony. I heard you up here all by yourself. I felt like you needed a friend, so I came up to give you some company.
Okay, so here we go. A 14.25 meter start for Anne-Marie Wroblewski. All right, so as we see Anne-Marie Wroblewski getting through the opening pass of 14.25 minutes, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here, Violetta, who just got done putting her gloves on. So how are you feeling this morning?
Feeling pretty good, pretty excited. It's really nice out there, so we'll see what I can do.
Have you walked along the course to see how the wind condition, the rollers are along the slalom course?
No, I haven't walked down, but I can see from here it looks good, so that's all I'm doing today for it.
And how have you been skiing? How fit are you to go and start this tournament?
Well, the last tournament I did wasn't that good, so I'm hoping to get like a better score this tournament. So just gonna do my best, try my best.
All right. Hope for the best. Always hope for the best. Well, thank you very much for being here. We let you focus a little more, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Lorenzo Di Alberto, and here I got Freddie Winter here. So we're on to, skiing number 5 right now with Anne-Marie Wroblewski. And the first couple of passes are always a pretty good gauge as to what the skier could potentially do going forwards. So what do you see out there from Anne-Marie at this early stage?
She's looking good. I mean, maybe grabbing a touch on 1, 3, and 5. It's my sort of first impression. She had a disappointing weekend, I think, last week in Spain. So she'll be looking to improve. She's a hell of a skier. Uses all of her height to get around the buoys. We'll go to Lorenzo.
All right, then. And with that, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back here dockside. We're with Jamie, who just got done skiing. She started to catch her breath, but how was it out there?
Yeah, well, when you're 40 years old, you start to die a little out there. Not the same as it used to be, but I'm happy. I would have liked to have run that. It was nice. The conditions were good for it, but I just got really narrow on 3-buoy and then struggled to keep my speed with the headwind, so that's all right.
Yes, and does the condition on the water feel better than they look, or is about the same?
It's nice right now. It's not actually... It's dropped down a lot versus what it was about an hour ago, so now I think it's a nice head tail, so it's good.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you for being here. We let you get rested for round 2. Thanks again, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. As we continue to roll along, we see our next skier, Violetta Mosielski from Argentina, about to get ready. And a teammate of hers from Louisiana Lafayette, the Raging Cajuns, is on the water right now, Anne-Marie Wroblewski, the former U21 World Women's Slalom Champion, won that title a few seasons ago in Chapala in Mexico, and obviously You can go back and see her winning run in the finals of those championships, because on the TWBC YouTube channel we store and archive every single one of the tournaments that we've produced, extending back anywhere up to 15 years ago.
I've been with you for a lot of those, Tony, haven't I? I mean, on the water, I'm looking back at, I remember Muzak 2010. That was literally 15 years ago. That was one of your early webcasts. Anne-Marie here, she's looking pretty good, I have to say. I mean, that was a very easy 12. Her offside's really working. Her onside, maybe just kind of little on the tail on a couple of them, which I think we're going to have to look at here. She's, an interesting thing. I don't know if you touched on this already, Tony, but as we go between tournaments, they're back to back to back, and we're changing between boats. We had one boat brand last week. We're on a Malibu this week, and there's a different feel. And I think that maybe what the people at home might not understand is that at the pro level, we're not quite so concerned about wakes anymore. It's all about the pull of the boat. So how that engine interacts with the pull that we make. The wakes, they tend to be smaller. We're close to the boat, so they're not such a big issue. The pull, like how you're coming out of the turn, where that pull is, the intensity of it, like how quickly it comes on, all that sort of thing. So slight difference there, definitely between these two boats, and we'll see what Anne-Marie can do here. The lead is 5. That's what Jamie, our last skier, had. Let's see what she can do. She'll need the start.
There she goes.
Actually, a very good one.
Nicely done.
Good 2, a little on the tail maybe.
She's been very patient.
But much better 3. Let's see, can she get that nice 4? She's got it, I think, and will she be able to turn 5? She's got that.
Losing a stack though, but she manages to get round number 6 and 3.
That's tight. I wonder if she ran that over. I'd say we're going to see a review coming through here.
So for the sake of people that are rather new to this, I mean, how much can she displace it?
You're not the rule is, well, I mean, the International Federation rule book is an interesting one to read, but and there's definitely different interpretations of it depending on the judges that you have, and but you're not allowed to run it over. If you run it over and significantly displace it, I think is the rule. Anyway, Anne-Marie she's got the 5 all but confirmed. I mean, assuming that she got a gates, which I'm going to assume that she did, which will tie the lead. But I think it's going to be tight here. She did a really good job of getting her shoulder down, and even after an average turn, let's see, did she get around it? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say from here, I don't think that she got around that. So, not to sway anyone, I don't think the judges can hear me, and even if they could, it wouldn't sway them. So, let's have a look. Oh, they gave her 6. They've given her 6. Well, what do I know? What do I know? Well, that's good. That's good for her. So fantastic. And like I said, she's one of our taller. I think she probably would be the tallest skier that we have in the field today on the women's side. And she used every bit of that to get around the boys 6. So congratulations to her, the first skier through 11 through 38 off.
And now looking to try and boost up at least a decent backup score, because she now knows that 11.25 meters is certainly doable, and she did there with the previous pass. She's round number 1 at 10.75. She takes the lead now with 1 at 10.75.
That's very good. And so she's skier number 6. Is that right, Tony, or number 5?
Yes, skier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
So she's 5th, and then we've got how many remaining? We've got a total of 12 women skiers. Is that right? 11.
Yep.
12. So she needs to beat 4 to make the final. But of course, on a head-to-head, again, what people at home might not realise is it's not this. Today is not just about making the final. If you ski averagely on the first day and finish in those lower rankings, then you're at a huge disadvantage on the Sunday in a head-to-head. Unlike on a what we call a straight final, the sort of more typical final that you'd have. So today, you really do want to get as high up as possible. Squeaking into the final, you're still at a massive disadvantage. Just given that you're going to have the lower seeding go tomorrow, and you have to beat the score generally. As we go to Lorenzo.
Indeed, let's send it over to Lorenzo for another interview.
All right, welcome back, Dockside. We're here with Chiara Banneman, who's about to get in the water. So, Chiara, how are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling really good. My back was a little sore the last days, but it's definitely feeling better today. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to my set.
And how have you been skiing so far this season?
Well, I only skied one tournament. That was in Morocco. That was like so-and-so. Practice the last days was good. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
All right, and I know that you've been skiing. You skied here a lot in your life because you basically grew up skiing here in San Gervasio. Do you often still come back and practice here?
Actually, lately not, but we'll see. Maybe I'll change that again.
You miss it, being here with Claudia and all the guys?
Yeah, sure. Like, Claudio was always an amazing coach. I loved skiing with him. He taught me a lot when it comes to slalom skiing. So, yeah, I always enjoyed it here.
All right, well, we'll let you get ready. We'll let you get focused. Thank you very much for being here with us at the 11th San Gervasio ProAm. And back to you, Tony.
All right, so looking at our drone shot at this this wonderful facility, I mean, it doesn't get old, does it? I mean, just looking at that, you know, we've been here for like 10 previous years already, you know, and we always look forward to being present here in this northern part of Italy, which is in the province of Lombardy.
Just to the right here that we can't quite see, maybe he'll zoom out, but there's 4 cricket pitches.
Yeah,
4 cricket pitches for the Indian population.
Who knew?
Yeah, crazy. I mean, I love it. It's right next to the lake, and you know, sometimes you'll see them play cricket on the Sunday. It seems to be the tradition. I haven't gone and joined them yet, but it makes me pretty happy to see it. Like, such an unusual thing to see cricket in Italy, I feel like.
Yeah, there's even talk of having cricket in the Olympic Games in 2028.
It's in.
It's in.
It's in. Yeah, it's the short form. I think it's 2020.
2020.
That's typical IOC pandering to the Indian market to try and get the numbers up. It's a big problem for the IOC. They don't have any viewership in that region, so that in South Asia. So they're trying to finagle it that way, which is cynical. But there we go. That's how the world goes around. Anyway,
this is Violetta Mosiolski from Argentina. And Argentina is a place we'll be visiting on the early part of the 2026 season as the U17 World Waterski Championships takes place there, and that'll be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. So, with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back, Dockside. We're here with Anne-Marie. It was our first woman to run 11-meter line. So how was it out there?
Oh, it was so nice. A bit breezy, but really, I wasn't too worried about that.
And tell us a little bit, what happened at 10.7? You did one, but how come you didn't pull it through? What went wrong out there?
Well, I have this tendency to pull really long and want to get my whole head outside the buoy line, so that's exactly what I did at one ball there.
All right, perfect. So I guess you already know what to correct for round 2, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, perfect. Thank you. We'll let you catch your breath. Good job skiing out there. Happy to see you with a big smile. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. And that kind of raises a point or two, because whenever I see you slalom, Freddie, you know, I mean, there are very few situations, you know, when you slalom where you can actually physically put your head outside the buoy line and still able to make the pass. I mean, you basically just have to eke that ski round with just an inch or two to spare to keep on going on lines as short as 10.75 or 10.25 meters and that kind of stuff. So that's something that she really clearly needs to work on between now and next time she gets practice set in.
Well, she's on an upward trajectory. She had 2 pretty bad rounds last week in Spain and missed the final, so she'll be very happy. She'll be almost certainly in the final with that score. And yeah, I mean, she's self-aware. You know, you can't try and get your head outside the buoy at 10.75, which you know we all know. So she'll figure that out, and she'll be more in it to continue her upward trajectory into the next rounds.
All right, then. That was a 13-meter second pass there for Violetta Mosiolski. You know, a former athlete for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns. And as we get ready to bring in on our next pass, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back on the dock. We're here with Manu Costard, our skier, not the next skier, but the one after. So, Manu, how are you feeling this morning?
Good. Feeling good. It looks like the lake is getting less and less windy, so that's exciting. I like this tournament. I'm excited to go and ski and have fun, really.
Well, let me ask you this. I don't remember properly, but how many San Gervasio ProAm did you do? Did you do all of them or you skipped a few?
I skipped one, I think. This is the 10th one that I'm doing, and this is the 11th edition. So yeah, I skipped one.
All right, perfect. One of our most seasoned skier out here in San Gervasio. You know the lake. You know that the conditions are getting better. We see you really pumped and excited. Thank you again for being here. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And she's been here 9 previous times, you know, and 10th time here, so she definitely likes it here.
Well, what's not to like?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's great. I mean, I've only missed them because of injury. I've done every single one apart from the ones where I actually physically couldn't turn up and stand on a ski. So, you know, it's one of the best tournaments of the year, and you know, we all love coming here.
You've even come here in the past without a ski, and you still managed.
That's true, yeah. In 2022, I came and commentated with you the whole weekend, which was pretty miserable, but, you know, it was that's good. Hey, good skiing here from Vio. That's a really good 12-meter pass.
Yeah,
she's
absolutely.
very balanced on both sides. She's pretty aggressive. That offside is pretty tasty. She really moves through. She doesn't sort of sit back and wait for it to go. She's moving herself through really well. And that's a really good 12-meter pass. One of the better ones I've seen her do ever. Nicely
done there from Violetta Masielski from Argentina, and looks like we've got a little bit of canine activity around the dockside right now. A few of our pro skiers are watching on as we see Violetta Masielski, and it's interesting to see her progression. Especially, look at that number one. You know, I mean, she got the ski round. She was patient on that line, waiting for it to tighten, and then it was off to the races. Just look at that number 3, just absolutely picture perfect.
Yeah, she's really, really confident there, which is great to see, and that's it's sort of unusual. I mean, to see someone so confident on their offside and just really move through. She does a lot of good stuff there. And that's what's. I mean, she also has a good 2.4. So I mean, I think, you know, she's murdered that pass very, very easily through that. And I think that I don't know what her best would be. Maybe you can tell me, Tony. But her skis is best at 2.11. I'd say she's good for further than that. I mean, we're hearing that through the talkback.
Would you say that she's good enough for the pass?
Well, that was a great pass. She's got a slight headwind here, so let's see what she can do. If she can commit to 1, 3, and 5 in the same way, she'll do that. I didn't like that gate particularly, but she's gone through 1.
Oh, taking a huge hit. Round number 2.
That's a shame.
Oh, and she knows it too. Had she gotten a good hook up on number 1, that pass would have been.
Well, she actually, if you look at the ski angle, she turned the ski really well, but she just didn't have rope out of it. So I thought she was sat back through the gate. She had her weight slightly through the tail of the ski. So when you're doing that, you're not generating speed. You're inefficient. Sort of like when you have I would imagine, as an expert, when you've got your skis slightly, you're not parallel in snow skiing. So just watch here. She's a little back. The ski's out in front of her, and so she's pushing water instead of gliding over it. And she had to put a little long, and that's where she had that big turn.
I think she was rushed on the gate shot, right?
Yeah, I didn't see the gate shot particularly, but that could well be it. I mean, often when you're a little bit fast, then you'll push the ski out in front of you, and you're sort of scared of overshooting, but you take that fear of having too much speed through the gate. So you could well be right there, Tony. Little rush, but yeah, the ski out in front of her head, where you really want to be sort of, I call it the upside down T shape, where you've got the ski underneath you and a line between your shoulders, your hips, and your feet, you know, basically at 90 degrees to the water. And she had her feet out in front, so that's not what she wanted to do. It's a shame because the first part of that pass, that set, was really, really good. I mean, she's tied her season's best, but you know, you could see the frustration there. I think I would have said she looked good for more than that. She had one of the best 12 meters of the day. But you know, we'll see her in the next round, and maybe she can improve again. She needs to beat, I think, four skiers to make the final. She's not there right now, but
so
we'll see how she goes.
14.25 meters opening patch for Chiara Bonneman.
Chiara was the skier who, you know, when we were in Morocco and all the scores were kind of, you know, we were expecting the scores to be very low. She then went and ran like one or two at 11 in the first round, and kind of we were like, okay, well, I think, you know, if she's skiing kind of normal, then we can all ski normal. It's pretty impressive.
Indeed, and with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back dockside. We're here with Violetta, who just got done skiing, and it looks like she has a big smile. So how was your set out there?
It was good. I really liked my 12 going down. So I was like pretty excited to try an 11 in the headwind. And I couldn't do very much, but it's okay. It's a good first round, so I'm happy.
Let me ask you this, does the wind still feel head and tail? Because here at the dock it feels that it's kind of moving around and turning around, but it still feels head and tail in the water?
Yeah, I think it's definitely like a straight head and tail, especially on that end. It's a bit windier than here, so I got a little narrow on that gate coming down. But yeah, it's pretty good still, like really nice conditions.
All right, perfect. We're happy that the conditions were good for you. We're happy that you came out of the water with a smile. Thanks again for being here at the 11th San Gervasio ProAm. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And looking at some of the questions and the comments that are coming through, thanks a lot, Dave Horton, once again. He's watching us at about 2:05 in the morning there in Seattle. The fireworks still going off after the 4th of July festivities.
Probably with a glass of whiskey in his hand, I would imagine, or something. Maybe a Coors Light.
Probably something a little stronger. Anyway, here we go. Here is Chiara Bonnemann from Germany.
Look at the sky behind her. It's terribly dark in the background there. I think we're going to see some pretty serious rain. So it's funny. The last couple of ladies, Vio and Anne-Marie, talking about the wind. I'm sitting here. We're sort of right opposite. Right next to buoy 4, and I don't see any wind. Really,
no, I
not
don't.
To speak of. It looks very, very flat. I mean, I'm looking at the flags over there nearer the dock, and they're sort of more of a crosswind, but they're talking about a head tail. But I think that these could be the best conditions we'll see for a while. As that very ominous sky behind us comes in, we're going to see some pretty rough rain. So it probably pays to be earlier in the field here. I know that there was a delay of half an hour for wind earlier. Right now it seems to be. I mean, I'm not on the water, so those girls have more information than I do, but it seems to be pretty good right now compared to what we might have later.
All right, then. So the onus is to kind of like make hay whilst the sun still shines, as it were.
Yeah, so I mean, Anne-Marie, look at that. That's pretty bad. I mean, a lot of cloudburst there. That's going to come towards us. But Anne-Marie's done really well to get that top score. It could really help. I mean, of course, we'll have another round later, so we'll have to see. I mean, there was rain sort of forecast all day. But it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, of course, it's not when these sort of conditions come in, it's not a typical day. We're going to see some people, maybe skiing in some rain glasses, maybe blinking a lot, trying to keep those raindrops out of their eyes. So let's see. This is 12 meters for Chiara. She's good to run it. Very narrow buoy 1, I'd have said. She kind of came up a bit early there, but she's done well to get out of it. So fairly textbook, kind of comes into buoy 1, 3, and 5 and stands up early, and that's actually very good. It's very, very good. That's a really, really good pass.
All right, then. Nice. Very well composed and very well executed. On 12 meters as the Malibu response TXI makes its way towards the opposite end of the lake. And we'll see what kind of start she has on 11.25 meters. Now, the current lead is 1 at 10.75 meters, and that is courtesy of Anne-Marie Wroblewski. And we have, including Chiara Bonnemann, we have 6 skiers remaining. Now, it's 2 rounds for each skier. The best score is the one that carries, and 8 skiers will be we will go through to the third round head-to-head competition.
Yeah, and we talked a minute ago about the past of this tournament. I remember, at least in the first couple of editions, maybe even more, that it was the. Well, we've actually had some different formats over the years. The first 2 years, I believe, it was a combination of your first 2 scores. They added the 2 scores together, so all kind of best average, I guess, top 8 to make the final. So people that kind of messed up in the first round, I remember, a couple of skiers missed their gates in the first round. They were effectively out of it. Then we had another format. Well, let's get through Chiara's 11 first. Let's see what she can do. She looked really good on that 12. Nice and wide gate. That's a pretty solid turn in. Let's see what she can do here. Looks like a good one.
Ooh, a little long pull into number 1. She had trouble with the rope here. She's still in this.
Come on, Chiara.
Come on, Chiara. Come on. That early
Long
approach
pull to
into
6. No!
Oh, and she almost collected herself with the ramp.
She nearly went out the front there. That was very close. But that's still 5 at 11. I mean, she'll be disappointed, I think, because she kept herself in it the whole way. There was nothing 10 out of 10 there, but she just she was always moving through that pass, and that was pretty solid skiing. Season's best. I mean, I'm not sure I've seen her run 11 before. I could be wrong, but little loose line at 1, pulled long to 2, got out of 2 and 3 very well. And I kind of thought maybe with the the balance she seems to take through her 135. She might have got the 5 that she needed, but was just on the way to 6 with her shoulder a little bit too far in front of her feet, and just got slightly buckled over and had to bail from the lean. Otherwise, she would have, like you said, Tony, gone out the front. Just here, shoulders out in front, and then no, she was nearly...
Oh, she was tempted, wasn't she?
Yeah, well, we don't want to see that. That's never a good thing when someone goes right out the front. All sorts of danger can happen there. But
yeah,
still good skiing. Tied for second, and again that puts her in the final after one round with a number of skiers that are behind her.
Okay, so Chiara Bonneman and Jamie Metcalf both tying on 5. Still in the lead is Anne-Marie Wroblewski with 1 at 10.75 meters. So those are the current top 3 scores at this time, and approaching the course on 13 meters from France and a former world champion. This is Manon Costard.
Yeah, the first one to go out on 13. That's and just as the sky really darkens, we can see it on the webcast here. It looks like, I don't know if that rain is coming imminently, but just as she was putting out for the gates, we could see there's like a gust coming in. The sky is darkening with typically right before rain comes in. So we'll see what happens.
All right, then let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Brooke Baldwin, who's about to get in the water. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm excited to ski. I haven't skied here in a few years, so I'm just happy to be here.
Did you do familiarization the past days, or are you just coming here and getting in the water?
Nope, I'm just winging it. I'm just going to ski, and that's the way it's going to be.
And how do you feel about the lake condition? It looks like it's changing a lot. The wind is dying down. What do you think about it?
I think it'll be fine because it's not like I can change it, so I'll just do my best.
And are you ready this morning? Do you feel pumped? Do you feel charged?
Yeah, I've had a few espresso, so I'm feeling good.
All right, the Italian espresso always does the trick. We know it. As Italian, we know it. Thank you again for being here once more time with us at the 11th San Gervasio ProAm. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Yep, those Italian espressos are woohoo! Hello.
What about this wind, Tony? There's a lot of wind coming from right behind us, which is exactly from where this big cloudburst is that we can see to our backs. So Manon has I think she's done well here. She's gone out on 13. She needs to run 11, so she's going to have the tailwind 12, which shouldn't be a problem for her. Such a good skier that she is, and she's on a GT. She's on a Connolly GT. How about that? That's a very, very old ski.
I mean, she'd actually been riding the C1 for the longest time. The last tournament that I've seen her ski, which was in Portugal a couple of weeks ago, she was on the C1, and I wonder what prompted her to make the ski change from the current ski to an older one.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? I remember she got on that exact model and won back in 2018, and she won the Masters about 3 weeks later. So, she's obviously very comfortable on it. She's won the Worlds on that ski, so I guess that's why. The wind is really bad. It's ripping right now.
All right, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Well, welcome back to the dock. I'm here with Chiara, just got done skiing. So, Chiara, how was your set? That was very close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very close. I'm super happy with that score. I haven't skied that good in a while, so... Yeah, you always want to get to 6 and around 6. Every skier knows that, but it's okay for now.
All right, perfect. We're happy to see you with a big smile. I'm actually I feel really bad for all the girls because I was just saying to Brooke, then the wind died down, but in reality, completely switched around, and now it's blowing headwind +1, and it looks like it's picking up more and more, so I'll keep my mouth shut so the wind doesn't change anymore, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. We'll be back right after this.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4,
Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to put you up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Skiing is fun. It sounds simple, but it's what drives us to build the best products day in and day out. Radar was founded and led by skiers who instilled in us the passion to push beyond the norm and make better products. This passion fuels our desire to innovate and create. It means early mornings and late nights, red-eye flights followed by dawn sessions lead us to conversations that flow to progression. We never stop dreaming of what's next and what we can do to make skiing even better. Our constant desire to push the sport leads us to where we are now. We have fun creating every day so that you can have fun on the water. Just go ski.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories. That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
steps over. Inside, steps around 2. Wade moves into the lead. Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to put up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets
We saw
side, flips around 2, Wade moves in the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large.
Here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Skiing is fun. It sounds simple, but it's what drives us to build the best products day in and day out. Radar was founded and led by skiers who have instilled in us the passion to push beyond the norm and make better products. This passion fuels our desire to innovate and create. It means early mornings and late nights, red-eye flights followed by dawn sessions that lead us to conversations that flow to progression. We never stop dreaming of what's next and what we can do to make skiing even better. Our constant desire to push the sport leads us to where we are now. We have fun creating every day so that you can have fun on the water. Just go ski.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories. That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hey, we're back there, Freddie. It's been interesting the last hour or so, and it's caused one or two upheavals, but we are back. We have been continuing to transmit, and I tell you what, as we look around the scene by the starting dock and seeing Chris Parrish getting psyched up, the weather was pretty bad there, Freddie.
I wish people could have seen us holding this tent down, Tony. It was something out of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, something like that. And, you know, it did a number. I mean, it destroyed my clipboard. I mean, you see this? I was keeping an eye on the scores with that. So it was that bad. It was pretty. I
think that's as bad of a storm as I've probably ever seen in Europe, honestly. That was Florida style, but for longer. Anyway, we're back. We are hoping that it's going to stay good as it is right now, and we're going to go to Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock after this little weather interruption. I'm not going to talk about the weather anymore because apparently I said something and whole hell broke loose. But anyway, we're here with Manon, who just got asked the choice by the judges of what she wanted to do to continue her tournament. They asked you the choice between keep going with your set or start again. What did you choose?
I chose to start again. It's nice to, it was 2 passes down my set, so I'm happy to get another go at it. And it was also my fault for commenting on the weather so much about it getting much better right before I skied. So yeah, I won't comment on it anymore.
All right, and apart from that, how did the first 2 passes feel down in the water? Did you feel confident? Did you feel good? Something weird?
Yeah, no, good. I'm not even gonna think about it. This is a new set in my mind. So, but yeah, I felt good, and it's a nice lake, and still excited to go.
All right, perfect. So we're going to wait a few minutes before you go. The boat is getting ready. Our tournament boat is about to get ready. They're restarting everything, making sure that everything is working. And we're going to be back in the water with some action in a few minutes. Stay with us. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much, and I'm here with Freddie Winter, and that storm really did a number on us, but we're still around and we're still transmitting, and we've got all of our shots ready to go, and there is your current leaderboard, Anne-Marie Wroblewski with 1 at 10.75 meters, and the other results currently as they stand, we had a couple of scores of 5 at 11.25 meters, courtesy of
Chiara and Jamie Metcalf.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, Jamie Metcalf, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one here. I think that's obviously the right thing to do for Manon to go again. She got off the water at 11:15 or so, and it's been basically an hour and a quarter. You can't really pick it back up, so it's better just to start again. Interestingly, the wind, I mean, I hate to be a pessimist here, but the wind there's a tailwind off the dock, which is actually would potentially pull that weather back towards us. But anyway, as regards Manonski's set, that'll she'll be able to understand what the wind's doing and potentially even start at a different line length if she feels that that's the way to go, to take to use the wind. But here we are. I mean, it's going to be an interesting day. I think we're now going to be a little bit more pushed for time. So I wonder what that means later on in terms of. I'm not sure we've had an official announcement about start speeds and all that sort of thing, but let's see how we go here. We've got 4 women skiers remaining, Tony. I think we got Manon, Ali, Brooke, and Jamie.
Including Manon Costar, we have 5. There's Manon, there's Brooke, there's Ali, and then there's Jamie.
Yeah. So some very, very high level skiers here. We got 2-time world champion Jamie Bull, Manon Costar, 1-time world champion Brooke Baldwin, very, very, very good skier, and Masters champion this year, Ali Nicholson, and Ali Garcia, who's been doing better and better as the year's gone on. So, yeah, I mean, that lead of 1 at 10.75 is looking like, I mean, it's not, I'm going to say it's just not going to stand, but it's it's a good mark, and I think we're going to see that beaten fairly shortly. So let's see what happens. The boat's coming back, and we're going to see Manon go out on her first pass in just a minute.
Yeah.
All right. So Manon just trying to shake a little bit of the nervousness out of her system. Very rarely does she let stuff like this affect her in any way, shape, or form. And she seems to be quite at ease. I mean, especially where it comes down to ski selection. A couple of weeks ago I saw her on a C1. Now she's back to the. I think it's the GT, isn't it? Isn't that right?
Yeah, she won everything on that ski. She won the Worlds, the Moomba, and the Masters all within a pretty short space of time. So it's a ski she knows really well, and maybe just wanting something more familiar. But that won't be her focus here. Her focus will be on getting a big score. And I think I think her last tournament round before this, she ran 3 at 10.75 at Portugal, which is the best of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So she's, and we saw her run it. But I mean, I was sitting. Actually in France watching her run 10.75 at this very tournament last year. So she's and that was just a week before she won the Oxford Pro, the Oxfordshire Pro. So this is someone that's won professional tournaments very recently. She's run 10.75 within the last year, and she'll be looking to do that today. Like I say, I think that 1 at 10.75 that Anne-Marie got very well, very valiantly managed to get it, but I think that we're going to see that score upped before too long.
All right, so let's continue on. The time now is 12:33 Central European Daylight Time, and wherever you happen to be around the world, big ups to you for sticking with us. And we continue on right from the start for Manon Costar. A nice wide pull out for the entrance gates, tailwind opener. 13 meters.
Looking strong, looking better than her first round. Well, her previous run, I guess, which doesn't count anymore. Looking very good, very very solid there. People have often said to me that skiing right after the rain is kind of difficult because the the water, as it gets churned up, it's hot and cold. The surface level is colder from the rain coming in, and then you've got the sort of the hotter water underneath, and that can be a little bit strange. I'm not sure it's something I've ever particularly found. I mean, I've done a lot of skiing in rain over the years, but I mean, being from England, but it's a thing that we might see from some of the guys who might comment on it.
But I mean, colder water is by nature a little less viscous. You know, I mean, the ski doesn't settle down in the water quite as much. It's a little higher. You know, I don't know how much higher it's going to be, but we can discuss that in a moment as we send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back here on the dock, and welcome back, Brooke. You're here again. So I got a little cheerier. How you feel now?
Oh, I think it's going to be fine. Yeah, it's a little bit of a little delay, but that's okay. A little bit more time to just chill and hang out.
So now I have a tricky question for you. The water here is very hot. It was about 34 degrees Celsius. Do you guys have to adjust anything on your way of skiing, on the way you attack the course, depending if the water is hot or cold?
I honestly just go about how it feels once I get on the water. I kind of feel it out the first 2 passes, and then I kind of just adjust from there.
All right, perfect. Good insight. Thank you very much. And, well, we're happy that you're here. As I said earlier, thank you very much. Good luck on your set. And, as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Manon Costar on 12 meters, keeping her aggression up. And, you know, it seems to be more at home with that ski, it would seem, compared to the C1 that she's been on for well over a year.
Yeah, I can't comment on that particularly, but what I'll say is she looks better. Her offside looks better during this set than the previous one. So I think she looks very confident. She looks like she's attacking, and yeah, like, you know, this is someone that's run 10.75 innumerable times, a huge number over the years, and she's very, very capable. She's typically got that very, very good offside turn, and you know, her onside looks really dialed here. So yeah, I mean, let's see what she can do. She's going to be in good shape. That was a very, very, very easy 12, the best of the day, I'm going to say. And you know, let's see through 11 and what we can get through on 10.
Nicely done. I like her extension going into number 4 as she just waits for the ski to come up under the line. And then she's off to the races. Cross course, easy as you like, early as you like, into buoy number 6, you know, and ran that like she knew what she was doing.
Well, she does. She certainly does. Yeah, that's a pass she's run once or twice before.
All right, then. So a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. That vaults her up into 6th place right now. But she has designs on getting a heck of a lot higher if she is she's to improve her chances of being in the head-to-head, a 3rd and final round, of which 8 skiers will be participating. Hopefully one of those is going to be Manon Costar, who's podiumed here on a number of occasions. Look at her go. Nicely done. And getting the job done. Nicely there. That's on 11.25 meters, and that vaults her from 6th to 2nd right now. Only one other person has scored higher, and that's Anne-Marie Wroblewski earlier on in the competition.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't say it was the best 11 she's probably ever run in her life, but it was very, very controlled. There was no point at which she thought she was going to miss it, which is important, you know. And now, you know, she needed to get through that pass, and now she can really attack this next pass. And you know, we know that with the skiers coming with Jamie Bull, Ali Nicholson, that you know they've frequently got to the other end of 10.75. So you know, to be in those top couple of seeds, it's going to be really, really important to her. Then you know, she's going to get a high up for tomorrow for the head-to-head. She's going to want to get, you know, really past 3. 3 would be you know, the minimum of what she would want to get here, I think, at 10.75.
All right, so good effort there from Manon Costar, getting through 11.25 meters. We've got Nathan McGarry at the helm of that towboat. Boat judging is Kiefer from New Zealand.
Yeah, if anything, there's a slight headwind here, just a touch to kind of, you know, keep the line tight. So I think we could be seeing something pretty good from Manon. Let's see what she can do. She'll get that typically nice and wide gate, and then you know, we'll see when she comes out of 1 what it looks like, and you know, it'll give us an idea. That's a good gate. I like that. She's attacked the gate.
There you go.
It's a good one, I think, and if she can get the 2 that she's
takes the lead by only half a buoy though.
Yeah, it's
that's going to be close for like a backup score, if it comes down to it.
Yeah. It's and that's the tough thing about our sport, isn't it? Is that she could have so easily got the 2 there. That would have been an easy full 2 for her, but then she decided to go for it as she should have done. It was the only thing she could have done. She got a solid enough one, and I've seen her run the whole way down this part of the one like that. But just pushing on the front, there's the nose of that ski pushing down into the water, so that the tail gets less purchase. You're sort of seesawing the nose in. Very easily done at the shortest line lengths on your offside turn. But that just didn't give her the purchase on the water out of the turn to get the ski through it, and be balanced out of the turn.
Now, in the history of this competition, scores in the latter part of 11.25 meters have normally been enough to put that skier through to the top 8 in the women's competition. So that's the good news so far as Manon Costard is concerned with that score at 1.5.
She'll be in. She's taken the lead, and all the girls remaining will feel and have been running the 11 and getting scores of 1, 2, or 3 or more at 10.75. So it's a competitive score. I don't think she'll probably be particularly jumping for joy over it, but you don't know what will happen. I think 1.5 we'll put her. I would say over 2 rounds we'll put her 4th, 5th, maybe even 3rd. But I don't think it's going to trouble the top 2 after these 2 rounds. But, again, we'll have to see what happens.
Here we go. Next skier up, coming to us from the United States of America, this is Brooke Baldwin, 14.25 meters, a little bit jumpy on the first couple of buoys. Just trying to feel out the course, and, as we heard with her conversation with Lorenzo. And we'll get to hear from Lorenzo once again.
All right, welcome back to the dog, guys. We're joined here by Ali Garcia, our 10th woman in the water this morning. She's getting ready. So, Ali, how are you feeling this morning?
I don't know if it's morning anymore. Unfortunately, been sitting around for a little bit, so I'm just trying to wake up and get moving, and happy to get on the water soon.
Did you do familiarization here the past few days, or are you just coming straight for the tournament?
Yeah, I went up to Trento and skied at Thomas de Gaspery's Lake for a couple days, and then came down for a famil set. So I feel like pretty familiar, ready, excited.
All right, good smile on your face. You look like you're pumped enough. Get ready to roll. Well, we'll let you finish, get ready. Good luck on your set, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
Yes, and Ali Garcia, the only skier in the women's field that has actually competed in the Junior Challenge in a past edition of these championships in San Gervasio, as we take an aerial view of Brooke Baldwin as she gets ready for pass number 2. So for Ali Garcia, on go the Sony headphones, and we'll switch over and see what Brooke Baldwin can do. Keith Summerall, our boat judge. Boat driver is Nathan McGarry. And there you see hurtling towards the course at 55 kilometers an hour, which is the equivalent of 34 miles an hour. This is Brooke Baldwin. Entrance gates, number 1 on 13 meters. Now she's starting to dig in a little bit here.
Just love how she skis. It's so sort of unique, but often when you see people with a unique style, it's not a good style. It's sort of weird and probably not conducive to good skiing. But the way she skis just looks really easy. It's pretty special how she can, she gets really up and on top of that ski and then just kind of kicks the tail around at the back end of the turn. Her offside especially is fantastic. I'm really excited to see Brooke back, in the pro scene. Really, she was. I remember in 2015, she was, I think at that time, 14 years old at the Swiss Pro, and she ran 2 at 10.75 every single round and came 3rd. And I was just thinking, how is this 14-year-old running these huge scores and looking so good for it? The next year, I think I saw her run. I saw her run 10.75 in a record tournament at Travers, and it was just exceptional. And now, she's had a couple of injuries. She's taken some time away from the sport, not focused on it quite so much. But she's back, and it's just fantastic. She's done, I think, 5 tournaments in a row throughout Europe and Africa, getting better and better. I saw her ski last week at the Botas tournament in Spain. She looked exceptional. And it's great to have her back amongst it, and she looks like, I mean, I've sort of been talking to her over the weeks, and she's been telling me that she's not really done much practice to speak of, and certainly when you have all these tournaments, you're just surviving between, you're not really training, you're just kind of like keeping the flow going, and I think she looks like she's got a lot more in the tank. As she, does a bit more after this, maybe we'll see her run the really big scores that we know she's capable of. Oh, that's not so good.
But she's still there.
This is a bit of a struggle here from Brooke. She's not loving it.
No.
That maybe is. I don't think she can hear me down the far end, so I think I can probably say that's maybe. She does have that tendency to sort of fall back out of her onside. That's maybe the missing piece where if she can just keep moving out of the backside of the onside without sort of falling back, then she'll be able to really pick up her buoy count because her offside's that good. You can see it there. There's a hint of what happened at 3. It's, very good 2.
Little bit of a bounce into 2.
Yeah, but watch this here. She just doesn't have the rope out of the turn, and just falls back strong and very good job holding on to it. But that's not what she'd have loved to do there at buoy 3 at 12. See the handles coming up a little bit higher there. She didn't get a practice set in, and again, you turn up at these tournaments and you got to adjust pretty quickly to a new boat, to all the sort of variables to the lake and all that sort of thing. She's been skiing over in Ricetto this week, she told me. So her first set here.
Now, what ski is she riding? She's riding a D3, but it's a past model, isn't it?
It's a D3 NRG R2, which I think was a 2020, maybe a 2021 model or something like that. Yeah, it's a few years old, but again, she's not skied that much in the last few years. I mean, she's just kind of put this, when you come back to skiing, you don't want to change your ski immediately. That's just because you need a baseline. So she just put the ski that she had when she was kind of last skiing properly, which is probably a number of years ago. So let's see what she can do. She's got a slight headwind, which will help with that tighter line on 1, 3, and 5.
Or a longish pull into 1.
A little narrow, I thought she was, but this is okay. Let's see what she can do here at 3. She's pulled long, and that's not it.
Just never really got into rhythm with the pass right off the bat.
Yeah, we'll see. It looked to me like she was a little narrow at 1. She kind of stood up late. But yeah, she won't be crazy happy with that. That's put her fairly low in the mix. Don't have a leaderboard in front of me just this second, but that will be lower than she wanted to be.
Okay, that currently puts her in 6th place.
6th place with 3 skiers remaining. So she, probably potentially out of the top 8, which is where she will want to be higher than that. I think last week she got a podium at Botas, which was great to see her back on the podium, and I think that she'll be feeling that she
I feel she kind of lost a bit of a balance into buoy number 1 and just couldn't really get on it as quickly as she would have liked.
Yeah, she didn't look super comfortable or balanced sort of through the last 2 passes. I think 12 would have probably
right there. I mean, through the second wake, and she already pointing the ski at the buoy.
Yeah, and then it looked to me like she's just she's losing rope out of the turn. So she by which I mean that she's expecting that boat to come on to start moving away from her, and and it's not there. The handle's moving towards her instead of her kind of feeling that tension through the rope. So that's a question of adjusting, of kind of understanding where you've got to stand on the ski to be a bit more patient here or there, and then there's also the variable you can make. You can change your letter. These Malibus overall, they tend to have a later pull than the other boats with the 1-to-1 transmission. So that's something that I always find. So she could potentially put a letter up. I think we're going to go to Lorenzo as we have a delay.
All right, guys, welcome back here, dockside or shoreside. Here we are here with Manon, who just took the lead with 1.5 at 10.7. So, Manon, how was that set?
It was good. No, I'm happy. I think I'll go and watch it again, but I think I felt comfortable enough. I did some mistakes at 11, but I was happy to run it. And a little bit frustrated with my start at 10. I think I missed out on an opportunity. Just had a narrow gate. It got narrow at 2. Not the best one either. So yeah, a bit I want more for that 10, but no, happy and yeah.
A bit of mixed feeling after this set. You're happy, but at the same time, you're not that happy because of you wanted more.
Well, yeah, and also it feels like it was a very long set, between the first bit and the second. So yeah, I am a bit.
All right, we'll wait for you in round number 2. You have the lead so far, so you're calm. Thank you again for being here, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. The news that I'm getting through is that Brooke Baldwin got a 0 gate on 11.25 meters. So 0 to 11.25 meters is the final score for Brooke Baldwin. On the water right now is Ali Garcia, running her opening pass on 14.25 meters. Now here's Brooks on Brooke on 11. Clouted that right-hand gate buoy, then and that means that the score is 0 on 11.25 meters. As we see Ali Nicholson get ready for her set out there. And so far as Ali Garcia is concerned, I'm sure you probably agree with me a little bit here, but she's definitely growing more into the role of a consistent pro athlete in the women's event.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, we're staying in the same hotel. We ended up sort of having a chat over breakfast this morning, and she's enjoying it. She's travelled this whole thing by herself, which is not an easy thing to do. I'm very impressed with her. She seems to, she's 23, 24. She seems to be. I mean, who am I to judge anyone's maturity? But she seems to be, maturing well, and it's when we saw last weekend, she did better and better throughout the tournament. She's running her 38 again, which she'll be happy with, and I think she said she practiced well, so she'll be ready to go and put a big score out for us here.
All right, then here we go. 14.25 meters opener, 30 meters return pass towards the dock. Little bit of a gust of wind out there, but Ali Garcia able to control her speed and her width and her general rhythm throughout the slalom course, and affecting a 6 buoy count on pass number 2. So, decent skiing there from Ali Garcia. And we'll, in the meantime, send it to Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with our next contender about to get in the water. So how are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. A little bit of a delay. Had to sit around for a bit, but conditions, I think, definitely got a lot nicer after the rain, so I think it's going to be good.
All right, perfect. So you skied here from individualization, or you didn't?
Yeah, I did. I decided to come over. I've been skiing over in Rocchetto for the week, so came over, wanted to get behind the Malibu for a set. Felt really good, so I think it's going to be good. Felt really solid coming back. I've been here for the last 4 years, so I'm familiar, but I did come take a set.
All right, perfect. We're going to let you finish, get focused and concentrated. Thank you very much again for being here. Good luck on your set, and back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much. And for those of you that want to comment on what you see out there, the way to do that is by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel. Subscribe to that, and not only will you have the ability to be part of our live chat, which is situated on the right-hand side of the live video player, but at the same time, you'll also be able to get notifications as to when we will go live next. Our next live event from here is an IWWF titled event, the U21 Worlds.
Tailwind 12 for Ali. She had a bad gate. She was well overshot it, and then one wasn't good, but she's actually done really, really well here to get back into it. Her 2 was spectacular. Coming into an offside turn like that with all the push she had from the gate, it really does translate. I always find when you have too much speed in the gate, you feel it at buoy 2, but she just committed really well, and it was a perfect 2, exactly the one that she needed. I was a little bit concerned for her with that. I mean, of course, we know that she can run 12, but with that wind behind her and with the overshot gate, it looked a bit rough for a second. So she's through that very well, and she's actually got the headwind 11. Watch this, so that she's pulling rope in because she's had too much speed in that glide with that wind behind her. She didn't pick it maybe quite in the way that she should have done. 1 wasn't beautiful. It looked actually a little better on second viewing, but watch this turn here too. Fantastic. I mean, she has such a good ability to move through the back end of the turn, and she really is very balanced there on the offside.
Yeah, not bad. She just gritted her teeth and just went for it after buoy number 1. Wasn't exactly the most auspicious start, but I mean, that's the thing though, Freddie. I mean, the fact of the matter is that maybe a few years ago, I mean, if she had that start, she'd probably not gotten much beyond halfway down the pass. But her experience in these types of events has definitely made her a much tougher skier and a much more competitive skier by extension there.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean that, we talked about maturity earlier. I mean, and part of that is to not panic. And she's in this. She's done so many tournaments in a row. I mean, I could list them because I've done basically all of them with her, and it's a lot. And let's see this 11. Yeah, good one. Let's see what she can do at 2 here. That'll set her up for the pars. Beautiful 2. She looks really good. Maybe a little long into 3, but she's through. Good 4, and she's nailed it, I reckon. Little on the tail. Good 5, over to 6, and that's really good. That's really fantastic skiing from Ali. She'll be happy with that.
Now that's a big confidence boost going forwards. I mean, she came into number 5 with a lot of speed and just let that ski just roll onto its inside edge and just hook up with the handle. And so as we continue. So looking at the flags, we've got Austria, we've got Belgium, we've got Canada, we've got Czechia, we've got France, we've got the Republic of Georgia, we've got Germany, we've got Great Britain, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands.
You're too fast for the drone, Tony.
Norway, Portugal, Slovakia, South Africa, Sweden, Switzerland, and the United States of America.
Of which you are now a citizen, aren't you, Tony?
Absolutely, as of the 28th of this year,
Well done.
28th of January this year. But there you go. This is Ali Garcia looking at the instant replay.
This is good skiing. There was no point in it where you thought she was going to miss it. She was maybe a touch taily out of 4, but this is really, really good, solid, balanced skiing from Ali, and yeah. Let's see. She'll come back in at 10.75 just now. We can hear the boat behind us. And she'll need a 1.5 to tie lead and a 2 to get the full...
The top spot right at the moment. There's 1. There's number 2. She, there you go, eases up. 2 at 10.75 meters. And at the very least, it's a viable backup. But in tournaments past here at San Gervasio, 2 at 10.75 meters is typically enough to advance with.
I mean, look, I think anyone that runs 11 today will be in the final, I think. But, again, I mentioned it with Manon here, right? Ali got a pretty average 1, and she knew as soon as she got her second hand on the hand ladder 1 that the maximum she was ever going to be able to do was 2. So she stopped at 2. And then, of course, Manon, who had a better 1, went for it at 2, didn't quite get it, and so she's ended up in second. But that's just the nature of the sport. I mean, here, very taily there. Over to 2, S-turn, get the lead. And that works for her. She's now the top seed with 2 to go. So after this round, she will be at worst 3rd. There's definitely...
there's 3 more competitors to go. There's
2, right?
Yeah, there's 2 competitors. Yeah, best is 3rd, and that puts her in the top half of the brackets because when we go to the 3rd and last round, I mean, if nothing changes from here, there are two competitors that maybe can supersede that with 2 at 10.75 meters. That would therefore mean that with Ali being in the top 4, then that would give her either the choice of boat or the choice of
going first, really.
Of going first, yeah.
And realistically, no one's choosing the boat at the moment, right? I mean, when you have the choice to go first or second, you go first so that whoever ties you after you goes out. And that's what we always see. And so that's why, it's really important in a head-to-head to go as big as possible on the first day. I mean, your chances of winning this tournament or at least, getting high up is so, you have to come out of the blocks really fast on the first day to get that advantage on the second day. Shout out to Alan Stadelbauer, by the way, a friend of TWBC and a friend of mine watching. It's pretty great to see him enjoying the webcast from, I imagine, from Miami, which it'd be fairly. Oh no, okay. I'm hearing on the radio it's in Switzerland, but yeah. So Ali Nicholson looking on as Ali Garcia comes in.
13, please, green. A2.
Okay, Alpha 2, 30 meters.
I don't think Ali Nicholson's had a practice here. What does she say?
She says that's warm.
That's warm. Yeah, I mean it's quite chilly here, I have to say. I mean, compared to what it's been all week, where we've just been sweating continuously, it's been, 40 odd or 35 odd degrees in Celsius. What's that in? That's 105 in Fahrenheit, 95 in Fahrenheit.
I think so. It's mid 90s at the very least.
It's hot. So it's been really hot, and it's now really dropped down to, I mean, it must be in the 70s now, or you know, sort of 21, 22, and it's pretty chilly, especially with a little bit of wind. That wind is actually fairly strong, just looking at it. Off the dock, tailwind, which we saw affect the gate of Ali Garcia on her 12. Interestingly here, you know, Ali Nicholson, she always starts at 13, but she's backing herself to run that 11 in the tailwind. It's something we've seen her do a huge number of times, but as that wind gets up, it might just make it a little bit more tricky, especially as I don't think she's practiced. That's right, she was in Recetto. I asked her. She was in Recetto, just checking it out. We've got the World Championships in Recetto in a month and a half's time.
So kind of a double dipping a little bit practice-wise.
Double dipping, that's right.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back here to the dock. We're here with Miss Garcia, who just got done with her set and took the lead with 2 at 10.75. So how was it out there?
It was a lot windier than I thought it was going to be. I can really see how Brooke had issues with her gate coming back. It was really pushing me a lot more than I expected. So when I came back at 38, I was like, you just got to get up on the boat here and stick with it. So I feel like if the wind calms down for second round, there's going to be some really great scores. It feels awesome. It's just a bit breezy.
So as you were coming out of the water, I heard you giving a little piece of advice to Ali. Would you like to share with us what you told her?
I just told her that the tailwind on this end pushed me a bit more than I was expecting. You guys probably saw at my third pass, I almost overshot it quite a bit. So, you know, we're all friends here, help each other out.
Yeah, it's good to see you girls helping each other out. That's definitely something that makes everybody smile. And thank you for being here. It was great to see you ski again. And back to you, Tony.
Yes, two raging Cajuns there on the end of the starting dock.
Bit of team camaraderie there. I wonder if it was the final if she'd have given that same advice. I always think that when all the money's on the line, the points,
especially in the head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it wouldn't happen, but I just wonder. I mean, I can speak for myself. I've never given any advice to someone I'm skiing against when it all matters. That's intellectual property. That's stuff that you learn yourself and don't need to pass on, in my opinion. But maybe I'm just not a very good competitor, not a nice person.
I'm not going to touch it. I'm not going to touch it.
Thank you, Tony. That's very, very generous of you.
Anyway, so we got there Ali Nicholson getting through that pass, and she has a penchant really for staying on that accelerating edge through the back of the boat a little longer than most, but she just has that knack of being able to just whip that ski around, just stay on it and get as much angle as she can to basically backside the buoys quite a bit.
Yeah, she has that fairly long pull, straight leg style, which is definitely hers, but it works. I mean, she's someone that's running 10.75. As we go to Lorenzo.
Hey, welcome back here, dockside. We are here with our last skier in the water, who's also wearing a different color bib. Tell us, why do you have a different color bib?
Because I'm the defending champ.
And how many times have you won here in San Gervasio?
Twice.
All right, nice. So ready to get a nice 3?
Yeah, that's the goal.
Apart from jokes, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, we'll see. Be my first set here. Didn't do any practice, so we'll see how this hot water is compared to the cold English water we were in last week.
All right, I hope you get situated real fast. I know you will, because we know how you ski. Thank you again for being here. The 11th San Gervasio ProAm, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
Oh, getting a little bit deep there on that turn there on number 2. But managing to recover well on number 4.
Wow.
And
she nearly went out the back there at 5. That was That was pretty interesting. I didn't like 2 and I didn't like 5. I mean, she's smiling and she's having fun with it. But that was probably, I think I could probably fairly say that was the least perfect 11 that we've seen. There was 2 points where I was a little bit worried for her. Good 1. Over to 2, maybe got pushed from the wind, but just didn't get that ski through on the offside. She has a pretty good offside generally, but that wasn't exactly it. Back in it at 3, good 3. 4 again, I thought was pretty good, but then as we watch, just out of 5, as she gets a second hand on the handle, it seemed like she just kind of fell back that little bit more than what she was expecting. We're seeing that a little bit today. Watch this here. See, handle up, had to kind of pull the handle in to mitigate the rope that she didn't feel that she had. But she's on, she's around 6, and that's it. So she now has, interestingly, a headwind 10.75, which Manon took, obviously, a couple of skiers ago. It's up, this wind. It's not, not horrible, but it's enough to give it to make you think about it. I think it could be used to her advantage, of course. If she can get out of 1, light line will be kept tight out of 2. Let's see if she can get over to 3 and take the lead. She needs a piece of 3 to take the lead here. What do you think, Tony?
All right, let's see what we've got. I reckon that she can get at least halfway down this pass, and with the headwind slowing her down.
Good one, very
right
good one.
There. No, then anything is possible. A little straightened up into number 3. She gets round 3.
I think she might be. I don't want to call it really, but I'm really surprised because I thought that she had a really good 1. I didn't think 2 was that bad, and then
I think she got round 3.
Yeah, I could well be wrong. It was a lot closer than I thought. Let's just say that. So anyway, we're going to have a look. That's why we got TWBC here. We'll be able to see, with all the angles, exactly what happened. So a very good 1, I thought, from her there. She did a good gate, pulled out very late, but with that wind, she kind of needed to. Let's see this turn here.
Longish pull into 1.
Yeah, but perfect 1. We saw her run 5 at 10.75 and inside of 6 last week at Botas, and I thought she was okay here.
Taking a big jolt there. There you go. That's round 3.
Yeah, she's around it. What do I know?
She's back to the wake.
It was a lot closer than I thought initially, but I think she got around that. So we'll see what the judges give her. I think the score is still under review. But yeah, pulled really long. But the tight line she had at a 1 was perfect, much better than her 5 at 11.
Now let's see where her head jolted a little bit round buoy number 2, taking the hit.
Gosh, wow,
man, her chin was going up as high as the judges' hut.
I don't know. It's funny with all the different angles. I'm not quite seeing.
But there you go.
Yeah, I think. I'm not sure. We'll see what they give her. I'm not sure there's an official score just yet, but she's either tied the lead or she's taken it. So, we're going to see where that lands. It's quite a big call, I guess, really, because, when it comes to seeding, it's not about just making the final here. It is about making it as high as possible in the head, to get your highest seeding in the head-to-head. This is, these head-to-heads, it's the most important to get as high as possible. That it is not a benefit to be in the middle of the pack. You want to be as high as possible so that you can get the pick every time tomorrow, and as a result, have the skier have to beat you instead of, if they tie you, they will be going out.
Okay, to that end, our skier on the water is Jamie Bull. 2 at 39 is the official score for Ali Nicholson, and we'll send it back to Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back here, dockside. Ali just got done skiing, so tell us a bit about how do you feel out there?
I'll be honest, the wind is kind of deceiving standing down here on the dock. I went out at my first pass and was like, whew, that tailwind I knew was going to be kind of challenging for 11, so definitely happy, to just get through 38, equal the lead scored for right now, so at least, hold my spot for the next round, depending on, what Jamie does here, but overall, pretty happy. That round was kind of getting settled. Definitely, like I said, it was a little deceived. There's flags down here on the end. They're moving, but I definitely think it's a lot stronger as you go down the course, and you can't really see that from here. So, yeah, I think the wind is supposed to continue to drop throughout the day, though, so hopefully next round will be better, and hopefully feel a little bit more settled and everything, and get a better score. So we'll see.
All right, we hope to see a better score from you as well, because we love to see you girls battle, and the more buoys you turn, the better the tournament gets. Thank you very much again for being here. It was great seeing you ski again, as usual. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much. As we see Nathan McGarry at the helm of that towboat, and Keith Summerall, our boat judge, accompanying him. And here comes Jamie Ball, who, when she's not doing what we see her do in the off season, she is a backwoods snow ski guide in her native Canada.
Big call there on that 2 or 3 at 39. And again, the final score is 2, and I keep talking about it, but the scoring system it's unfortunate at times. There was Ali Garcia, who turned 2 had no chance of getting to 3, and she's ended up with the exact same score as Ali, who essentially ran over 3 and made it, laterally, 23 further meters to the other side of the lake. So Interesting. But they are now tied, so it's going to come to a backup in terms of their seeding for the next round. The scores are going to be pretty interesting. You can see the roll here on the water. I mean, there's quite a lot of wind, no, Tony?
Yeah, plenty. I mean, and the ski that she's riding, Jamie Ball on the HO Syndicate, seems to be carving up a pretty good path between each buoy. There doesn't seem to be too much of a bubble going into a pre-turn into the next buoy. It just plants that ski in the water, carves it up, and then it's basically off to races. A skier that is truly one with her equipment right now.
Yeah, I remember when she first got on that ski. I think it was 2 years ago. I saw her at the Waterski ProAm in late June of 2023, and it was her first tournament on it. And I watched her run 10.75 going away from the dock, and I just couldn't believe how she was able to sort of make average turns and still get to the other side of the lake and still make it work. And I think that previously when she was on the Alpha that she won the Worlds on, I think in 21, she had to be really turning everything perfectly in order to run that 10.75, and now she's just got space, so the ski really works for her and works with her. As you can see here on the 11, it's a tailwind, and you wouldn't know, and this is the best 11 we've seen all day. It's that couldn't be any easier. She's backsiding 6, very, very easy. Not no surprise, of course, with Jamie. She's so accomplished. She's won basically everything there is to win in the sport. Still missing the Moomba Masters. I'm not sure she's been down there yet, but I think that'll be at some point. That'll be something she wants to get. But apart from that, she's won everything. She's won Africa. A number of weeks ago, she's won all the tournaments through Europe this year. She's won the Malibu Open. She's won the Masters. She's won the Swiss Pro. I don't think there's much on the calendar that she hasn't won. So that's pretty impressive. But I think like we said, she's going for a third San Gervasio here. She missed out 2 years ago when Ali Nicholson won. So, but I think I actually remember the last 2 years she's come out of the blocks here running 10.75 beautifully in the first round. So can she do it here? She's got a nice headwind. She's a strong skier, so that won't. We hear people say about how the headwind can sometimes slow you down, but I think she's so strong and rides her ski so well through the wakes that she won't be getting any of that feel. It's just all positive to hold to get the ski to keep the line tight out of the turn. So I'm pretty excited to see what Jamie can do. I think she's going to run something pretty big. I think she will take the lead. She'll get at least around 3. Let's see what happens. Wind is up, actually. It's probably a little bit more than what she'd like, but she's strong enough. We saw her run it in Morocco, didn't we, Tony? So let's see what she can do.
Okay, however far she can get on 10.75 meters is definitely going to cement her participation through to the next round of the competition.
Now they're at 3.
3. Oh, she takes the lead. And I don't know whether she made a play on number 4, but I think it is going to be at least 3 for certain. And I don't know whether that ski actually made it on the outside, which is why the skier is under review so far as that score is concerned. As Jamie Ball rounds off the first round of the Pro Women's competition. Back into the dock, Jamie Ball, the current and 2-time World Slalom champion.
Yeah, surprised there, I have to say, because she's got such a good offside. Her gait, I thought, was good. Maybe a touch of a heavy turning, but came out of 1 beautifully. And 2 was really good. And it looked like potentially that wind did catch her, converse to what I was saying. Watch here, just as she comes off the handle, she suddenly feels narrow. And you can see that spare arm going up in the air and just feeling a little bit narrower than she thought she would. And then, I think that's inside 4. So she'll be disappointed, especially having had the start. But like I said, the wind is, as we watch the lake now, I mean, it's actually pushing. I mean, it's got to be 10-mile-an-hour headwind, I would say, which is enough to really push you off. Especially, she was almost in such good shape out of 2 that she maybe just came off the gas a little early. She maybe could have pulled a little longer. And then you can just see here that's she's like, oh, I'm narrow, and a shame because she looked great there. But final score is 3, which is the lead, and it's quite bunched up at the women's with 3 2-2s and a 1.5.
Hey guys, welcome back here dockside. We're here with Jamie, who just got done skiing, and she just did the best score of round 1 through a 10.75. How did it feel out there?
Yeah, it felt okay. It's definitely getting windy. The headwind is harder than the tailwind for me. Just like a lot of spray in your face. So my start was good. 1 was good. 2 was good. I felt good coming into 3, but kind of got disoriented and then came off the handle too early for how strong the wind was. So yeah, everything else like felt solid, but yeah, definitely just like a little, whoa, a lot of water.
A little spray in your face, couldn't see anything. Well, we know how it is. We've all been there. Well, but thank you very much for being here. It was great seeing you skiing again. It's always great to see you ski. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you there, Lorenzo, our dockside reporter. And here is our slalom leaderboard. We've got that score of Jamie Ball that's currently in the lead with 3 at 10.75 meters. We have a two-way tie for second with Ali Garcia and Ali Nicholson. And Manon Costar rounds off the top 4 now, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. That's going to be interesting because that is going to really determine what score has to be gotten to at least put yourself in the contention for a top 8 spot. And to that end, Anne-Marie Wroblewski, Jamie Metcalf, Chiara Bonneman, and Beatrizia Yanni occupying the places 5th through to 8 right now. And on the outside looking in is Violetta Mosioski from Argentina, Brooke Baldwin in 10th, Dora Varga in 11th, and rounding off the list is Nikki Kuhn with 1.5 on the 12-meter line.
That's a pretty high level, Tony, isn't it? I mean, I think we normally see something a little bit lower than that in the top 8, and we've only had one round. So I think, Bear-Yanni's done really well to run that 4. I think looking down the list, I think Brooke Baldwin's going to be, thinking, well, I can run that, I can beat that. So the next round's going to be very interesting. I'd say that, the ladies that have run 11 are probably safe. So, it's going to be an interesting next round. And I think that we'll see some bigger scores than the 3, especially, if the wind dies down a little bit. We heard them sort of mentioning how tough it was out there with the headwind and the tailwind. So big next round, Tony.
All right, then. So we got a little bit of time. So we're playing the game show that's taken the world by storm. It is called Pick Your Pass. So I defer the honor of going first to you, Freddie. So what you got?
Well, I almost want to say Jamie's 11 because I think it was really exceptional in that tailwind. But I'd like to see Brooke Baldwin's 12. I think.
Oh, I wanted that one.
Oh, really? Okay, it's interesting. I thought I was doing an outside choice. So Brooke Baldwin's 12. Just because she just made a couple of little errors there, which I think that I would like to see. It was amazing how quickly that can be pulled up. Yeah, it's just a symptom of what we've seen throughout the day with a number of the skiers. That handle, especially on the onside, just coming in that little bit earlier. That boat not moving away in the way that they're sort of maybe used to. So then we'll just see here that the strength that she had, the handle, more or less at head height, but she's strong enough to make it work and good enough of a skier. And I mean, like I say, it is so impressive the way that she has basically only skied in tournaments this year. She kind of, she did a handful of sets before turning up to these events, and she's skiing so well, actually improving her level, not including this round, of course, but she will, I'm sure, do better afterwards. I love that throw of the hand there, just like, what's going on? I feel a little bit lost. But yeah, interesting to see, and I think that's something that's fairly symptomatic. We saw it with Ali Nicholson too, that handle just coming a little bit early. So.
All right, then, my packs that I'm picking Manon Costar's 11.25 meter run. And interesting that I actually picked that one is because I wanted to see how that ski that she's jumped back on is reacting to what she's done in the past tournaments prior to this one, and
it was a pass. I remember that it wasn't necessarily perfect by any means, but it was very functional. She was always in it. She was never missing it, and it looks it looks good.
All right, so just looking at this for Manon Costar, and we're hearing some news that the men's slalom competition, our next event, the minimum starting rope length is going to be 13 meters right from the get-go.
Well, which is what it was planned to be, but then I think I heard rumor, not confirmation, that it was going to be a 12 start, which would have been, would have been fairly tricky. But I think with the, it's 20 past 1 here. The sun and gets pretty bad later in the day, as much as it's overcast now. So we've got 2 rounds of men's skiing, 30 skiers, 15 each, 30 skiers plus another, I think, 12 women, so 42 skiers left to be done, in sort of 6 hours. I wonder if, of course, when you start at you start at 12, that's always a time-saving situation. And we've seen that happen at Swiss Pro, for example, so that we can get the skiers through, because it's not, you don't lose just one pass, you lose generally 2. The men slalom field, they tend to run into 10.25. So when you run into 10.25, that's starting at 13, you're running away from the dock, and that means you have to stop at the far end. So really it's a 6-pass set, even if the skier is not skiing the last 2 passes or most of the last 2 passes. So, you're adding an extra 50% onto what would be a 4-pass set starting at 12, with the exception of the unlikely event of multiple people running into 43.
It also lessens the options for a lot of the skiers, because maybe 1 or 2 would want to go in on 14.25 meters and then figure, okay, let's try and opt up.
Well, no, you can't start at 13. The minimum start length is 13. But if you start at 12, then look, on a day like today, if you start at 12, you're going to have a tailwind off the dock. We heard Ali Garcia saying that it was very tricky. 12 off the dock, and then you have 39 off the dock, 10.75 off the dock, which is tough, in that tailwind.
Yeah.
Going away from the dock, so yeah, I get it. I understand why that is. I hope there's going to be enough time to finish everything, but with that, hopefully that rain staying away, we'll be all right. So let's see what happens. In a lot of ways, it's very typical for people to start at 13 in the first round. I think we're probably going to have to start at 12 in the second round, but at least that you can have that set to build in and understand what's going on. So we'll see.
All right then. So our black Malibu has made its way back to the dock. Our boat driver this time is Manuel Domini. And he's driven here on several occasions and certainly knows the score when it comes to driving for this level of skier at this given tournament.
He drove the best ever round of tournament water skiing that ever happened in Caefas 2 years ago.
Oh yeah,
with three scores into 9.75. Very, very accomplished driver. We got great drivers this weekend, which is very exciting, and the boats feel very good. I've had a couple of sets this week, so we're very lucky. We're set up for a good event. Anyway, I'm going to leave you with that, Tony. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, you got to get ready.
I'll catch you before too long.
All right, there. So our boat judge is Sofia Lotti from Italia, and our first skier to take to the water, also from Italia, it is Carlo Alais. So Carlo Alais, certainly a well-decorated men's slalom athlete from Italia, and going in on 13 meters, pass that he typically goes in with to start things off. Let's see what she's got. There's number 1 and number 2 on 13, setting himself up with Alpha 1 on the 0-off system. Looking in good shape here. And as smooth as he goes. Let's check in with Lorenzo.
Hey, welcome back here, Dockside. Welcome back, Dockside. We're here with Martin Brataski, our second skier, men pro of the day. So, Martin, how are you feeling this morning?
Good. Weather got better, a little windy still, but the rain's gone at least. I was thinking we would ski in the rain, but that's better now, so should be good.
So, how many tournaments have you done so far this season?
It's been quite a few. I don't know, 5, 6, 7. We kind of go since April.
So you're ready? You feel ready? You've been skiing good?
You kind of stop counting by midsummer. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely ready.
All right, perfect. We can't wait to see you in the water. Good to have you here with us. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right then, folks. As we see Matteo Lazzeri, he's getting psyched up. Headphones are part of his way of preparing for the sets that he would ordinarily take. So let's have a quick look at the list of skiers if we can get that up in a short while. But there we go. There's our start list: Lutzeri, Bartalski, Adams, Marino, Parrish, Florian Paff, Carter Eaton, Aaron Davies, Sasha Deskin, Will Asher, Thomas de Gasperi, Rob Hazelwood, Freddie Winter, and our defending champion, Jonathan Travers. Let's see what he has. Carlo Elias, 12 meters, and absolutely on fire with the first two passes, 13 and 12. No worries there for him. Wind's starting to gust up a little bit, which might be a cause for concern for one or two of our athletes. And there is Matteo Lutzeri, who will be our second skier off, who's been slaloming pretty decently of late, getting into 10.25 meters on a number of occasions over the last 1, 2, 3 seasons. So Carlo Elias, smooth as it gets. Just let himself get stacked behind the boat and just holding his direction from side to side. Look at him go. Skier well and truly into his 40s and still slaloming at this high level. Good to see him out there. That is Carlo Elias. As we take another look at Matteo Lutzeri. I'm sure he'll be watching on with great enthusiasm. Probably not the best word to describe that, but here we go. This is Carlo Elias on 11.25 meters, all getting broken down into buoy number 1, and just not the best start that he could have truly hoped for on 11.25 meters. The ski getting behind him, and unfortunately it's resulted in a less than satisfactory score so far as Carlo Elias is concerned. Just brought the handle in, and when you bring the handle in, and especially into your outside hip, it just stops the ski cold from continuing its turn and its angulation, and Carlo Elias just unable to get that ski far enough ahead of him to make sure that it carries all the speed that he had into the turn and away from it. So as we continue on, our watch party is in effect. That's Valerie Stadelbauer right there on your screen, and she's watching us from Geneva in Switzerland. And if you want to be a part of the watch party that's going on right now, waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party, or you can go to waterskibroadcasting.com and navigate from the menu at the top of the page. Share with us your watching of the coverage, your viewing of the coverage, I should say. waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party, and also at the same time enter for your chance to win yourself a D3 or Connolly slalom ski by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. So, we got Carlo Elias making his way back to the dock. Not quite pleased with that effort, but we might be able to hear from him and his thoughts in a moment or so. But in the meantime, we'll move on from one Italian slalomer to the next one. It is going to be skier from Italia. It is going to be Matteo Lutzeri, one of the brilliant minds that are organizing this competition for the 11th straight season. The 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, continuing right along. And we've got Matteo Luzzeri looking to try and stamp his authority on this event, knowing that if he can get a good portion of the way down 10.25 meters, then that will certainly help his cause no end here at the 7th stop of the Waterski Pro Tour. This is Matteo Luzzeri. Pulling out, getting the good glide. Not too much speed coming into the entrance gate. Wind is blowing from the north and east, meaning it's a slight crosstail. And as Matteo Luzzeri runs through that opener, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back dockside. We're here with Carlo Laus, who just got done skiing. So, Carlo, before we talk about your set, I just want to congratulate you because something very nice happened in your life recently. Can you tell us a little bit of what's new in your life?
I didn't know you knew it, actually. No, everyone knows, actually. Yeah, finally I became dad. Now it's 3 months, almost. And it's really, really nice.
Yeah, I bet it is. Congratulations, Carlo. I see you very happy about it. Yeah. And now let's go back to water skiing. What happened out there on your set?
That's a good question. I don't know yet. We were worried about the wind, but conditions so far are pretty good. 12 coming back, it was actually perfect. Like a little bit of breeze, a little bit more than a breeze, but it was perfect. Going down, I think the wind, it was kind of spinning a little more. It was crosswind, and it totally messed up my gate. That's it.
All right, perfect. Well, we know that you're very analytical. We know that you have the luck of having us here, so you can go and watch your mistakes again. Thank you for being here, by the way, and good seeing you skiing again. And congratulations on newborn. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So I would like to offer my congratulations there as well for Carlo Elias. Certainly a little bit of news there that I hadn't picked up on, but he's a dad. He's 3 months ago. Matteo Luzzeri, 12 meters. Oh, getting a little bit deep off number 3 into 4, but still managing to keep things on an even keel. 13 and 12 meters. He'll attempt 11.25 meters. Pulls out to the side of that Malibu towboat. And we'll see what transpires with the next few passes for Matteo Luzzeri. Good smattering of people there in the cafe that's next to our venue here. Maybe that's a little bit of a watch party that someone can hit us up with by way of a photo, which you can send through the website, or actually you can use the QR code if you want to be a watch party that we highlight. Scan that QR code or go to waterskibroadcasting.com. All right, deep in thought there and getting prepared for his set. Skier that we won't ski until we get to the very end. That's Jonathan Travers. In the meantime, here is Matteo Luzzeri on 11.25 meters. A better start here. Not nearly as bogged down as he was on the previous pass of 12, and that was 11, and seemed to have gotten his act together with that run. 39.5 off. It's coming up next, 10.75 meters for Matteo Luzzeri. Here in the men's slalom round 1. Each of the competitors at the very least wanting to get a respectable score under his belt. to at least keep him in contention. That is 2 rounds of qualifying. We've got the first round going on right now in the men's slalom, and then we will go into the second round of the junior challenge, the women's slalom, and indeed the men's slalom. Probably take a little bit of a while, and we are a little bit behind schedule. We lost an hour of skiing due to a severe storm that came in, bringing us rain and wind and what have you. But let's have a look and see what Matteo Lazzeri can do on 10.75 meters. Would, in most instances, this would be a must-run pass to keep himself in contention. There's number 1, gets it to go. Round buoy number 2, he's good and wide. Round number 3, a little bit narrow there on 3, but he's oh, look at that turn on buoy number 4. Managed to control the line well enough to make this pass. Good skiing there for Matteo Lazzeri. Certainly wasn't the perfect pass that he would have liked by any stretch of the imagination, but sometimes you just got to grit your teeth and go for it. You know, there's no two ways about it. This sport can either be perfect or indeed being able to run the pass less than perfectly is sometimes the best way in which you're judged as to whether you're an above average slalom skier. I mean, certainly, he got everything out of that turn on buoy number 2 and kept everything going. It's when you have turns and situations like that on buoy number 4, that's where you make your bread and butter. Round all 6 buoys at 10.75 meters and looking strong towards the end there. So let's see what he can do at 10.25 meters. This is 41 off. He's been fairly consistent by getting scores at least 1/3 the way or even halfway through each run. There's 1. Look at him go. Round number 2, he's still there, you know. Round number 3, and halfway down the pass, he will settle for that. Absolutely. And that might have actually punched his ticket through to the head-to-head competition, which will take place on Sunday. Obviously, there are a lot of scores to be posted by our next few skiers. But for Matteo Lazzeri, running up a season's best score of 3 at 10.25 meters, and certainly putting the rest of the competition on notice here, the Matteo Lazzeri is in contention. Round 3 to the wakes before the boat guides, and there you go. Good solid effort there from Matteo Lazzeri. Entrance gate. Now, let's not forget that at least a couple of seasons ago, Matteo Lazzeri actually injured himself in the San Gervasio ProAm. He tore up an Achilles tendon. So he hasn't exactly had the best of luck in regards to competing in this specific event in which he is an instrumental part in organizing. But for the moment, Matteo Lazzeri is ahead of the curve right now. So as he makes his way back to the dock, I'm sure that he's going to get a cheer or two or a ripple of applause from the Italian crowd. Matteo Lazzeri, 3 at 10.25 meters. And isn't he excited? All right, so Matteo Lazzeri back to the dock. getting some support from his native Italian friends next to the starting dock. Our next skier to take to the water, originally from the Central European nation of Slovakia, it's going to be Martin Bartalski. All right, let's see what we've got. Martin Bartalski is waiting on that line to tighten up. I would imagine that this is going to be a 13-meter start, a line length that he's well accustomed to going into the course at for his first pass of hopefully many. Here we go, coming on in, pass number 1, 13 meters, Martin Bartalski, boat speed is 58k. That speed is regulated by our zero-off system, a GPS-based system. Has taken a lot of the guesswork out of keeping the boat speed accurate enough. And with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Hey everybody, welcome back here dockside. We're here with our next contender, Nicholas Adams. So how are you feeling this morning?
Ready to go.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. What do you think about the conditions out here? Did you have a chance to walk around the course to see how the wind is acting?
Yeah, I checked it out before. I mean, it's been a bit busy because we've had the storm come through, but obviously Matteo ripped it up. There's no excuses out there now.
Oh, yeah, definitely. There are no excuses. We'll let you get ready. We know that you want to get focused. Thank you very much for being here at the 11th San Gervasio ProAm. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Good to see Nick Adams here all the way from Australia. And equally so, great to see Martin Bartalski here from Slovakia. All right, there's our current leaderboard. Matteo Lezzeri in the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters. Carlo Elias with 2 on 11.25 meters. So the latter of those two needing to pull out an exceptional performance in order to stay in contention. Certainly interesting to see what tactics and strategy each skier goes into the course with, whether to go all out on the opening round, or at least set up a halfway decent baseline. So if it came down to a tied position, then the skier in question might well prevail. All right, then, with that, let's go to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back dockside. We're here with Matteo Lezzeri. Just got done skiing with an amazing score of 3 at 10.25. So, Matteo, when's the last time that you ran this score?
About a week and a half before I broke my Achilles 2 years ago. So it's been basically 2 years since I saw this score. It's been a good month of training. I've been getting over and over in training, but as you well know, training is not competition. So I'm happy to got it done here at home. First round after a very wet and windy morning where we had to hold on to tents and gear. Now I'm very happy.
Oh, I bet you're happy, especially because this tournament, it's your baby. We can say that. This tournament is your baby, so it must be thrilling to do a score like that at your tournament.
Yeah, and now that you make me think about it, I've never done 3 at the Pro-Am, so that's actually my PB at the Pro-Am.
All right, perfect. It's amazing to see you with this big smile. Thank you for having us. Thank you for putting up this amazing event year after year. It's a great pleasure being here and support your tournament. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, then, and well done once again to Matteo Lezzeri, who's been quite literally and figuratively holding it down for us here at the Pro-Am. Martin Bartalski at 11.25 meters. keeping some good angle behind the boat, and nicely done round all 6 buoys, and keeping himself in a decent position as Manuel Domini steers the boat outside the course, and there's going to be about 35 seconds by the time he drops into the water before the throttle gets mashed again towards the slalom course. Nick Adams taking a good swig of water here as he gets ready to go, and here's Martin Bartowski. A little flat-footed into number 1, which is understandable considering that's his neutral side turn. More than makes up for that deficit by turning wonderfully on number 2, and replicates that kind of turn on number 4 to keep him over squarely and over the ski and able to get through that pass. So there we go. That is Martin Bartowski. There is Nick Adams all the way from Australia. Just trying to get himself situated and psyched up for what he needs to do. Only one skier so far has run through this upcoming pass at 10.75 meters, and that is our current leader, Matteo Lazzeri. Let's see what Bart can do. There's one. Oh, getting in deep here. Round buoy number 2. That's an exceptional turn. Round number 3, still there, you know. He's round number 4. I don't know how many times he's run this in the past, and for Martin Bartowski, it was certainly close to it. 4.5 at 10.75 meters. Could that be enough to keep him in contention? No, in the tournaments past, it's taken something in the latter stages of 10.75 meters to get close to having one of those coveted top 8 spots to advance through to our head-to-head slalom final on Sunday. But he certainly had the rhythm and the composure necessary on the first 2/3 of the course at 10.75 meters to make that happen. Anxiety starting to eat away at him off number 4 into number 5, and then the 5-ball monster crept in and grabbed him by the ankles, and but there you go. That is. So Martin Bartowski getting the score of 4.5 at 10.75 meters, which I believe puts him in second spot at this time. All right, then. So moving on from Slovakia, we now come down to Australia. 30 meters for Nick Adams. Now, Nick Adams employing a technique which is almost entirely dependent upon the fact that he does stand considerably taller than most of his competitors. And not looking too bad on pass number 1. And with that, let's check in. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Lorenzo. Welcome back dockside. We're here with our next skier straight from Italy, Vincenzo Marino. So, Vince, how are you doing this morning?
Oh, pretty good. This morning was raining, but now it's pretty good. No wind at all, so it's going to be fun.
And have you been practicing a lot here in San Gervasio? You just came from Recetto straight and jumped on the water.
Yeah, I training 2 days ago, and it was pretty good, so I'm pretty pumped for this competition.
All right, we're pumped to see you, and I bet Tony's also pumped to see you because he loves to say your name. He says that it's really musical, so we can wait to see you in the water. Thank you again for being here, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Lorenzo and Vincenzo Marino getting ready to go. All right, so there's our leaderboard. Currently, Matteo Lazzeri in the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters. And there is our current running order: Marino, Parish, Path, Eaton, Davies, and the rest of the list, as you saw there briefly. So here we go, folks. This is Nick Adams of Australia. So sure that our good friends from Australia are watching Nick Adams excel out here on 12 meters. Little bit stiff-legged on number 4, but that's generally the way that he skis anyhow. Getting around all 6 buoys, not a problem there for Nick Adams. So let's look at some of the messages that have come through. Zane Nicholson is plinted in, especially during the time that his sister was skiing. And almost got into a bit of an argument with one of our other folks that are messaged in as well. But hopefully they can keep it civil between now and the end. As Nick Adams settling into the water. Only about a 45-second drop from on each end as Peter Smith shares his watch party with us. I'm not too sure where Pete Smith is actually sending this from, but it's probably somewhere in Australia or something like that, you know, because they have a great big roaring fire in the background. And in Europe right now, I mean, the last thing you want to have in your house is a fire. But thanks a lot, Pete Smith, and kudos to you for tuning in to this event and to the others that you've been an enthusiastic supporter of during the TWBC webcast coverage season. This is Nick Adams at 11.25 meters. There's 1 and number 2. Number 3. Keeping it going. Number 4 and number 5 just trying to hang on, and there he goes, and pulling along into number 6 and taking his time before he drove his ski through the exit gates to complete that run. Handle up a little bit high on the entrance gate, so not getting full leverage, but he has control, allowing that ski to work for him. And looking excellent around buoy number 4, and number 5 just getting a little bit on the gas a little bit early, and not allowing for the ski to fully rotate, but whatever he conjured up, it was more than enough for him to get around number 6. Now, this is where it's going to start getting a little bit interesting here for Nick Adams. It is 10.75 meters. 10.75 meters right now for Nick Adams. And it's kind of hard to say at this juncture, given we have 15 skiers in this event and only 8 make it through to the third last round head-to-head competition. But in years past, it's taken something in the high echelon of about 5 or 6 at 10.75 meters and low at 10.25 meters to maybe make an impact here. 10.75 meters for Nick Adams. Now he's really going to have to hustle here. He's round 4, and he does not get outside buoy number 4, so 3 at the very least for Nick Adams. We'll get a more forensic look at what is actually produced, but for my money, it looks like he's there at the halfway mark at 10.75 meters. Could that be enough to send him through? We will see in the fullness of time. But looking at the instant replay for Nick Adams, it all looked pretty good off buoy number 1. He's a lefty, which meant that he could have taken full advantage on number 1 and stayed ahead of the game for number 2. And he just completely lost his bearings and balance. And I don't know, actually. I mean, I saw plenty of red there on the inside of his spray there. So it is 4, actually. So it's a 4 buoy count. And 4 buoys for Nick Adams. Currently putting himself in 4th place right now. actually in third place right now because the lowest score that we've seen so far is the 2 at 11.25 meters by Carlo Lai. So after 4 skiers, we see Matteo Luzzeri in the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters, 4.5 at 10.75 meters for Martin Bartelski. Currently in third place, Nick Adams on 4 at 10.75 meters. And currently on the water at this moment at 13 meters, Vincenzo Marino. Coming to us originally from the island region of Sicily in the southern portion of Italia. And with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the dock. We're here with our next skier, Mr. Chris Perry. So Chris, how are you feeling this morning?
Oh, the heart rate is definitely up a little bit, but that's to be expected. And man, this is, I haven't even skied yet, and this is just such a first-class event that's run here, and I'm excited to ski.
So you were just telling me, but tell to the spectators at home, when was your last pro event?
Yeah, my last pro event was the fall of 23 at the Mastercraft Pro.
So it's been a while, but you've been around the block enough not to be too nervous, right?
I'm hoping so. Yeah.
All right, perfect. We'll let you get ready. We'll let you get focused. Thank you very much for being here. It's such an honor having such a great name like you here with us. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
And if there was ever such a big disparity between the height of our interviewer and the interviewee, you just saw it there between Lorenzo and the tower that is Chris Parrish. And we look forward to seeing him just slice and dice it out there on the slalom course within the next few minutes. So, let's have a look and see what we've got. Skier on the water is Vincenzo Marino. It's gone through 13. This is now 12 meters. And Vincenzo Marino, a very, very capable overall skier, but he is an exceptional slalomer. I believe the first time he got into 10.25 meters was last season, and looking to try and replicate that kind of form here and now. He might have actually gotten close to 10.25 meters in the European Championships, which took place a couple of seasons ago here. But in the meantime, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Everybody, welcome back here. We are shoreside with Martin Bartelski. You got done skiing. Tell us a little bit what happened out there, buddy.
It actually felt better than the result. I thought I was actually having the 39. It wasn't bad. I wasn't necessarily early, but I wasn't. It was definitely runnable. Didn't want a safety during 5. I ended up falling at 5. I don't know if one's better than the other.
Well, I know, but I'm pretty sure that you know what you did wrong, and I know that you're going to analyze and correct yourself and go better in round 2.
Yeah, for sure. And the weather is getting much better. It started off pretty windy. By my 4th pass, it was actually really nice. So I think it's continuously getting better today, so it should be a really nice second round.
All right, we really hope so. We really hope to see you run that pass in second round. Thank you again for being here, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So, continuing right along, Vincenzo Marino. He's gone through these opening 2 passes. This is pass number 3. This is 11.25 meters. A skier who is currently on the roster at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette's Raging Cajuns. So he's already got 1 national championship as a team skier under his belt. So there you go. That is Vincenzo Marino, 11.25 meters, and making very, very light work on that particular run as he gets ready for 10.75 meters. We'll have a look at the instant replay. Keeping the handle down nice and low, ensuring that he has adequate leverage. And just look at that turn-off buoy number 1. He may not have been in total balance, but he had the ski underneath him and already on its way to the races by the time that he got his position back under the line. Bringing the ski out nice and wide, just ripping that turn, and a little bit of an aerial edge change. There was certainly a little bit of air between the ski and the water going into the into the edge change. And Lars Kuhne, yes, and he submitted a picture of his watch party, which just so happens to be here. No, that's the actual big screen TV that we actually use so for the watch party. So does that count, Vince? So if you want to send us a picture of your watch party, wherever in the world you are watching us from, please do send that through waterskibroadcasting.com. In a moment, we'll give you the QR code if you want to go that route. Here we go, Vincenzo Marino, 10.75 meters. There's one. There's number two. A little bit down course, but he's still there. He's still there. He's taking hits. He's taking shots. And unfortunately, resulting in a score of 3.5 at 10.75 meters, which means he's really got to ski his socks off in the next round. But there you go. That's Vincenzo Marino. Certainly getting a little bit excited towards the end of the first two-thirds of the slalom course. Vincenzo Marino got everything that he wanted off buoy number one. He was nice and early into buoy number two, brought the handle in, a little bit of a head jolt as exhibited on number two and on number three. And he just needed to calm himself down. He just brought the handle in way too early before the ski had a chance to make its turn. He just popped the tail, and then it was just a case of goodbye, Mr. Bond. Round buoy number one, round number two. I'm just looking at the instant replay. He had everything going for him on this pass to try and get round all six buoys, but unfortunately he has to make do with 3 1/2. That is Vincenzo Marino. All right then. So Sean Lichtman, he's got his watch party going on. I'm not too sure from where he sent that to us, but we certainly thank him for his participation. And let's get some more watch parties going. waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party. Here's Chris Parrish. It's been a while since we've seen him compete at this level, but using that Syndicate Omega to great effect. And let's check in with Lorenzo.
Everybody, welcome back here dockside. We're here with our next competitor, Florian Path. So, Florian, let me ask you this. How does it feel to jump in the water after a legend like Chris Parrish?
Well, I feel really tense. I'm nervous. I hope I can do my best. That's all.
Let me ask you this now. How have you been skiing? How's been going in practice so far?
It's not going too bad. I'm struggling a little bit with back pain right now. But it should be fine.
All right, perfect. We hope it's going to be fine for you. We really hope. Fingers crossed. Good luck to you. Thank you very much to be at your home side, actually. But as usual, back to you, Tony.
Okay, so I just gotten word that Vincenzo Marino's score of 3.5 at 10.75 meters is his season's best so far, but I have seen him go through 10.75 meters in the past tournament here in San Gervasio, whether that was the European Championships or San Gervasio, not too sure which one, but he's certainly got a lot of work to do if he's to be a part of that top 8 of skiers through to the third round final. In the meantime, let's continue to observe the progress here of Chris Parrish, 12 meters. Just trying to stay within his natural default form out there. That is a 6 buoy count, 12 meters, no worries. And that is Chris Parrish. So Chris Parrish in the water, getting ready to go, and just responding to a comment or two from the driver, who is Manuel Domini. Sophia Lotti is our boat judge, and we've got a talented group of officials who are currently up in the tower right now and observing what's going on here. We've got our gate judges, we've got our scoring judges, as well as our calculator. And, of course, they're all led by our good friend, Mr. Candido Mose. Currently, our leader is Matteo Luzzeri in this competition with the best score that he's ever produced in this particular tournament, with 3 at 10.25 meters, and he's not. And he's looking pretty good at the moment for a spot in the top 8. But there's a lot of skiing to come before we can make any kind of precise assumptions here going forward. And here we go. This is Chris Parrish, 11.25 meters, using his height and his determination to make this pass a reality. 11.25 meters. Just getting settled in. Good, decent rhythm and great skiing there for Chris Parrish. Can't really fault that pass or see anything too out of the ordinary there for Chris. As we check in on Will Asher going through his stretching exercises, just trying to get all the wrinkles out of his body from a muscular standpoint. It's good to see Chris Parrish once again on the pro circuit. And especially great to see him here in Italy doing what he does best. Using all of the advantage that his height offers him. And here we go, folks. We're seeing there a Florian Path in the background there on the starting dock. There you see the leaderboard, and those are the scores that Chris Parrish is trying to chase down. All right, here we go. Chris Parrish, this is 10.75 meters. Only one person has run this pass so far. Could the next one be our skier from Central Florida? There you go. There's number 4. There's number 5. And ladies and gentlemen, what about this? I'm not too sure whether he made it through the exit gates. He seems to be convinced that he has. He's convinced that he has because he's still holding on to the handle. We're going to take a look at the instant replay. That score is under review. We're going to take a look at this at a little bit more of a forensic level. There's number 1, about as good as it gets. And number 2, so the first third, the slalom course, looking good and looking strong after the first half of the course. And then he gets around buoy number 4, and at this point, I'm sure there are a good few of you fans out there watching this. And then he just got out of his stack there. He gets round number 6. Now we go through the exit gate. Oh, I'm not sure, you know. I am not sure. We may have to look at this at a different angle. So it's either a continuation or not here for Chris Parrish.
Thank you, brother. Thanks. Way to stay in there. Yeah, thank you. He feels incredible, bro. Yeah, good.
So what is the verdict going to be from our officials? But I think right now they might well be tempted to go straight ahead into the next pass anyway and let the chips fall as they may. Just waiting on the decision from our officials to determine whether he was okay going through the exit gates, or whether he smoked the left-hand exit ball. All right, 6 and continuation approved for Chris Parrish. Now he's going to launch an assault towards Matteo Lizzeri, who's the only other skier in this event to have gotten to the 10.25 meter line. Isn't this rolling back the years? Come on, this is Chris Parrish, entrance gates. Round number 1. There's number 2, and I think he just ran out of steam towards the end with one buoy at 10.25 meters. That is Chris Parrish. All right, so we'll get to talk to Chris Parrish in a moment, because we have a microphone that's almost adjacent to him. But let's have a look at this entrance gate into buoy number 1. A little bit on the tail, just couldn't get enough at the front of the ski down to get angle, but he's well inside buoy number 2. Throws the handle away from him, and that is a score into 10.25 meters. Whether it'll be enough to see him through to the 8 skier head-to-head competition, we'll find out in the fullness of time. All right, so we're waiting on Florian Paff to come into the slalom course. We've got our remaining skiers there on the left-hand side of the screen. And Chris Parrish currently in second spot right now. We're one of only 2 skiers to get through 10.75 minutes thus far, but rest assured that it won't be the last. So the boat making its way back. And still in the lead is Matteo Lizzeri with his score of 3 at 10.25 meters. Chris Parrish with 1 at 10.25 meters is currently in runner-up spot right now. How many skiers do we have? Well, we have at least 9 more skiers to go. Yep, exactly 9 more skiers. Starting off with Florian Paff. 8 skiers make it through to the final on Sunday. We still got another round of skiing to come for all of our pro categories, whether it's the Junior Challenge, the Women's Slalom, and indeed the Men's Slalom. And it's the best score from out of those 2 rounds that will determine the top 8 that go through to the next round. Now, obviously, tie-breaking rules come into effect as well, but it is an absolute amount of skiers, 8 skiers, because the third and last round has the head-to-head component attached to it, and obviously we need an even number of skiers, and 8 is the number that we send through to the final in the pro women and pro men. This is Florian Paff. He comes to us out of Italy. So let's send it back over to Lorenzo.
All right, guys, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Ethan Carter, our next contender. So, Ethan, how's it going so far?
Pretty good, man. Ready to go.
Ready to go? So have you checked out the side? Have you skied here yesterday or the day before?
Yeah, a couple sets. The water's like, like 120 degrees. Otherwise, it feels really good.
And I asked this earlier to the ladies, but now that you mentioned the water temperature, I'm going to ask you the same thing. Do you adjust in anyhow the way you attack the slalom course based on the temperature on the water, or you just go and feel it?
It just feels different. Got to go with it.
But do you try to adjust yourself knowing that you're in hotter water compared to colder water than what you probably are used at home back in Alaska?
Not really. I think it's like subconscious. You take your practice rides, you feel the difference, and you go for it.
All right, perfect. We let you get ready, let you finish, get ready, let you finish, get concentrated. Thank you very much for being here at the San Gervasio ProAm, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
I know assessment at temperature is a little bit skewed in somewhere like Alaska, but 120 degrees, probably a little bit hot for skiing. So there's Manuel getting ready for the 12-meter line. This is Florian Paf, another Italian skier who is also a collegiate athlete, skiing for Louisiana Lafayette's Raging Cajuns. Oh, getting in a little bit deep off buoy number one. Barely managing to get the ski outside. And Florian Paf, he's having difficulty getting width on 135, and it's affecting other components on his technique. And Florian Paf having confidence difficulties going forward ever since he took a pretty huge fall last season at the Collegiate Nationals. So let's see if he can carve a path to better things to happen in the future, starting right now. And there we see we see Aaron Davies there, and we'll see him ski next on a D3 slalom ski, which you could win if you enter for your for the audience prize competition. More details on waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. And also, if you want to submit a picture of your watch party, then check out the same site as well, waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party. It's all there for you. Let's see what Florian Paf can do. He's gotten through 13 and 12. He has I believe his personal best is somewhere either deep into 10.75 meters, or his season's best is 5.5 on 10.75 meters. Let's see if you can get somewhere close. There's one. There's number two. Dropping in hard on each turn. Keeping it going. 11.25 meters. And that pass was a heck of a lot better than the previous one. That much I can tell you. Florian Paf. And we see dockside there, a Will Asher just trying to get situated. And here we go, Florian Paf once again on our instant replay. Like the way that he attacks his 135 side, getting maximum angle. Now, sometimes that comes at the expense of line control, but Florian Paf seems to be able to exhibit better line control when he is skiing with the tailwind pass as opposed to the headwind. And it's the next pass that's coming up that is going to be into the headwind. It's going to be 10.75 meters for Florian.
Power to weight. Yeah. Power's still the same.
The weight.
Percentage.
So here he comes into the course. All eyes on Florian Paf. 10.75 meters. Two people have run this pass so far in this round of competition. There's one. There's number two. Looking good for number three. Handle all over the show. He's got control back of the handle. He's still there. Let's go! Vea! So good effort there for Florian Paf, managing to hold it down, and that is a season's best score for Florian Paf, a native skier here in San Gervasio. And I tell you what, it's all smiles right now, and for good reason, as he gets ready for 10.25 meters. And I tell you what, I'm sure that if you ever asked him if he could ever foresee a moment where he would be competitive with a legend such as Chris Parrish, he probably would have laughed at you at that point. But that's the situation that has presented itself with him. Two skiers have produced scores into 10.25 meters. Matteo Lazzeri in the lead on 3. Chris Parrish in second place with 1. And Florian Paff, 6 buoys at 10.75 meters, currently in third and still continuing to ski.
That round's over. It's been a minute.
Chill and relax.
And there is Chris Parrish with the 1 buoy at 10.25 meters, and he's looking at the next challenger against that score. 10.25 meters. Let's see what he has. Good aggressive start into buoy number 1. Oh, and goes down early on 10.25 meters. So half a buoy at 10.25 meters. Our third skier to get through 10.75 meters is Florian Paff. And just lost his direction and just lost his balance going into buoy number 1. And that's all she wrote there for Florian Paff with half a buoy. Keeps him in contention. And with that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Hey everybody, welcome back here dockside. We're here with CP, who just ran an amazing tournament. So tell us a little bit about your set, CP.
Yeah, I was really nervous on the dock, and T-Gas walked down and said, hey man, just ski like it's old times. And I said to him, I think when I get through 32, I think things will be okay. And then I just started making adjustments on my gates. I feel like, here you want to get a good gate, and I think 39 felt better than 38. I almost blew it at 5 ball. But my 41 glide speed felt really good, just a little bit, just didn't trust 1 ball, I think.
Let me ask you this. How was your nerve level when you were sitting in the water under gate review after 39, after 10.75?
It was actually nice because it allowed my heart rate to come down, but I knew that I had made it. I saw where I was when I took the hit, and I knew I was going to get it, and I just let my heart rate come down and recover a little bit more.
All right, perfect. So it was actually helpful for you. Well, it was great to see you ski again in a pro event. Amazing having you here in Italy at the 11th San Gervasio ProAm. Thanks a lot. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Next competitor coming to us from Alaska in the United States of America. It's going to be Carter Eaton. Carter Eaton, we've seen him a couple of times at pro events so far this season. And one rope is thrown out the boat, and one other rope is caught coming into the boat. Carter Eaton coming up next. A 13-meter start. That's the minimum starting line length for all of our male competitors at this stage of the competition. This is Carter Eaton. Looking good so far, so good. Not looking bad at all there. Carter Eaton getting through the opener on a 30-meter. And with that, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
Hey everybody, welcome back here dockside, where we are with our next competitor, Mr. Adelaide. So how's it going, man?
Yeah, it's going good.
Yeah, things look a lot better than they did about an hour ago, which is always good. Yeah, things look great. You know, we've seen some scores go down already. It looks like it's going to be the usual, you know, get 3 and see how it goes. But the first game is getting through 39 first. So just take each pass as it comes, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, perfect. So let me ask you, how has been the build-up for the tournament? Have you been practicing good? Have you been practicing here in San Gervasio or somewhere else?
So we have had a bit of an unconventional trip around Europe this year. We've done it in a camper van. We've been here since Tuesday. We've skied here Wednesday, Thursday. It feels good here. You know what you're expecting. You know, you got to get used to the boat. It's a little different. You know, you don't see many Malibus at the moment. But yeah, no, it feels good. So I'm feeling confident coming into this.
All right, perfect. We're happy that you're feeling confident. Hope to see a big score from you. Thank you very much for being here again this year. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, so let's continue on. We've got Carter Eaton. Looking good on 13 and 12, and a skier that's making a bit of a name for himself. And as a matter of fact, we're looking at the watch party from Nick Edwards, and we've seen another watch party just a few moments ago. But I was about to mention Carter Eaton making a bit of a name for himself, and also has his own YouTube channel, and following his adventures across the United States in his own camper van, which he built from scratch. I'm sure that those of you would, if you're inclined, just go to YouTube, type in Carter Eaton, and it should take you there fairly quickly. But stay with us as we continue to bring you Carter Eaton's set on 11.25 meters coming up next. Probably a little bit impossible for him to drive his van all the way from there to here, mind you. But I'm sure he's found some suitable accommodations along the line to help him stay focused and in good state of mind for the next pass, 11.25 meters, and only a 45-second drop. So we're thundering that Malibu towards the slalom course here and now. This is Carter Eaton. Getting a little bit out of sorts on buoy number 1, but 11.25 meters is a pass that he is run on a fairly consistent basis. But he's certainly not making this one look particularly easy. Gets round all 6 buoys and now getting ready for 10.75 meters. And let's send it on over to Lorenzo.
Hey everybody, welcome back here, a little shoreside. We're here with Pat Florian, who just skied a pretty decent set, didn't you?
Yeah, it was really hard for me finding timing on the gates regarding to the wind, and I was so nervous as well, so that didn't help either. I'm happy that I ran 39, first one of the season. I wished I had a better gate on 41, but for next round.
Talk us through a little bit about your 10.75, your 39 off. Yeah. From the dock, looking live, it looked like an amazing 39. How did it feel in the water?
So on my 35 already, I hit the 1 ball, and I was kind of scared. So I hit it on 39 as well, because why not, all right? And 2 ball, I had a really good 2 ball. I was trying to stay calm into 3, stayed a little too calm, and then I tried to stay calm on 4, and that was good. And then from there, I just kind of tried to get out of it as fast as possible.
All right, that was nice seeing you run your first 39 of the season. Thank you very much for being here, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. As we see Carter Eaton approach the course at 10.75 meters. Now let's see if he can produce something a little bit better than what he produced at 11.25 meters. All over the show off number 4, round number 5. Can he make it round number 6? 10.75 meters for Carter Eaton. And he will now attempt 10.25 meters. So there you go, our fourth skier to make it through 10.75 meters. And we just seen the watch party, courtesy of Nathan McGarry and Ali Garcia right here on site, as a matter of fact. So we're still looking for watch parties that are taking place off-site. So for Carter Eaton, this is his first ever 10.75 meter complete pass at the Waterski Pro Tour stop. Look at that tail slide off buoy number 2. Remarkable that he was able to keep the momentum going. I don't know what number 4 looked like, but certainly a little bit more subtle there than he was on number 2. Just got broken over there, and wow. How on earth he ran that, I've no clue. But he has, and he has put himself in a position where he can attempt 10.25 meters. First immediate target, Florian Path with half. Second target, 1 by Chris Parrish. Third target, the lead of 3 with Matteo Lazzeri. There's 1, and gets to the wake and ties Chris Parrish with 1 at 10.25 meters for Carter Eaton. So let's have a look at this. Needing to get some good leverage away from the boat, and just almost hung himself with that line with the amount of slack it was generating coming off that buoy. And he's certainly enjoying the moment. No two ways about it. Carter Eaton. There's 1. Oh, wow. That ski was almost going to pop the fin. Oh, my word. And Vittorio has also sent a picture of a watch party, and we thank him for that. And send us some more watch party photos. The address is right there. Or you can hit us up via the QR code that we will put up on the screen in a few moments' time. Here is that QR code. Yep. Scan it and send us a photo of your watch party. You know it makes sense. Skier on the dock, Aaron Davies. And there, behind the towboat, a line length of 10.25 meters, or 41 off. That is 34 feet of line against the slalom course that is 37.5 feet wide. So quite a bit of distance and deficit one has to make up on that line length. All right, so skier coming up next is Aaron Davies from Great Britain as Carter Eaton swims back into the shore.
Good job, dude. Thanks, man.
Herculean effort there, and certainly is congratulated by Aaron Davies, who is our next skier to go. All right, so how many skiers do we have left? We have 7 left. 8 go through to the next round of the competition. So we're a little bit far from determining who those 8 are going to be. Notwithstanding the fact that we do have a second round of slalom later on today. It's the best score out of 2 rounds. So let's see what Aaron Davies can do. He's already gotten halfway down 10.25 meters in an earlier tournament this season. There's number 1, 13 meters, round number 2. Just trying to work his way through this pass, just using the 13-meter run just to assess the conditions and everything else. And as Aaron Davies makes his way towards the end of the course, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Hey everybody, welcome back here dockside. We're here with Ethan Carter, who just got done skiing. So Ethan, 1 at 10.25, not bad. How was your set?
Pretty fun, man. I found my feet there and got my groove back, and it's been a long tour.
Oh yeah, it's been a long couple of weeks for you. You've done the entire European stretch, didn't you?
Yep, everyone I could. So this is like, I've been in Europe for a month. Yeah.
And how did you like it?
It's pretty great, but man, it's a lot. Yeah. Ups and downs. But I felt like today I found my feet again. It was like, yeah, that's my skiing. So yeah, feels good.
All right, good. We're happy that you found your feet again. Can't wait to see you in round 2 then. Thank you very much for being here. This is your first time at the San Gervasio ProAm, isn't it?
First of many. Yep.
All right, perfect. We hope to see you again next year then. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And back here at the announcing point, there is the remainder of our schedule. Men's round 1 slalom, then we go into round 2 for the juniors, the women and the men. And great to have you on board as we continue on with this, the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, coming to you live from San Gervasio Bresciano. Looking good on 12 meters. And I like what he's doing out there. Continuing to roll on with some decent form out there from one side of the course to the next. There we go. That is Aaron Davies, who comes to us originally from the northern English city of Bolton. With that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Hey everybody, welcome back here dockside. We're here with Sasha Descan, who I promise not to bother much because I know he likes his concentration and is quiet before the tournament. So one quick question for Sasha. Sasha, how are you feeling this morning?
Okay. We are lucky the wind is, there is no more wind, so I'll try to use this luck now.
All right, perfect. I'll let you get focused. Thank you very much, Sasha, for this quick interview. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, so here is our leaderboard. Matteo Lazzeri still very much in the lead and holding the pole position right now. Score of halfway down, 10.25 meters, is certainly holding court right now with the other scores that have been submitted so far. Skier on the water at this time is Aaron Davies. 11.25 meters. He should have a fairly good handle on this. Having said that, kind of gotten broken over at the waist off number 3 and indeed number 5, but still able to get through that run without too many problems. Certainly the margins for error in terms of making it through each pass grow slimmer and slimmer with each one. You might be able to get away with a good number of errors on a particular run at a particular time, but it's when you get down to the real nitty-gritty, which starts now with the 10.75 meter run, even the slightest miscue could spell disaster on that particular run. It's about less than 20 seconds remaining on the drop time for Aaron Davies. He has a total of 45 seconds at each end, as does everyone else. As soon as the looking at another watch party, Peter Schlev, although I would not entirely endorse or totally recommend that you watch this webcast whilst you're driving. We enjoy the enthusiasm, but please don't drive and webcast. All right, so here comes Aaron Davies, I beg your pardon, a little bit of a Freudian slip there. Peter Davies is actually our homologator for this competition. But I tell you what, here's another skier who's making some inroads here towards 10.25 meters. And that is the best looking 10.75 meters we've seen so far today. Save, but for Matteo Luzzeri, who is joining me here.
Yeah, Tony, nice to be here, and I would have to agree with you. This was by far the best 10.7 of the day.
Wonderful stuff, and now 10.25 meters, and now we see a little bit of a smile on his face. You know, it's just remarkable getting through a pass of 10.75 meters. How that just instantly like transforms your demeanor going forwards.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there are a few skiers in the world, and some of them are here, that take this pass for granted because they have, you know, obviously they can run the one after this. But, like, you know, let's watch Aaron here. You know, very, very good one, tight line. And then basically he made, you know, you can see here, like off the second wake, very controlled, tight line after each buoy. I mean,
trying not to pop the fin at that point.
Yep. 5, you know, confident. And then a very good 10.75 pass. Now, Tony, I'm sure you've already talked about this on the webcast, but we had a pretty rowdy morning here. We had to hold on to old pieces of equipment.
Yeah, you were holding it down for us, both figuratively and literally.
Yeah. And what I loved is that everyone chipped in.
All right, here we go. The lead is 3, courtesy of you, Matteo. Here we go. There's 1. Here he goes. Round buoy number 2. Does he make a play? Oh, no. Oh, ouch. Is he okay? Yeah, he's fine. Hand goes up. He gets at least 2. How much of number 3 he gets, I don't know. What would you say? Do you reckon he got a bit of it?
I doubt it, just by judging how, you know, like late he accelerated out of 2. But, you know, just a little bit over the tip out of 1, so he couldn't really drive to 2. And here he connected, but you see he accelerates a bit late. I don't know, Tony. I think it's a 2, which puts him in second spot at the minute, because we have.
You have Chris Parrish on 1. You have Florian on. You have Carter Eaton on 1.
Florian on half.
Florian on half, which I think is like 5th right now. He gets 2, so Aaron Davis is in second place right now with that score. We'll hopefully get to talk to him in a little bit, because he is near enough to the main announcing point where I've got a microphone for him should he choose to use it.
Oh,
so
no
Ryota Funo from Japan, he's watching. I don't know what time it is over there in the land of the rising sun.
I don't know, but if you look at this shot right now of the clubhouse, that picture of myself on the left, the blue and black one, was taken at Bennett by Ryota. So super cool that he's online with us right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and kudos to Ryota. Actually, he came over to Bennett's Waterski score a little bit earlier on the season, so he was instrumental in helping the group along at Bennett a little bit earlier on in the season. So kudos to him for that, and kudos also for Aaron Davies, who has just gotten off the water right now. He's putting on a set of headphones, and we'll get him talking to us right now. But I mean, he knows about electronics, and he knows that water and microphones do not mix. So he's getting his gloves off, and our next skier to come, I believe, is Sasha Deska. Indeed, it is, and then we've got about 5 other skiers to come. So Aaron Davies, pick up that microphone, sir. So, how's your day been?
Well, it's certainly going as planned, one would say. You've got to watch the wind. Sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down. But I tell you what, though, couldn't imagine much better boat crew at the site. Yeah, things just felt really good out there, honestly.
All right, there. So we're 2 at 10.25 meters as we see Sasha Deska approach the course. Do you fancy your chances?
Well, I mean, we've seen some big scores go down already. There's a lot of great skiers to come. We'll have to see what they do, and then we've also got the second round. So every skier can improve their score. I think right now that 2 puts me in the top 8, but
that puts you in second right now.
I mean, after all these guys have gone, if you assume that they all beat my score, that puts me in the top 8, along with Matteo over here, who was in my head going all the way over to 3. I'm not gonna lie.
Is that why you held on to the slack?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but no, it was good. I had a small binding malfunction as I jumped in. The front piece came out, but it was all right. I got it all sorted.
Hang on a second. Is that your front binding? Let's have. What's malfunctioning about it?
Just something came out the front.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't as big as I thought it was. So as soon as I turned a couple of buoys, it was like, this is fine.
But I gotta tell you, we were watching here by far the best 39 of the day. Like very smooth pass.
That was my best 39 here this week. It's also the only 39 I've ever ran here in my 4 years here on Europeans. So that was super cool to happen. But yeah, no, I was super happy just to get the elephant off your back,
Yeah, no,
whatever
I
the saying
fully
is.
understand that. Yeah.
So that was good. Yeah, we'll just see what happens in the second round.
Well, best of luck to you going forwards. Congratulations, 2 at 10.25 meters. Hopefully we'll get to see you in the head-to-head competition, but you've got another round of slalom to come. Thank you once again, Aaron Davies.
Thank you, guys, and good luck to the rest of the skiers.
All right, excellent stuff. Wonderful. As we check in with Sasha Deska. He's gone through 13 and 12 meters. Looking good. So that's kind of opened up the competition a little bit. All bets are off now.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think, we're going to the dock.
And let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, guys, welcome back here. Dockside, we're here joined by Will Asher. So, Will, how are you feeling this morning?
No, I feel good. Yesterday it was just like a sauna, and then we get a bit of rain, and now it's very, very comfortable. Yeah. Conditions are good, scores are good, so that's always nice.
All right, and have you been practicing here, or were you also back in England last week?
No, I was back in England last week. We flew in last night and skied here enough. Know it skis really well, and there shouldn't be any surprises. So hopefully, just go out there and get it done.
Just last question before I let you go. Do you adjust the way you attack the course or ski the course based on the water temperature, or you just feel it and go?
Until you asked that question, I hadn't thought about it. So I don't know. Normally you just stay within a limit and then just kind of feel it out.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for being here again with us. It's a pleasure having you as usual. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Well, that's a question to ponder, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, more than water temp for me, especially in my last set, it was wind. Like I was constantly looking at flags. The water here can be deceiving because we're so sheltered by trees. But as Will said, it's one of those things that you learn as you go, as you develop your set. As I'm sure Sasha is doing here at his third pass at 11 meters.
All right, here he comes, 11.25 meters. Now, we did have a considerable amount of rain dump a whole bunch of water into this lake for about a good hour and a half earlier on this competition. Now, I don't know whether that's changed the dynamics out there. But, I mean, you ski about as much here as anyone. So did you feel much of a difference out there?
Not really between, no rain and rain. I just felt the difference a lot in the last 2 weeks. Like we came back from Spain, water was remarkably hot, and I was actually a bit worried about how that would ski. But honestly, this week the lake has been skiing great. So I can't tell you between 3 hours ago and now, but I can tell you as of late, this lake has been skiing very well.
Yeah, skiing exceptionally well here, and we see Sasha Deska, who was well and truly focused on what he's about to do out there on the water. He's gotten through 13.12, now 11.25 meters, and I think everyone at this point knows the score literally in terms of putting themselves in a better than average position in terms of making it through to the next round of the competition, that it would take a score at least a third the way down 10.25 meters at this early stage. You got to feel that your chances are pretty good if you can get that far down that run.
Yeah, I mean, I think mid 10-2, a 3 right now, it puts you in a as comfortable position as you can be in the first round, right? The second round, as we see in many tournaments, is where everything gets decided, especially with backup scores.
Here he comes, Sasha Deska. A little delay off on number 1, 10.75 meters. He knows that he can't afford to make too many errors here, but he's still there. He's round 3, 4, 5, and 6. There you go. 6 buoys. 6 buoys. 10 mètres 25.
Yeah, I guess that's the correct way to say it. I'm not huge on French, but what I do know is that Sasha has been very successful here over the years. I know he has had 2 second spots over the years, and he's someone that, and it's someone that really knows how to perform when needed on this water.
Got a little bit separated going into buoy number 1. That caused a bit of a delay on number 2, but I tell you what, he more than made up for it with a good right-footed onside turn around buoy number 2, Matteo.
Yeah, and if you abide to the idea that the most important part of slalom is spray to spray, that's what Sasha is really good at, So it might be a little bit off balance out of an offside, but he has the patience to wait for the line to come, for his body to get readjusted, and then he just drives so well spray to spray. So, if we had to narrow down his big quality in skiing, it's exactly that, and we saw it in this 10-7.
Coming to us from the southern French city of Lourdes, and let's see what he's got for us.
Best performance of Sasha here in San Gervasio, 5 at 10.25. Let's see what he's got here.
Let's have a look. There's number 1. Get a little bit of a delay off number 1. Around number 2. That ties him with Aaron Davies, and that puts him in a 2-way tie for second place right now.
Correct. Which, if you might have to check the list for me, but I think as of round 1, that puts him in top 8.
Yeah, that would be fairly consistent. There are 4 more competitors to go. So, I mean, we've got the lead, which is yourself, on 3. We've got a 2-way tie for second between Davies and Deska, and then you've got a 2-way tie for for fourth place right now between the 2 competitors who are on scores of 1,
Parrish
which is
Carter
and Carter Eaton, which occupies the 4th place score and the 5th place score, and then you got Florian Paff in 6th place right now with his score of half and 10.25 meters.
Yeah, that's where we're at. With 4 skiers to go. Seems like, piece of 2 at 10.2 for this round at least. That's what it's at.
Yeah.
Now, of course, I guess I can relate to the people on the dock, knowing that, especially in a lot of the tournaments we've had, yes, you won a 3, but you know that for some of these people that didn't get 3, this might be their backup score for a 3 in the second round. So there's, for some of the guys coming up, like 2 at 10.2 might not be a tough ask, but they can't reason like that.
So we're getting more watch parties coming through by the second. Max Wienerreuter.
Very dear friend of us here at Jolly Ski. He was here competing at the International San Gervasio 2 weeks ago.
There you go.
Huge Austrian representation here 2 weeks ago. They used our overall tournament to select kids for the Youth Europeans. So there was a massive delegation of Austrians with 2 vans, multiple cars. It's always a pleasure to have them here.
And what about for the World and European under-21s?
I don't know if that was utilized. I was told that, this tournament, the Austrian Federation used for the selection of the Youth Europeans. So a lot of kids. But we also had under-21s. We had Lily Steiner here, her brother Peter. Good contingent also on the under-21.
And indeed, I make reference to the U21s because the two major competitions at under 21 level, the World and the Europeans, will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC towards the second half of this season.
That's correct. That's correct. Worlds first, and then Europeans towards the end of August, right before the Open Worlds.
Indeed. It's going to be a real quick changeover between the European U21s and the Open World Championships, which will take place in Richeto, and once again also covered to you exclusively live on TWBC. Okay, 13-meter start, and here comes Will Asher, multiple-time world slalom champion, and last season he really showed us his mantle as the Pro Tour's top slalomer for 2024. Hasn't had it all his own way so far this season, but we're at the halfway mark now, so there's still plenty of opportunity for him to make up for lost time. All right, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the dock. We're here with Sasha Descamps. We just got done skiing. So Sasha, how was your set?
Yeah, it was as expected, not that much wind. I'm late in all my gates. Here it's tailwind or headwind, so that's only my fault. And it felt less tiring than the practice because it's not warm. I think it's good. It's going to be big scores. Yep.
All right, perfect. And do you already recognize what you have to adjust in round 2 in order to get around 4 or maybe run it?
Well, around 3 already, it would be good, but no, I need to... Man, I'm sitting everywhere. I'm afraid for my ankle. I ski on my back foot, so it's hard to... It's hard. Yeah.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Good to see you do a good score today. Thanks again for being here, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. So we just saw there from Sasha Descamps. We actually remember it in Morocco. You know, he had a really bad injury with his ankle that he's only just truly fully recovered from.
Yeah, we had a chat last weekend in Spain, and he shared with me that, even though he's trying not to, focus on it, like, of course, if you feel pain or if you know that something is wrong with one of your feet, you do ski differently, and trust me, I understand that.
Yeah, a lot better than most. I did tell our good folks on the webcast the injury that he sustained, I think about 2 seasons ago, with the Achilles tendon, which basically just robbed you of the next season for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, it was right here. You were sitting right here where you are right now. Europeans, yeah, unfortunately that wasn't fun, but I'm happy to be back.
All right then, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, we're here again dockside, joined now by Rob Esselboot. So Rob, how you been this morning?
Yeah, pretty good. Long wait. We got out of bed at like 8 o'clock this morning, so I don't even know what the time is now, to be honest. But yeah, just patient, waiting game, trying not to fall asleep and getting amped up again.
Well, it's definitely not morning anymore because I think we're past 1 o'clock. And what do you think about the condition today?
Conditions are, good. I mean, wind's definitely there, but it looks like we got a lot better than they had this morning. It's a consideration, that's for sure, on gates, making sure that you're getting dialed in, and obviously trying to get in before that sun later on. So you either want a good score this round and get yourself a little more relaxed, but yeah, it's going to get a lot more fun later, so we'll see.
Oh, I can't wait for later. I really can't wait for later because everyone is skiing better and better and better. So thank you very much for being here at the 11th San Gervasio ProAm, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, then, here we go. This is 11.25 meters for Will Asher, and that's a point that Rob was very, very quick to pick up on. The sun as it will be dipping down towards the western end of this lake. So I mean it's. If they really want to truly have an opportunity to get a good score, now would be about the best place to do it, because I mean, if you're trying to focus on getting a deep score into 10.25 meters under the assumption that you go in at 13, then you might be out of luck.
Yeah. I mean, I can say we have made a definite call with the chief judge that the second round we will start at 12.
Okay, that
just
would
to make sure to avoid that situation. Even for the top guys, the ones that are going to start later on in round 2. Glare is just, not a fun thing to have, but it is a variable in a east-west directed lake, right? So
Yeah.
if we can take care of the schedule to make sure that doesn't happen, we'll do our best. Look at Chris. Look at a happy Chris on a small plastic chair having a little bit of coffee.
Yeah, those Italian coffees can really, really pep you up in a hurry.
Tony, if you need one more, just let us know.
Oh, I've gone through at least 2 of these today. I think I'm okay. I think I'm good.
Okay. All right, I think we have Will, by the sound of the boat, coming back at 10.75.
Here he comes. Now, he's had a welcome return back to form in recent times over at the Botas event. Let's have a look and see what he can do at 10.75 meters. Look at that. Look at that. How early can you realistically be at 10.75 meters? And that's definitely better than even Aaron's one.
Yeah, the thing with Will is, it reminds me, I think him and Brando have this feature. In their onside turn, watch their feet. Watch how the feet dictate the radius of the turn and the balance out of it. This pass was a great example of, the legendary 2-4 from Will. He was slightly out of balance on his offside, especially 1, but 2 and 4 were just not even business as usual, even better than usual.
Let's have a look. Let's see where his foot placement is. Coming into his favorite onside turn.
Oh,
boom. Right there. Just plants his feet, pivots, turns, and he's off to the races.
The ability he has of bringing the tip of the ski under the rope immediately out of 2-4 is just something, that has inspired many of us over the years.
And his handle placement in relation to both, if he really needed an extreme turn on 2-4-6, all he will typically have to do, and this is from my viewpoint, is to place the handle just a little bit behind his shoulder, and then bam.
Yeah. All right, we have 10.25 from Will.
All right, 10.25 meters, more than 3 is needed to supersede the lead score of Matteo Luzzeri. There's 1. There's 2, and that puts him into a 3-way tie for second place right now. 3-way tie that exists between himself, Aaron Davies, and Sasha Deska.
Smart skiing for Will. I think he didn't quite get the gate that he wanted. Especially here at touch, you see how the left shoulder going a little bit too soon, lost contact with the rope. And at this stage of the event, the idea is 2 is way better than 1.5, and just decided to take the full 2. So that puts him in a tie with Aaron and
Sasha.
That's right.
Okay, and that relegates the 1 at 10.25 meters, courtesy of Carter Eaton and Chris Parrish. They're both in a 2-way tie for 5th. Currently in 7th place is Florian Path with half at 10.25 meters. And with 4.5 at 10.75 meters currently in line in 8th is Martin Bartalski.
Yeah, so memory doesn't fail. We have 4 more skiers to go.
That's right. And we'll have Robert Hazelwood, Freddie Winter, and John Travers. But before those 3, we'll have Thomas de Gasperi.
Correct. So JT, last of the dog, being the defending champion from last year. And we just saw Will skiing, who won 1 edition of the San Gervasio ProAm in 2019 in a very exciting battle with Freddie. It was really windy that year, Tony. I'm not sure if you remember, but we had white caps, and those 2 battled it out. It was one of the best editions for sure.
Absolutely. They all have their little signature scores that are an indelible part of the history here at San Gervasio. This is the 11th edition of, and there we see Emmanuel Domini, we see Sofia Arlotti.
Yeah, very nice boat crew to have for the first round. It was fun to have that set this morning.
Yes, indeed. All right, so as Will Asher swims in, well, no doubt we'll get a word or two from him, courtesy of Lorenzo De Alberto. So we've still got a second round of skiing coming up. We've got the junior challenge athletes, followed by the women, and then the men, and that's where you get your calculators out and get your predictions on record.
That's correct. That's when you take the pieces of paper with the starting list and you start drawing a lot of arrows. As we see Thomas coming in the water, Tony, I gotta say I was in Spain last weekend, and there was a handful of guys that got 3, like Kim, Charlie, Will, Freddie. But in terms of like quality of starts at 10.25, I would highly defend that Thomas was by far the best last weekend. So really looking forward to watch his set.
And what a great time for his fawn to come to be as good as it is with the World Championships and his native Italia coming up very, very soon. Here comes Thomas de Gasperi, 13 meters.
Thomas was skied all but the first edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. So as you recall from last night, he has 10 edition. This is 10th edition.
All right, then. With that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back here dockside. We're joined again by Will Asher, who just got done with his set. So, Will, talk us a little bit through how does it feel out there?
You know, it feels really nice. I didn't get to practice, so it's really hard to commit from the first pass. You know, you just don't know what's going to happen coming into one sometimes. So, as the passes went on, I felt like I was able to attack the course a little bit better. And next round, hopefully, I'll feel like I can do that again, just from the beginning.
Feel good about the score so far, though, or you were expecting a little more today?
I mean, you always want more, right? Like, I thought I was gonna. I just didn't get a 1, so then at that point it's just, well, at least try and get a piece of 2. So I think 1 was the first time I got swing, and then I got swing, rotation, and still committed, and it was just too much at 1. So just got to do the right things and then do the right things again.
You played as smart, so as usual, thank you very much for being here again. It's a pleasure having you, and back to you, Tony.
All right, so looks like we've got another watch party. Maisa Jakobsen from Denmark. I'm sure that's where we're seeing her from, maybe in Valensbeck.
Well, actually, if I had to guess, she's at the Scandinavian Championships in Sweden.
In Sweden, okay.
Dear friend of Jolly Ski, I would venture in saying that's why she's not here enjoying the action this weekend. Maisa, who we know is a phenomenal jumper, but has been, improving in slalom as well. So I hope to see her ski the Pro-Am in slalom soon.
All right, here we go. Thomas de Gasperi. Looking good on 12 meters. Riding that signature slalom ski, which is a specialized good design. And kind of like a glorified Frankenstein.
That's right. Yeah, it was a Frankenstein that became a mold, and that became, Thomas's ski over the years. We several adjustments over the years, in terms of flex, in terms of other things. But he has been skiing on this shape for a while, and as you know, to great success.
Indeed. I mean, last year was a bit of an interesting situation so far as Thomas de Gasperi was involved in last year. I mean, he got a brand new ski from that mold, but there was just something about it that just didn't gel with him. So he actually got his old ski flown to him from his base in Florida, and his season was on an upward tick from that point onwards.
Yeah, isn't it funny how sometimes our skiing depends on FedEx, UPS, DHL, to those guys delivering. But yeah, equipment is so personal and important at the same time that, I understand Thomas' situation last year. I've been there, and I'm telling you, a lot of the skiers on the dock and that have already skied have been on that situation before.
Indeed. Let's continue on. Thomas de Gasperi coming in on 11.25 meters. Let's see what he's got for us.
One of the few skiers we've seen in the Pro-Man division doing the one-handed gate.
Yeah, it's been pretty consistent with that.
Signature feature of Thomas's skiing, and literally zero hiccups in this 11-meter pass.
Yeah, I mean, he's all over that one. I mean, absolutely great. It's great skiing and a great venue, as you can plainly see, with lush green agricultural fields and looks like Chris Parrish has been gaining a lot of support from our fans across the world. Ricky Bobby, I don't know whether that's his real name or not, but there you see Chris Parrish on the big wide display in the background. And there we see Thomas de Gasperi looking strong and looking good with that angle and just...
And looking balanced, like
yeah,
you can
absolutely.
see very quick into stack,
And that line is just extraordinarily tight towards the end of the turn. Normally you'd get a little bit of slack, but not Thomas.
No, very, very good pass as we wait for... He's coming back at 10.75.
All right, so, and we're getting messages through from a number of places. Cole McCormick, which we have to send him a big congratulations, welcoming his and Jessica's daughter to the world.
That's right. Congrats, man.
All right, here we go. Thomas de Gasperi, 10.75 meters.
So far, everything in control. Very good 4-ball. Little late release out of 5, but really like a very easy.
Was that 10.75?
That was 10.75 meters.
They forgot to shorten the rope. They must have.
No, I don't think so. I think that was 10.7 just by the look of it. But again, like what differentiates, the top guys is that ability to, anything happens, you stay calm, you wait for the tight line, and you continue to ski spray to spray.
Obviously, there's been a little bit of an argument and disagreement in our live chat, especially where it comes to boat path and shore path and what have you, But I mean, it's not so much where the prop wash is. I mean, in determining boat path, I mean, it's a little bit more nuanced than that.
Absolutely. Like, just as a reminder, the point that matters is the pylon, like where the rope is tied to. So if you're trying to get an idea of what the ideal line is, you have to think about the pylon, like where the rope is attached to. But I can tell you, Tony, you've been coming here for ages, and you know very well that one of the things we try our mightiest to is to have the best drivers in the world at the San Gervasio ProAm. So luckily, that's one of the variables I don't have to worry about at all,
And in amongst that argument, Cole McCormick, bless his heart, I mean, he vouches for us. He says Vince and TWBC run a tight ship. If there was an issue with boat path, you would know about it.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
All right, 10.25 meters for Thomas de Gasperi. There's one. Boom. He's got room for 2. Look at him go. He's got even more room for number 3. And, he gets around number 3. And he ties Matteo Luzzeri on 3.
But, I mean, yes, the score might be the same, but the start was completely different. I think I told you before, like, Thomas has been looking, like, good in the starts of 10-2. And this was one of those, like, don't get tricked by his upper body out of one ball. Like, the line is tight, the ski is under the rope, he's ready to go. Look.
Oh, look at that.
That's a great one ball.
Oh, and just look at the determination right there off number 1 into number 2. And I think at this point he's thinking, hello, the game on. And then he just pulled up on the handle. And was that a combination of frustration and elation?
Yeah, it was frustration, I can tell you that. And, if I could read his mind of what happened, like, because, again, out of 2, he committed. Like, there was no hesitation out of 2. I think just, like, second wake to 3, he had a couple of extra thoughts that he shouldn't have had. See, here, like, which is the thought, Tony, there is don't do 2.5. Like, I'll be honest with you. So, but he was in the rhythm. Like, I think this should give him confidence that big scores are possible in the second round and into tomorrow.
All right, and we got our good friend Greg Desfond out there driving around and watching the webcast, which is not something I
True, but in defense of Greg, I think like 95 times out of 100 that I talk to him, he's in the car. So it's actually less surprising that what people might think.
Okay, might have just pulled over to the side of the road. That's the one and only situation where I would endorse anyone watching this webcast inside their vehicle.
Yes, please don't drive in TWBC.
Yes. Maybe we should get some stickers made of that.
Yeah, take note for next week.
Okay, TWBC bumper stickers. All right, so we're now moving down to our next skier. I believe he is our third skier from last off the dock. It should be Rob Hazelwood.
Yes, Rob, who, obviously very high on the Waterski Pro Tour standings. He already has a win at Lake 38 this year. And if memory doesn't fail me, he defended his title this year.
All right, so Rob Hazelwood currently third on the tour right now. Doing quite well so far this season, but looking for his breakout performance that would put him ahead of his competition at this time, and no better place to do it than here and right now. This is Rob Hazelwood as the boat makes its way back into the course at 58K, line length 30 meters. Rob Hazelwood.
Rob, who I believe is at his third or fourth edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. This shot here from behind showing the classical, hand movement at 135, characteristic of Rob. And as we saw, this 13-meter pass, I think we'll bring it to Lorenzo on the dock.
Indeed, we will.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back here dockside. We're joined by Thomas Tigas. The Gasperi just tied the first score with 3 at 10-5. How was it out there, Tigas?
Yeah, it was nice. I think the wind died down a lot since after the storm. Conditions are great now. The water's a little hot. I was a little nervous, but after a couple passes, getting the groove, and I want to get to that 4-ball because I'm trying to turn it at turn 3, and I think I have it in me. So, but it's the first round, so it's good to have 3 on the board, and then maybe attack a little more later.
All right, we hope really to see you attack more. We hope to see you get to that 4-ball. Thank you very much for being here this year as well. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, we've had plenty of watch parties up on the screen in recent times, but the one watch party I'd love to see, Olivia McCormick, along with Jessica and Cole. For Olivia, that iPhone's going to look like a big screen.
Right. I mean, I hope it looks like Cole is watching, so maybe we'll get that picture. But going back to the interview Thomas just gave, yes, it's kind of like he knows the starts have been good, as I told you. So I'm not surprised that despite he's happy with the score, he's showed a little frustration about not getting to 4.
All right, here comes Rob Hazelwood, 12 meters.
Ooh, a little heavy 4.
A little bit, yes, but the mark of a great slalom skier such as Rob Hazelwood is the ability to recover when the chips are down.
Yeah, and sometimes I think Rob maybe had a practice set yesterday, if that. Maybe he didn't even have a practice set. So these first 2 or 3 passes are going to be like feeling out the rope, feeling out the boat, feeling out the water. He just flew in from England, which I'm sure is not as hot a water as we have here.
All right, then, and with that, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, guys. Sorry, I'm live. I wasn't told that I was going to be live. We have here Fred that is concentrating. He's asking me to please let him quiet a bit. So we just can say that from the dock here, looks like a little tailwind is coming in pass number 1. Is picking up a little bit. It shouldn't change too much the condition, but we just have to wait and see. We still have Rob, Freddie and John waiting to ski. Let's see what's going to happen and what the lead is going to be at the end of round 1. Back to you, Tony.
All right, and Rob Hazelwood is 2 passes to the good right now. Pass number 3 coming his way. It's going to be 11.25 meters. I'm sure with the scores that we've seen so far on 10.25 meters, that's only going to spur on Rob Hazelwood to great things out there on the water as he makes his glide in towards his gate shot. And number 1, 11 point. Oh, a little narrow on number 2, but still managing to make some headway here on 11.25 meters. He's still there, you know, and nice and early for number 6. So a little bit of a hiccup from 1 to 2, but for all intents and purposes, pretty much a textbook 11.25 meter run, courtesy of Rob Hazelwood.
And I think sometimes, Tony, like it's even for people watching at home trying to understand, okay, why are they saying it was a good pass despite all these movements?
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I think, you know, you focus on the rope, you focus on the movement of the handle in the course, and look at this 3-ball, like perfectly lined, tight line, immediate acceleration out of the turn. You know, this is a good pass, you know. Sometimes I think, you know, we all have our, especially at the turns, we all have our intricacies, our different movements. And sometimes that can be deceiving. It might seem like, okay, that wasn't a great pass.
Oh, hang on a second. Score under review at this moment. And there might be some question marks over any potential displacement of the buoy around buoy number 2. I knew something was going on there.
Well, if so, I didn't notice it myself, but clearly the officials have something to review there.
Well, we're going to see in just a... Yep, and confirming that there is a review on 2-ball now. Was there enough there to suggest that he didn't make it round buoy number 2? Oh, 1 at 11 confirmed. 1 buoy at 11.25 meters confirmed by way of this incident here. That seems extraordinarily harsh.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess, you know, what would you say here, Tony? Like, he displaced the ball? Like,
yeah.
Because from the angle we watched, like, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but maybe I'm being deceived. I don't know.
I don't know. It may take another. It may take another re-showing of that buoy again. You know, maybe at a slightly slower speed to. I mean, because I'm personally not totally convinced. I mean, I'm sure you're not either.
No, I don't. I mean, I'm not seeing what the officials saw, but it might be the angle. I'm not sure.
Let's have a look at this again. Now, frame by frame.
See, from this angle,
it completely submerges the buoy.
Yeah, I can see why the officials wanted to review it. Wow, that was a big surprise.
All right, then. So that's 1 at 11.25 meters. Now that presents 1 or 2 opportunities for those that have gone as far into 10.25 meters, and it means the onus is now upon a second round performance for Rob Hazelwood if he's to stand any chance at all of being in the top 8 and in the head-to-head brackets in round number 3.
Yeah, you know, like there have been too many tournaments over the last, I would say, 3 years where the backup score was really what mattered. So, you know, that puts a little bit more pressure onto getting such a score in the second round to where the backup score won't matter, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, so basically what it entails for Rob Hazelwood is he's essentially got to shoot for the stars in round number 2 to not have to worry about that backup score that you've just seen him just put out there, because that's essentially what that ends up being.
Yeah, and of course, after this round is over, you know, he'll have a better idea of what that shooting for the stars mean, which might not even be shooting for the stars. I mean, we know Rob can put up big scores on the water. So, you know, obviously I'm sure he's frustrated, but he'll know more about how to strategize for round 2 at the end of this round 1 with 2 skiers to go.
All right, then, let's continue on. Our penultimate skier about to take to the water, and the current leader on the Waterski Pro Tour men's slalom. It is Freddie Winter.
Current world champion Freddie Winter, and the guy that has won the most editions of the San Gervasio ProAm, being 4, coming in at 13, Freddie Winter.
And looking strong on 13 meters, and just has a really good knack of executing some tight turns, and he's just basically positions himself to make those turns in a way that is rather unusual, and we'll discuss that in a moment, but let's go to Lorenzo first.
All right, everybody, welcome back here dockside. We are joined by the defending champ, JT. How's it going this morning?
Yeah, it's going great. Happy to be here. Yeah, just luckily the storm passed through, and now it's looking beautiful out, so excited to go back out there and just have some fun.
All right, and how have you been practicing so far, like before this event? Has practice been going good?
Yeah, I went home. I skipped Spain, and then I just went home to regroup and just focus on coming back here and having a good weekend. So, yeah, the week was really good at home, and now we're here, and hopefully we can push through this weekend.
All right, perfect. We can wait to see you in the water. Thank you very much for being here again. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, good to see Jonathan Travers back at it, and look forward to seeing him compete. He's defending his title here at San Gervasio. And the thing I really wanted to highlight so far as Freddie Winter is concerned, and his penchant for actually sitting on the buoy on his onside. And he is opting up now from 32 off straight through to 38, 11.25 meters.
I mean, no surprise. I think someone wants to take 10-2 headwind. So Freddie was the first one to make that decision. Here he is at 11.
Boom, sits on it.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about 2-4 of Will. And the ability of moving the feet. I think one of the things that Freddie does so well out of the onside is perfect stack and balance every single time. Like every time he gets out of 2 and 4, the weight is in the middle of the feet, the line is tight, and he gets, a very nice upswing into 135. I think if you had to highlight one of the things that Freddie does so well is the reach, in my opinion. Like if you watch him reach into 135.
Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, look at this. Like very good body control. You see, like, I don't want to say stick figure, but basically all the parts of the body are in the right spot, so he's able to maintain balance right outside of the turn. Very clear at this 3-ball too.
And I mean, it's a little deceptive from time to time. I mean, we see these tower shots expertly produced here by Jason Scholl, one of our Jeremy Scholl, one of our crew on TWBC. And it almost looks like on that number 2 that whenever he turns, it almost looks like he's going backwards. He's
That's
turning.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, he was cooking a bit of spin into that 2-ball, but again, very well balanced. Like weight in the middle of the feet, ski under the line, no issue whatsoever.
All right, then, let's continue on. And we've got Freddie Winter, 39.5 off in the opposite direction by way of that opt-up. Looking in great shape here, and that is a great source of comfort, knowing full well that if you want to throw in an opt-up, it's doable.
Yeah, I mean, so many storylines behind this decision. Yeah, so tomorrow we will all start at 12. So all the 10-7s are going to be in this direction. So Freddie into this first town has already taken a look of 10-7 on the way up from the dock, and especially is going to take a look at 10-2 on the way back. He has already run it this year. He has already run it here multiple times, and he has a touch of a head breeze that never hurts at your hardest pass.
Certainly some great skiing, and from Freddie Winter, just getting really stacked in, and right there off number 4, it almost looks like he's skiing backwards as well.
Yeah. And again, you saw there was a little bit of slack at 5, but again, the body doesn't move. Patience to wait for connection with the rope. No issue at all. As we will see him coming back at 10.25 meters, going towards the dock.
Fantastic effort so far by Freddie Winter. As we see Jonathan Travers take probably his last swig of water before he heads out to the course himself. Let's see what Freddie Winter can do on 10.25 meters. It's going to go into a slight headwind. This should give him an opportunity for him to quite possibly run it. Here he comes around buoy number 2. Good setup off the first half of the course. A little bit of a delay there, but
great.
Oh no, and he almost ends up the shoreline. That was pretty close. So what would you score that? That would be 4?
We will have to rewatch. The thing that shocks me is that I thought out of 40 connected so well, but just lost a little bit of balance.
The score is under review.
Yeah, I'm sure it's between, like looking at whether it's a 3.5 or a 4, but that was a very good start. A little heavy.
Look at that.
A little heavy out of 2.
Heavy? You're kidding, right?
But again, he stacked out of 3, gets around 4, and then I think it's a 4.
Yeah, it is. He released the handle well after the middle portion of the wake, and he actually hit the second wake before the handle came away. Now this is a better view. This is a more forensic look at of where he scored. It is confirmed as 4, but we'll illustrate to you why it's 4. There's one. Oh, look at that turn off number 2. That ski was like at a 90-degree angle off buoy number 2. He got stalled up on number 3. He could still make up some time. Handle released off past the halfway point. He was in skiing position up until then. It is 4, and I believe that's the lead.
That's the lead, and being good friends with Freddie, I'm pretty sure that he was a little bit apprehensive in that fall because that's the direction he fell last year when he got injured, as we all know. So luckily, all he met was water and in health and in the lead with 4 at 10.2.
All right, one final skier in round number 1 and starting in on 13 meters. Now, our skier out there, Jonathan Travers, he's been known to shake things up via an opt-up. So maybe he will employ that strategy.
Well, I'm just so happy that Johnny's back. I remember his very emotional win last year against Will in the final. I'm sure you saw the poster of this year's event with him cheering behind the boat. He was at home until 2 days ago. So the fact that he flew back to defend his title to me is very, very special.
Yes, indeed. He's also spent a little bit of time in England as well over at Gosfield Lake about a couple of weeks ago with Ben Turp and Vince. And big shout out to those folks that are currently watching in Gosfield in England, one of my old stomping grounds.
Oh yeah. I'm sure you guys had many stories to share.
Yep. Too many to tell, and some of them just not fit for other people's ears. Especially the kids.
We'll spare those.
We'll spare those. All right, then. So Freddie walks his way back to the shore. I'm sure we'll have a word or two with him via Lorenzo. But there you go. We've got Jonathan Travers. We're not hearing any indication as to whether there's an opt-up from the boat. I mean, if there is ever a moment to invoke the opt-up, now would be the opportunity to do so. So we're going under the assumption that this is 12 meters. Indeed it is, the blue loop. And he's a skier that's definitely found some renewed confidence out there on the course. All 12 meters, getting ready for 11.25 meters coming up.
Yeah, for all of you guys that keep up with the Pro Tour, I'm sure you saw the incredible spike in form that John had at the end of 24. I think he ended up having, for sure, 2 podiums in a row, maybe even 3. But I mean, the second half of the 24 season
was exceptional. And, one could say that he started with a boost of confidence here winning the Pro-Am. But I remember that the last few pro tournaments in the U.S., John was simply like day in and day out performing. So good to see him here getting, he had a short set yesterday right out of the plane. 2 days ago. And here he is in his first round wearing the blue bib, defending champion, who in San Gervasio starts last. So if the defending champion is here, they start last of the dock.
All right, nice little touch there, and another little touch happened towards the end of the bib ceremony last night, where our good friend Gennady Gorelia was able to recite the Italian national anthem in front of all of his good friends as he is about to take on Italian citizenship towards the end of next week.
And next to the mayor, which here you go and do your oath ceremony in front of the mayor of your town, a town that Gennady and his family have been living in for 17 years now.
Indeed. So big kudos to Gennady and his family. This is Jonathan Travers, 11.25 meters. Looking good. A little bit of a longish pull into number 5, which kind of delays his approach from 5 to 6. But there you go.
John, who has had quite a lot of success here, if my memory doesn't fail me, he has 3 podiums at the San Gervasio ProAm, one of them being the win from last year. So someone that clearly, either he likes to ski here or performs very well in the head-to-head format, which we have had. This is the 10th edition that we have the head-to-head format. The first edition of the Pro-Am was a straight final, and then as we switched to having 2 boats as similar as possible, as you can get, we switched to the head-to-head format in 2015.
All right there, so Jonathan Travers, good for 3 passes so far. Pass number 4 is 10.75 meters. He is our final skier in round number 1. We will go into round number 2. Now, do you know if they actually reseed?
Yes, of course, the rounds will be reseeded according to the results of the first round. And in order to take the top 8 skiers for the head-to-head final, we'll look at the best score. And that's where the backup score becomes important. If there is a tie on top score, then you look at the backup score. And should there be what we say a perfect tie, so for a qualifying spot you have 2 scores that are exactly the same, then those skiers will proceed with a runoff.
Okay, we just saw a quick shot of Melatina Morel, our first skier out in the Junior Challenge for round number 2. I believe there's going to be a little bit of a pause between the end of round 1 and the start of round 2. Here we go, Jonathan Travers, 10.75 meters, gets it going on.
Beautiful 3-ball.
And Jonathan Travers last year didn't have an auspicious first round. He had to ski himself back into contention in round number 2. But this time around, he's got it situated right from the start.
Yeah, no, I mean, great pass. A bit of a big 2, but like he continued to manage the pendulum after that, and very good pass at 10.7.
And apparently, gate is under review at this time, so. The drama continues to ratchet up here for Jonathan Travers. Now, let's have a look and see if there's anything from this view which would suggest that. Nothing conclusive there. What we are able to conclude that he was able to get round the 6th buoy at least from this point of view. We'll have a look at the instant replay from the boat to determine whether the review holds water. But I tell you what, this is about as good as it gets, and we've just heard from our officials is the gate has been approved. So 10.25 meters. We've got 2 tying scores right now between Freddie Winter and Matteo Luzzeri. We've got a number of skiers who have scored 2 at 10.25 meters. Aaron Davis, Asher Deska, and one other.
We have Freddie leading with 4, myself and Thomas with 3, as John comes in at 10.25 meters.
There's 1. There's 2 to the wake, and he's satisfied with that for now.
So that puts him in a tie with Sasha and Aaron Davis with 2.
That's correct.
So it's a three-way tie for fourth.
Okay, so we're gonna get the leaderboard up soon, but I mean that's pretty much standard there for Jonathan Travers, managing to get to number 2 and skiing for the wake ahead of the boat guides. He a little lukewarm on that performance, judging by that expression.
You know, I'm pretty sure he feels like Will mentioned, you know, after his set, like he was figuring out the side, he got the score that he needed. Hopefully he felt that things are in order for him to ski even more than that, but, you know, in a way, considering how the first round went, job done.
All right, then, and as we continue making our way towards the second round, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here, Lakeside. We're joined here by the leader after round 1. So how did that set feel?
It really good, actually. I've been here practicing. I felt sort of pretty average for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, up to a couple of days ago. I don't know. I felt weird, so I didn't feel very dialed in last weekend. But today, I actually felt like how I wanted to feel. You know, Manuel's a phenomenal driver, and probably in a final I would have wanted to have done a bit better than that. But that's fine. I'm happy to take the lead in the first round. It felt great out there, really good.
Yeah, you look good. You look very, very good out on the water. Very strong, of course. You got the top seed, best score of the day so far. Thank you very much for being here again. And once again, back to you, Tony.
All right, in a few moments we should be able to hear from Jonathan Travers as well, but we'll see if we can confirm our pro men's slalom results at this time. Of Freddie Winter currently in the lead with 4 at 10.25 meters. Matteo Lazzeri and Thomas de Gasperi both tying on 3 for a two-way tie for second. Then we got a four-way tie for fourth between Aaron Davies, Sasha Deska, Will Asher, and Jonathan Travers. And there we've got a two-way tie for eighth now. A two-way tie for eighth between Carter Eaton and Chris Parrish. So that's going to be an exciting occurrence in the second round. Two competitors, both of them getting to 10.25 meters, with tying with one, and both sharing 8th spot, which means whatever happens in round number 2 is going to be the tiebreak between those two.
Correct. So from what we know at this stage of the event, there's a tie for a qualifying spot, which is 8th. 8th is the last spot in for the head-to-head final. Those guys are going to be watching each other and see, how to one-up each other for the second round in a hope of not having to round off for the final.
All right, then. Let's send it over to Lorenzo one more time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here for the last time in round 1 on the dock. We're joined by JT, who just got done skiing. How was your set out there?
Yeah, it was good. Just trying to get over the jet lag a little bit, just flying back and forth. But just to get out there and get a good score and just to feel it out, it's kind of just the weight off the shoulders now, and just go out there round 2 and really get dialed in and really feel it and get to push it down a little bit more.
Yeah, you guys are like 4 of you with 2, then we got 2 with 3, and then bunch with 1. What do you think is going to be a score to secure a spot in the final?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's going to be pushing 2s or 2.5, even 3s. If it stays like this, it's perfect out there. The new boats feel great here, so driving's unbelievable. If the weather holds up and everything's good, I can see it being a high score.
All right, perfect. We can wait to see the second round because first round is being electric. Thank you very much again for being here. Last time in the first round, back to you, Tony.
All right, there. Some interesting words there from Jonathan Travers, and we're done with round number 1. Certainly plenty to play for in round number 2. We're going to start off with the Junior Challenge. We're going to take a little bit of a breather here, so grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite snack, and grab your favorite chair. For me, it's some peach iced tea. I've already had lunch. It was some pretty good pizza. I mean, pizza in Italy, combined with the two,
Can't go wrong, can you?
You cannot go wrong at all. And the best seat in the house, well, you've got it right here, watching the webcast for the 11th San Gervasio ProAm. My big thanks go out to Matteo Lazzeri for assisting me at this time. And when we return, we'll have the Junior Challenge. We're just going to take a brief pause whilst we change out some equipment between the two boats. And when we return, we'll have the Junior Challenge. Stick around because we've got more competitive action coming up right after this.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. 15 días acá y 16 asados.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets
Inside, next to round 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large.
He's here to put up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
gets inside, flips around two, Wade losing the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large.
He's here, the foot's up in front. Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and we are about to go into round number 2. So our two skiers present for the Junior Challenge, brought to you by Radar Skis, is going to be Melitine Morel, who we see at dockside right now getting ready to go. And she'll be doing battle once again against Ines Solle. So France versus Belgium in a classic battle there. And we've got everything that we need situated. Our towboat is there and thereabouts. And once we get the line hooked up, then we will be in a good ready position. So some plenty of good scores, and the current leaderboard in the Pro Men's Slalom really reads like another great tale of greatness from the likes of Freddie Winter and such. But we're looking at the slalom leaderboard after round number 1. Jamie Bowie is your leader there, ahead of Ali Garcia and Ali Nicholson, both in a tied situation with 2 at 10.75. Manon Cotstar in 4th place with 1.5 at 10.75. Then Anne-Marie Robleski, Jamie Metcalf, and Chiara Bonneman rounding off the positions from there up until the 6th place. And you can see the rest of the results by going to waterskibroadcasting.com. Or indeed Google IWSF results, and that should take you to the page necessary for where you can see the live results going on for this competition. So, Melitine Morel will be our leadoff skier in the Under-17 Junior Challenge, ahead of Ines Solle. That is going to be our first battle at the moment. The opening 2 rounds are basically seeding rounds for the junior girls. The head-to-head final takes place tomorrow. That'll be our first event to take place after we get done with the 3rd and last round of amateurs. The amateur competition took place yesterday for the first couple of rounds. And they get their day in the sun with their 3rd and last round to start off the proceedings tomorrow, as is typically the case here in San Gervasio. It's Manuel Domini at the wheel, and Melitine Morel in the course right here, right now. 14.25 meters in an attempt to speed up the works here. The minimum starting line length in this second round, I believe, for our junior girls is going to be 14.25 meters. So, not a bad opening salvo there. So, Noah Borrell, a good friend of ours, is tuning in along with a couple of friends there. thanks a lot for sharing a picture of your watch party, and you can go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party. Or, alternatively, instead of navigating that way, you can hit us up on the QR code, which should be making its way up on your screen in a moment or two. And that will take you straight to the same place where you can upload your photo of your watch party. So, there we go. We've got Melitine Morel on the water. Okay, just to let you know that we've stopped taking entries in for the audience prize. All of those entries are now locked in. And so best of luck to everyone that has entered for the audience prize thus far in this competition. The Malibu Response TXI bringing in Melitine Morel. There's one, there's two. This is 13 meters. And looking pretty good for the opening couple of passes. 14 and 13 under a belt. Looking good. Nothing too much to say out the ordinary for her. It was a well-composed looking pass, and with very few hiccups in between the start of the gate buoys and the exit gates. And in the meantime, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here dockside. Junior Challenge is already on the way. We got our second contenders here on the dock who had the best score in round one. So what are you expecting about round two?
I will try to do my best and maybe do better at 12. Now the condition have merged better, so yeah, we'll see.
Oh yeah, I was just looking at the lake. The condition, guys, now are just perfect. Can't wait to see the tournament on the way, because I'm sure that we're gonna see some very big scores. So stay tuned with us, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much indeed. Melitine Morel getting ready for her attempt on 12 meters, coming back in the opposite direction to the opportunity that presented itself in the previous round for her to go in on 12 meters. So she started at 16 meters in round number one. Both of our young ladies are starting in on 14 on round number two. And Melitine Morel getting into a little bit of difficulty off the first half of the course and unable to get much beyond number two. She scored a 2 in the previous round, so she improves upon her previous round score, but not by much, mind you. Got a decent start there on 12. Was starting to fall away from the boat a little bit here into number two, and then when she tried to get her hips through, nothing was doing. So there we go. That ends up being 2.5 for Melitine Morel. Well, once again. And that is a pretty safe score of 2.5 on 12 meters for Melitine Morel. A couple of our pro skiers just chilling for the time being, at least waiting on their turn to go in round number two, as we see Ina Sulla from Belgium, our second and final skier in round two for the Junior Challenge, brought to you by Luzzeri International and Conley Radar Skis, I beg your pardon. A little bit of a faux pas there, but I'm sure that no harm done. Radar Skis and Luzzeri International are our two sponsors bringing to you the Junior Challenge right here at the San Gervasio Pro. All right, so skier next off the dock. Final skier in this junior challenge in round number 2, Ina Sala. And I would suspect she would be going in on 14.25 meters. I may be wrong, of course, but we'll get confirmation via communication from the boat to our officials. Let's have a look. Yes, indeed, minimum starting speed, I believe, is 14.25 meters. That's exactly what she's going in on, 55K. Nina Sola doing a splendid bang-up job on pass number 1. So, good effort all the way through on the opener. And in this reseeded second round for the women, opening 2 women in this second round, featuring Nikki Kuhn and Dora Draga. So just waiting on the boat to make its way back to the dock. So we see Dora Varga from Hungary getting ready to go as our lead-off skier in this competition. She scored a 4 on 12 meters in the round previous to this one. Nikki Kuhn scored 1.5 on 12 meters in round number 1. But for the moment, at least, we're still in the middle of the junior challenge. Ina Sola coming into towards the course on 13 meters. Good positioning from one side of the wakes to the other. Keeping everything moving forwards. Nothing too wrong with that one. Like where she's at right now, and that is Ina Sola from Belgium, looking good. So far, so good. All right, so we're looking at Ina Sola once again with this instant replay. She went in on 14. This is a return pass on 13 with the instant replay. And 45 seconds at each end gives us enough time to work the instant replay for each competitor after their particular pass. And sounds like the boat is making its way towards the course. Ina Sola. Looking good on 12 meters and certainly taking the lead and looking to run the pass right here. She's going to have a crack at 11.25 meters. Ina Sola from Belgium. Wow, what a great performance there from her as she works her way towards her ultimate score. 12 meters, an aggressive looking pass. Ina Sola from Belgium. I believe this is a second appearance in this tournament in as many seasons, and certainly producing a score that's definitely going to be among our best of the year. Might actually be the best of the year so far for Ines. So as the first of our female pro skiers, Dora Varga getting ready. And also before her, Nikki Kuhn is getting ready to go herself, representing Austria. We'll see how things shape up with those two. But in the meantime, 11.25 meters coming back for Ines Soller from Belgium. Nice balance on the pull out and glide. Entrance number 1. A little bit stiff-legged here, but she's still there for number 2, and she will ski for 2. And a nice little performance there to round off the junior challenge for the opening 2 rounds. That's a 2-buoy count, 11.25 meters. For a skier represented Belgium, it is Ines Soller. As we look at the instant replay, a little broken over the waist, a little bit of separation there, and that caused the delay in the turn. Taking way too much speed, but she had enough width to tighten up the line and ski for just that solitary 2-buoy count. So there we go. That completes the junior challenge for round number 2. We now go on to the women's competition, the women's pro competition. And our first skier out after reseeding the order is going to be Nikki Kuhn. So there we go. All right then, folks. That concludes the Junior Challenge for today. We'll resume that tomorrow with the head-to-head final between our two young ladies, Melanie Morel and Ines Soller. But now we're moving straight into the pro women. Our pro women consist of Nikki Kuhn, then Dora Varga, then Brooke Baldwin, Violetta Mosielski, Betrizia Yanni, Jamie Metcalf, Chiara Bonneman, Anne-Marie Robleski, Manon Costa, Ali Garcia, Ali Nicholson, and finally, Jamie Bull. Okay, 30-meter opening pass, minimum starting line length. Nikki Kuhn. Now, her score was just into the 12-meter line in the round previous to this one. And seems to be relatively comfortable with going in on 30 meters. And in the meantime, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back live dockside. I'm here joined by Dora, our second competitor in the women's pro division. So Dora, how's it going for round 2?
Feeling great, feeling all good. A bit nervous because I didn't really practice 13 starts on my training so far. So we will see how it goes. It will be interesting for sure.
And yeah, it will be definitely interesting. And what do you think about the condition right now?
I think the conditions look perfect, and I'm really happy that I'm skiing right now in these conditions.
All right, perfect. We're happy for you as well. And yes, guys, just as a reminder, today, second round for women, the start would be mandatory at 13-meter line, and for men will be at 12-meter line. And also, the start running order will not be the same because the ladies and the men have been reseated. So good luck to you. Thank you again for being here. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, here we go. We've got a new driver at the helm. We've got Claudio Bonatti. He's signaling to the skier that we are ready to go. In the passenger seat is Angeliki Papadimitriou from Greece. And the skier behind the boat on 12 meters is Nikki Kuhn, who slalomed 1.5 at 12 meters in the round previous to this one. She's already exceeded that, and she's doing a lot better, and she's going to attempt 11.25 meters. Now, can this be potentially a dark horse going forward? It's going to take a remarkable performance to fully realize her ambition in that vein, but certainly she gets through 12 meters. It far outstrips the score that she produced in round number 1. So who knows? We could see a great potential going forwards for Nikki Kuhn, but let's see if she can conjure up some magic here on 11.25 meters coming up next. She's gone through 13 and now 12. Certainly extremely patient at the end of the turn, which you need to be when you're running these short line passes. Not trying to overpower the turns and put yourself in an unbalanced position going across the wakes. But great to see Nikki Kuhn ski this well, getting through the 12-meter line. 11.25 meters is the pass that is beckoning her next. Here we go, folks. Nikki Kuhn. 11.25 meters. Oh, she gets a decent start. She's round buoy number 2. Can she make it outside 3? No. And for Nikki Kuhn, as good as that performance has been for her, that score of 1.5, actually 2 at 11.25 meters. 2 at 11.25 meters. It moves her from last place a little bit higher. It vaults her as high as 9th. And that's about as much as she can hope for so far as her positioning on this list is concerned. And that being the case, that immediately eliminates her from the 3rd and last round of competition, and for so far as the head-to-head finals are concerned. So a little bit of a disappointment there for Nikki Kuhn. But 2 at 11.25 meters, she will leave from here with a better score than she did in round number 1. And probably, in all fairness to Nikki Kuhn, that's probably one of her better scores of the season anyhow. So, Dora Varga from Hungary is coming up next. The leaderboard remaining relatively unchanged, save for the inclusion of Nikki Kuhn in the top 10 right now with a score at 2 at 11.25 meters. And she ties with Violetta Mosielski with that score at 2 at 11 by the sheer fact that she has already skied. And Violetta will see her ski later on this list. Matter of fact, she'll be skiing in about 3 skiers from now. That is Violetta.
Friede. Wir haben gecheert hier.
Receiving a little ripple of applause as she makes her way back to the dock, Nikki Kuhn. All right, moving on to our next skier. Next skier to take to the water is going to be Dora Varga, who got into to 12 meters in the round previous to this, and if there was strictly an informal head-to-head battle between herself and Nikki Kuhn, then Dora Varga has to realistically get through the opening 2 passes relatively unscathed. And there we go, getting ready for 12 meters coming up next. And with that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here on the dock. We're here with Nicola, who was our first pro lady on the water. So how was to start at 13? First time in your life, right?
Yeah, first time in my life, except for round-offs, of course, but I was not prepared for that, to be honest.
And how did it feel?
It felt a little bit weird, but it was fine.
You're happy with your score after round 2?
Yeah, I'm happy. I mean, it could always be better, but after round 1, that's a decent score.
All right, perfect. We're happy to see you with a big smile. Thank you for being here again. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm joined here once again by Freddie Winter. And yeah, you didn't do too badly out there a little while ago.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it felt very good. I was I have to say pretty happy, and I mean happy to get a good score and have a crash and sort of end up in one piece. It was all win, all up.
Any flashbacks?
A little bit. My mum was crying on the side of the lake.
Oh, there's a decent runoff area for crying out.
I know.
loud.
I'm not sure that it's a really irrational reaction, is it? I mean, I think she's, it's the first time she's seen me ski since in person at a tournament since last year. So, first round crash towards her 4 to 5, pretty similar. But no, all good. So we live to fight another day.
All right, there. Here comes Dora Varga. She's gone through 30 meters. Now she's going to have a crack at 12. Everyone's forced to go in at a shorter line length in this round. Oh, and Dora Varga. Oh, ouch! That is going to hurt. And she indicates that she's fine, although in a lot of cases, some folks that's kind of like an instant reaction. But hopefully she's okay.
That went from 0 to 60 very, very, very fast. I mean, so she was late on the gate. She went right through the middle, and then she was just losing space every buoy. This was probably the critical one here, buoy 3, where she just kind of pushed on the front. Then tail of the ski didn't turn, and she's long pulling to 4 into her onside turn, and didn't it wasn't bad, but not too much tight line. And then out of here, she's sort of didn't really S-turn, just tried to take the hit, and then just straight over the front. And yes, literally over the front of the ski, exactly in the same angle the same axis as the ski was traveling. That was pretty good crash. So 5 at 12. What did she get first round, Tony? That's an improvement, no?
Yeah, that is an improvement. She got I think 2 on 12 in the round previous to this one.
So yeah, I mean an improvement. I'm not sure exactly what her best. Wow, that's a good one. That is a good one. I'm glad she's okay, and she actually ended up pretty close to the ski there, so that was a bit scary.
Yeah,
that's when you crash like that, you do really want the ski to go in a completely different direction. 'Cause, it's the most solid thing you're likely to hit.
All right then, so 4.5, which is an improvement upon round number 1, but not a high enough improvement to make any impact upon the top 8. And one skier that's looking for a little bit of redemption here and now is Brooke Baldwin, starting in on 30 meters. Now, she's been on the Waterski Pro Tour event quite consistently this season. She's had injuries to deal with over the last few seasons. She's got other commitments, including the MCAT, and looking to try and get herself into a position where she can work in the medical field.
And I'm going to say she's up there with the most talented skiers. I mean, certainly in the field, but the way she was so precociously good at a young age, with that amazing style, the fluid turns on both sides. She's just underskied. So I like I said earlier, Tony, I'm just really happy that she's back and she's committed. She's doing a lot of tournaments. She's got the love for it back, and I hope that this is just a springboard. I just think that we're only seeing the start of Brooke Baldwin at the moment. We're going to see her go way bigger scores, more podiums, all that sort of thing going forward. If she decides to really commit, because she is so good. You can see she's rusty. There's a couple of little bits like we saw in the first set, like her 135. Sometimes she just rears up a little bit, moves back a little bit too early. But once she figures that out, she really hasn't had. I mean, I'm talking as someone that needs a lot of ski sets at the start of the year to feel any good. She hasn't had that number, and when you're doing tournaments, you're not improving, or very hard to improve. You tend to just stay static and often get worse because you're not focusing on your technique at all. You're just trying to hold on and get to the next buoy. So she's coming back in at 12. The conditions are a little bit better right now. The wind's come down, certainly to when they first skied. Watch this offside. Just gets on top of the ski and then last minute just pivots that thing around. It's really, really good. Does a phenomenal job, especially if I would take one part of her skiing that I would use as a sort of an example to other skiers. It's the way that she gets over her feet off the second wake into her offside turn. She never kind of, a lot of people throw the ski out in front of them and then they kind of have to jump on the tip to get the ski turning. She stays right over the middle of it, and it's a very natural move, and yeah, like I say, we're going to see a lot more from her.
So great skiing there from Brooke Baldwin, and she's pretty happy about that so far, having run the opening 2 passes of 13 and 12.
And she's pretty dangerous, right? You're looking at, is it Bayani with that 4 at 11 that's sitting there in 8th place? Brooke is so capable. She ran 38 a bunch last week over there in Spain. So, she's someone that can definitely run this next pass and would put Beatrice out. We've got 2 of these instances, I guess, between Brooke and Rob Hazelwood. These people that were seeded high, that have been skiing very well this year, but had very average first rounds by their high standards, and they're kind of the joker in the pack, if you like, early on in the second round.
Ali Nicholson has done it before as well. He was one of the.
Hey, Alice, your mum's phone's flashlight is on.
All right. 11 meters, Brooke Baldwin. She needs at least 4 to progress, and frankly, she probably needs a piece of 5 to have a chance, but all of it will be good. That's not the best one. What can she do here at 2? It's a solid 2, but she's a little in trouble. Can she? That's a good 3. Come on, Brooke.
Taking it.
It's a lot of speed. That's it. 4. She just
didn't get the best of starts.
She didn't get the best of starts, did she? But I think I'm going to say that's probably not going to be enough. I mean, we put the camera on Bayer, right? So Bayer, in order to beat Brooke, then Bayer needs to run a quarter a buoy at 11 meters to get the superior backup, because they both have top scores of 4 right now. Brooke's backup is 0 at 11. And so Bayer, very, very capable of getting the sort of, 1 or whatever she needs to go ahead of Brooke. Of course, we haven't seen what Vio can do. Who else do we have between? Sorry, Tim, I don't have it. So we just have Violetta. So if Violetta does not run 4, runs less than 4, then Bayer must run just any score, any positive score at 11 meters. So that's rough for Brooke. She didn't look her best in these last 2 rounds. I think maybe she didn't come and have a practice, and she looked a little bit out of sorts. Watch here, just finishing with that handle in front of her, something that we saw in the first set, and just not kind of feeling it in rhythm with the boat, I think. And it's a shame. It's difficult. It's unfortunately not the way she would have wanted to compete in her these last two qualifying rounds of her European tour. But we'll see. I mean, it's not over yet. There is still, she's the incumbent of the 8th spot, and the other guys have to take it from her. So let's see. We've got 2 skiers left that can do so.
All right, we'll see how things shape up there for Brooke Baldwin as we update the leaderboard as it stands. Brooke Baldwin. I mean, it's just a straight-up battle now between herself and Beatrice Yanni and Violetta Mosiolski, who we see about to take to the water. Essentially, it's getting into that final third on 11.25 meters that's going to determine who makes it through, which one can actually go further into that realm. So, from Argentina, it's going to be Violetta Mosiolski. right, just we're wigging a little bit as to what's going on the dock, and Violetta, it's going to be coming in on the 13-meter line. That's the minimum starting line length, but due to a delayed start, we had to implement a minimum starting line length in this instance for our pro women. It's going to be 13 meters. Entrance. There you go. There's one, there's two. 13 meters. Oh, nicely done, round number 3.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's a good pass.
Yeah, absolutely good. Nice little warm up there as she skis herself towards the end of the lake. And with that, let's send it on over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here dockside. We're here with Brooke, just got done skiing. So, Brooke, tell us a little bit what's going on in your head right now.
I don't really know where I stand. I don't think I made it. I'm not really sure. I didn't really look at the list before. I probably should have done that. But I don't know. It felt a little bit better than the first round, but I don't know. It is what it is.
You feel that you left a little bit on the plate out there?
To be honest, I was just hanging on for dear life at the end, so I feel like I tried my best. So.
All right, that's the most important thing. Well, thank you very much for being here again, once again in San Gervasio. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And there is Bea, the third person among this. What's that word? That triumvirate or
triumvirate?
Yes.
What's the triumvirate? That's a trio of people that are in a certain area.
Yes.
So which area are we looking at? These are the trio of like the sort of looking for the last spot into the final.
Correct.
Yep. Well, like I said, incumbency is king, and Brooke has that right now. But I mean, we've got Vio here who will take heart from the fact that everybody who started in the second round at the short line length has improved. Of the 3 we've had so far, we've had big improvements from everyone, and she ran a beautiful 12 in the first round. She's actually in a little bit of bad shape here. She's struggling. I think needs a 4 because the offside is so good. Can she get over to 5? Big turn and brings the nose of that ski through so well.
And she almost timed up that line too quick.
Yeah, that was I said it during the first round that she had a phenomenal 12. It looked as easy as anybody's, and I was sort of surprised that she didn't go further at 11. That was not the 12 of earlier. That was scrappy. She didn't have much more left in there. It was also very sensible skiing. She didn't try and do too much at any buoy. She got to buoy 5 and trusted that offside that she has. A little bit of slack at 1, we'll see. I think just probably pulled a little long. Again, that chest that maybe a little bit too up through the wakes. It's fine, but it was a slow 2. Little on the tail there, and just a little out of position. Didn't quite get everything she needed out of the boat across the wakes. And she ran the pass, but she's going to need certainly a better start here in order to get the 4 and the 4 actually would be enough to take Brooke Baldwin out of 8th spot. 4 would be fine, and then she's waiting to see what Bea does. 4 1/4 really would be better.
All right, let's see what she's got. As we continue on with round number 2 in the pro women's competition, and
just saw a dab there, Tony. Haven't seen a dab in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It was sort of a 2016 thing. Anyway, Violetta needs 4 to even have a chance. Any more is more ideal. Let's see what she can do. She didn't have a great 12. She's capable of running this. It's not the best one. I think she's going to be struggling here, and it is a 1. I think that's inside of 2, and she knows it. And that's a shame for her. Not the second round that she wanted. She didn't look settled through 12, and so that now does mean she is out, unfortunately, and the triumvirate has become a duo.
Yes.
It really is. And Brooke looking, like I say, she's got the spot, but if Bea can run 12 and get any piece of 1, she will go through based on her countback.
That's going to be a little easier said than done.
Also, she's very capable of it. I mean, I think if I was Brooke, I probably wouldn't be too confident. Bea, I've seen her run big scores many, many times, and we'll see what she does. But I'm going to say she's got all the capability of doing it.
Yeah, and she didn't look at all pleased with that effort, Violetta.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you know, the nature of the day, the way we've had this wind means that we've had to bump up the start line length, which I think is the only way we're going to get through this these 2 rounds. I mean, it's late in the day. It's 4:45, and we still have, you know, something like 23 for 24 skiers left. So, you know, we've got to hope that the glare doesn't come and just make it very, very hard for the second half of men. But anyway, I mean, you know, as a result of making that start line shorter, it is a bit more tough if you just, you know, you don't have as long to kind of get into your rhythm. And I think Violetta suffered from that just there. So hopefully, you know, she'll regroup, and I don't know what her next tournament will be or whatever, but she will be looking forward to that after a you know, subpar and unsatisfactory round for her here.
All right, so that brings us to our next skier, and a skier whose destiny in relation to making it through to the Pro Women's Final is entirely in her hands.
Exactly. You can look at it both ways. Like, Brooke has the spot right now, but Bea has it in her hands, and I think I'd probably rather be in Bea's spot. She's got every capability of doing it. Look at her smiling. She's a very positive person, very nice. We haven't seen her do any tournaments in Europe this year.
This is actually her first event of the season.
Is that right? Yeah. Well, she said that she's been focusing on business. She's now a yoga instructor. I think she started her own business, and I've missed having her around, to be honest with you. She's always a great person to hang out with, and you know, to see all these tournaments. We're used to seeing her at every tournament through Europe, and this year was kind of weird not having her here. So it was nice to see her the last few days, and she'll be very excited to make a final if she can run that, you know, get that piece of 1 at 11 that she needs.
All right, so we've got Claudio Bonatti at the helm. We've got Angeliki Papadimitriou in the passenger seat. There's our boat crew, and Beatricia Yanni on 13 meters. And her destiny in terms of maybe making it through to the Pro Women's Final now rests with her ability to run the next pass of 12 meters and get into 11.25 meters. And with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Welcome back, everybody. Here dockside, we're joined by Jamie, who's getting ready to do her set. So, Jamie, conditions are quite different compared to round 1. How do you feel about it?
I'm looking forward to going out there and skiing. It's nice now, so should be good.
All right, and are you happy about your scoring in round 1?
I'm happy. I want to run 11 though, so a little bit frustrated, but I just need to relax a little more and have fun.
Oh, yeah, have fun out on the water. We hope to see you run 11. Thank you very much again for being here. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, we're back, and great to have every single one of you here watching the women's slalom round 2. We've got a fair amount of skiers left, and if you've got a watch party going on, why not share a photo of said watch party? Scan that QR code or go to waterskibroadcasting.com and navigate from there, and then you can upload a photo of your watch party right now.
That's where the magic happens, Tony. Look, that's Vince twiddling his knobs, messing with all sorts of electronics, giving everyone back home the view they want. And so it's a must-run pass for Bea, absolutely must-run. She must run 12, and I think if she can get through this, then she's going to be in good shape, very, very good shape to make the final. It's looking good so far.
So far, so good.
Over to 3, a little out the back, but I think she's fine. She's taking it easy. Good 4, around 5, and I think she's going to get out the exit gates here with the 6, and that's it. And I think, you know, it just shows in that first round, Tony, Brooke missed her gate. She ran 3 at 38, and she missed her gate, so it took her back to 0. So if she'd gone through the gates, obviously, you know, if your aunt had wheels, it'll be a bike or whatever it is. I don't know how all that goes, but ifs and buts. But if Brooke had got the 3 and had not missed her gates, then Bea would have needed a piece of 4. So it just shows how important that is. So I think Bea just really needs to get through the gates here, and if she misses the gates, then it will be, I guess they both get in. Is that how it works? What's the format here? No, there's a runoff. Runoff. So if she misses the gates here, which, you know, I hope she doesn't, it'll be a runoff. If she gets around 1, then she's in the final. So everyone thereafter, we just saw Jamie talking about running 11. You know, she's made a final, which is good for her. I'm not sure she's done too many tournaments this year, so let's see. No, you know, to be honest with you, Bea, if she gets 1 and pushes Brooke out, she'll be in 8th spot. But she doesn't really want to face Jamie in the first round. You know, Jamie, who's you know, we don't know who's going to be the top seed, but you know, let's say whoever gets the top seed will be you know, someone to avoid, and maybe a lot of people's bets would be on Jamie, who has the top seed right now. So let's see what she can do. She'll want to get through it. She didn't like the look of or the feel of that 11 that she had, of that 12 she had before, but let's see. I'll leave it to you, Tony.
All right, here we go. Round the first buoy, and that essentially cements her place through to the next round. But Bea harbours greater ambitions here. A little bit delayed off number 4, and I don't know whether she actually made it round number 5, but if she did, looks like it's going to be 5.
That's good skiing. I'll tell you, that's good skiing, because we've got I don't have this. We've got Kiara Bonneman on 5, and we've got Jamie Metcalf on 5, right? So that means that she's now gone above them with the count back. So that means that Kiara and Jamie must run 4 to keep their seed above her.
Yes, indeed, and yeah, the seedings are now starting to take shape.
So going through the seeding right now, we have Jamie Bull first, Ali Nicholson second, that's with a 3 and a 2, Ali Garcia third with a 2. We've got Manon Costard with a 1.5. We have a 1 for Anne-Marie Wroblewski, and now we have Bea Yanni with a 5 and a 4. Now, there are 2 other 5s, Kiara Bonneman and Jamie Metcalf, but they don't have a backup. So Bea did start the earliest, which means that her seeding is lower. So any perfect ties, the lower seeded skier, how they came into the event, will go down. But she's given herself a shot. If Jamie and or Kiara run less than 4, then she's going to take an extra spot. Unfortunately, that does mean that Brooke is now out of the tournament. That's unfortunate for her. I'm sad to see that, you know, given the success she's had earlier this year. But you know, unfortunately, we can't have everyone in. Not the best S10 I've ever seen. Tony, what do you think?
No, certainly appears to be a little bit rusty out there. She could have done with at least a tournament or 2 before attacking San Gervasio, but you can't have everything.
No, riding that new ski, Bea. She's on that D3 Neo 2, a ski I know well, which I'm happy to see someone ski on it. It's a phenomenal ski. So she's obviously enjoying it. She's made her first final, and we're going to have to wait a few to see how long. At what point she's going to be in terms of the seeding at the end of this round.
All right, so as the boat makes its way around the dock area, we'll pick up our next competitor, who is Jamie Metcalf, who knows that her destiny in regards to making it through to the final is secure. So Jamie Metcalf currently in a tie for 7th place right now. Beatricia Yanni, who has skied herself into 6th place with 4 at 11.25 meters and 5 in each of the respective rounds in which she skied at right now. That accounts for her 6th place position at this time. Jamie Metcalf, 5 and 11.25 meters in round number 1. In order to supersede Beatrizia's backup score, she would have to score more than 4 on 11.25 meters. We'll see if she can get there. And after getting through a pass number 1, we'll send it on over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. As Jamie's just got done with her first pass, we're joined here with Beatrice. Beatrice, nice and solid score, round 1 and round 2.
Thank you. I'm very happy that I improved. Of course, if I would have run it, it would have been better. But still, I'm very happy because it means I'm consistent, and it felt great. The boat felt great. Conditions are very good, so I'm happy.
All right, we see you're happy. You have a big smile on your face, and well, can't wait to see you tomorrow in the head-to-head. Really can't wait. Good luck.
Thank you, Lorenzo.
Congratulations for this results. Super nice to see you here this year again. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Okay, so congrats there to Bea as we see Chiara Bonneman getting ready for her go out there on the course. So a lot of moving parts going forward as Chiara Bonneman gets her Pro Gear gloves at the ready. So for a better grip on your competition, go to the Pro Gear website, which is skiprogear.com. That is skiprogear.com. In the meantime, we've got Jamie Metcalf. She's gone through 13. This is an attempt on 12 meters. She's safely through to the next round of the competition. Now, how high will her seeding be is going to be determined by what she does on the next pass, which is 11.25 meters. She can improve her seeding. She can improve her seeding if she actually skis more than 4 on the next pass coming up, because that would vault her directly above Beatricia Yanni. Handle up a little bit high, but still managing to get some better than decent angle going through here.
So Tony, not to correct you, but if she runs 4, she will go above Bea as a
That's
result
correct,
of
yes.
Seeding into the tournament.
Yeah, yeah. If
so
she gets above
important
4, then that vaults her into the next seeding position above Bea. So we will continue to monitor the situation with the seedings and try and give you an idea of what ultimately what the pairings would be. Now, how they would actually appear in the actual physical competition itself is another matter, because while getting the pairings situated between each skier is easy enough, it's when they ski that's a bit of a wrinkle. Here we go. This is Jamie Metcalf. This is 11.25 meters. That's number 3. This is number 4. Anything better than 4 will improve her seeding, which it does. There's 5, and even better still.
6, and she's not going to get it.
Oh, she's not going to S-turn 6, is she?
That's well. The good thing is she's improved her score. I mean, she'll be pretty upset for having missed out on that boy 6, because then all she had to do was get the 1, and then she's putting pressure on Anne-Marie. But still, that puts her into outright 6th as it stands, with a 5.5 at 11, with Bea behind her with a 5 and a 4, and Chiara with a 5 and nothing right now. So she's done her job. She's moved above Bea, that's for sure. But she'll be frustrated. I mean, I have to say, I thought that once she got around 6, it is tough. It's difficult as a lefty. You get around 6 and you can't just chuck the tail in and slow down. So you'll see the lefties have a bit more of a difficult time stopping at 6. And you saw she was in two minds here. Like, did she think about S-turning it? But you can't S-turn 6. You don't have enough. Well, maybe at 34 you have more time, but generally you can't do it. Frustrating. So. And the funny thing there is, if she'd have cut back in and got back to the wakes, she would have been given 6. Whereas I think because she didn't have the handle when she got to the wakes here, then she was given 5.5.
Now, and ultimately as well, that means that this score, although it's an improvement, keeps her into the bottom half of the seedings. She won't be in 4th spot or any higher there, and that means ultimately that Jamie Metcalf won't get to choose, at least not in the first set of pairings anyway. She won't be able to choose whether she goes out first or
That's unfortunate. That's frustrating. She just didn't know what to do. She got out there and just wasn't sort of. She'd done all the work, had actually a very good forward to get back into it. I think it's a tie of her season's best. I think I saw she ran a 5.5 somewhere else, but that'll she's improved her seeding from where it could have been. but she'll be frustrated because then she could have, taken out Anne-Marie or Manon. Obviously with them to ski, but getting a score at 39, that would have been, really, really quite valuable.
All right, so who do we have next coming up? We got Chiara Bonneman, who scored 5 on 11.25 meters in the previous round. So a bit of a similar situation with Chiara Bonneman. She would need to outstrip the backup scorer Beatrice Iani to move one seating position above her, but for all intents and purposes, if she wants to improve 2 seating places above where she is right now, she would have to out-ski that score that we just saw just a few minutes ago from Jamie Metcalf.
If she ties it, she'll go ahead, based on...
All right there, so let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here on the dock. We're joined by Anne-Marie, who's going to be our next skier in the water. So you did a pretty solid score in round 1. What is going through your head for round 2, for the seeding for the final?
Just do my best and see how it goes. I know I'm already through to the final, so a little bit less pressure than the first round.
But are you thinking at all about where are you going to be seated for the final?
Oh, yeah, definitely. But we'll just see how it goes.
All right. Thank you very much for being here. Good luck on round 2. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right. So we've got in the water right now, and very soon getting out of the water on top of it is Chiara Bonneman from Germany. I believe comes to us from the Bavaria area of Germany, if my information is correct.
She's from Dortmund.
Oh, from Dortmund. Oh, yeah, of course, from Dortmund. The yellow
wall.
The yellow wall.
Famous football town.
Borussia Dortmund.
Yeah.
Indeed. Let's have a look. This is 12 meters for Chiara Bonneman. Oh, a little bit narrow on buoy number 3, but managing to make up some time off number 4 and get everything settled in just in time to run the 6 buoy count. Good solid skiing there for Chiara Bonneman. And we'll see how far she can get 11.25 minutes. If she gets a 5.5 on this run, then that will move her above Jamie Metcalf so far as her seeding is concerned, because even though it would be a tie, she has the superior score from round 1.
Well, and Beyer, if she has to run a full 4 in order to go above Beyer. To tie Beyer in, the perfect tie first and second. But
she can go 2 seeding places higher by superseding the...
5.5 or 5.5 would do. 6 would be better, because then she'd have even more of a chance to get Anne-Marie or Manon or the 2 Allies, or even Jamie Bull with 3.
All right, moving on and moving forward. Just updated our pro women's slalom results as it stands right now.
Here you go, Tony.
Yeah.
That's why I took a picture of you a minute ago.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Looking very very happy there, Tony, and you really didn't throw a smile in too much for us.
Well,
next time. All right. So she must run 4 to avoid top seed tomorrow. So let's see what she can do. She ran 5 earlier. She was close to 6.
Whoa! A little bit exposed into buoy number 1 there. And now that could cost her the pass. And that ultimately will cost her the pass, because 3 is about as much as she could get with that effort. And that means that even though does that move her above Beyer so far? No, it doesn't.
No, that actually she's in the final, but she has with a
lost the seeding
with a 5 and a 3 or whatever that was. I don't know if that was a 2 or a 3, but she didn't. She's not improved her seeding. She's not even held her seeding, unfortunately. So Beyer moves up into outright 7th. That confirms Jamie Metcalf as 6, and that is a 3. And so 5 and 3 puts her in 8th. So that means that she will face the top seed tomorrow, which, as it stands, is Jamie Bull.
Yeah. Okay, so Chiara Bonneman needing horrid approach into buoy number 1. I mean that was not the best way to start.
Didn't really get her ski out on edge, did she? She sort of went straight at it and then had to sort of push the tail around.
And then a little bit of a fin release coming off number 2 and towards number 3 didn't exactly help matters either.
She's very, very balanced around the back end of her 135. I think that's the strongest part of her skiing that I see. But I think that standing up and running at the buoy is not really what she wants. So
there we go. That essentially confirms Chiara Bonneman, even though she's made it through to the 8 skier final, but losing at the same time a seeding or 2.
And it just shows how Anne-Marie just squeaked around 6 earlier on that 11 to run it, and she's then put herself in certainly 5th spot and potentially higher. Very interesting. Very interesting. Chiara will she's skied well today. I'm not sure if she's run more than 5 all that many times, but she's skied well. But yeah, I mean, facing top seed first off in a head-to-head is not sort of what you want to do, ideally.
All right, then we've got another potential battle coming up. We go through the skiers and one after the other in the women's slalom round number 2, when we're presenting ourselves with some potential seeding battles going up here. This next one is going to be between Anne-Marie Wroblewski versus Manon Costard. Now, Manon Costard is only half a buoy ahead of Anne-Marie Wroblewski at 10.75 meters. But if Anne-Marie can get past 1.5 and maybe get round 2 or a little bit further down that pass, then that will move her above Manon Costard, and it would ultimately give her a choice as to whether she wants to start first or go second.
I'm going to say, though, I think without being too controversial, if you look at the 1.5 from Manon, it was a good 1.5. It was a 1.5 where she got a 1, where she was moving to 3 and just couldn't quite finish it. So she'll feel confident that, even though she ran a 1.5, she'll feel good that she can improve. It's not like she squeaked the 1.5. She wasn't, trying to S-turn and missed it, whatever. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting. Anne-Marie, she's interesting season. I mean, she went over to Moomba and she was so close to knocking out Whitney McClintock, the eventual winner in the not even the semi-final round, in sort of the last chance qualifier round in Australia there. And I think if she'd have got around the 2 at 11 that she needed to get to, she'd have pushed Whitney out, who then wouldn't have won. So it was a sliding doors moment for her as we go to Lorenzo.
Let's check in with him.
Welcome back to the dog, guys. We're joined here by Chiara Bonneman, who just got done skiing. So how was your set, Chiara?
It was okay, I would say. We all know, there's always another buoy we can get. Wasn't quite as good as the first round, but it's okay.
You're through to the final, though.
Yes, I am. I'm very happy about that. So something to look forward to.
Are you worried at all about the seeding for tomorrow, or you're feeling confidence knowing where you are right now?
Well, I do have to say I'm very happy I made finals because, was my job and all that. I'm just trying to ski a few tournaments. So this is more than I was hoping for. So.
All right, perfect. That was amazing then. Good to have you here. Nice to see you with a big smile, and nice to see you in the final tomorrow. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, back to me. And
as
Freddie
usual.
went as usual.
As usual, as always.
Yes.
That's the catchphrase these days, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's good to see Chiara there. She's just happy to make the final, and I mean, she'll go as big as possible tomorrow. She'll run as big of a score as she can. We have seen it here. Nicholas Bonatti took out the top seed a number of years ago, and I think in 2022. So it does happen. We've seen it over the years. It's always exciting to see that underdog. But let's see, Anne-Marie, 12 meters. She, like I say, she's very tall, powerful, and has a really good way of manipulating that ski around the turns. Just looks like she's missing a little bit of rope at the back end of her 135, but she made that work very well last time with that 1 at 10.75. I don't know what her best ever would be. It would be 1 or 2 here. 1 or 2 at 10.75. Let's. Look at this, the watch party things are coming in. I love it.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
absolutely. Nice little lounge there with the wood detailing and everything.
Very, very pretty. Very nice. And, why wouldn't you? I mean, this is the best possible thing you can do on a Saturday afternoon or morning or wherever you are to watch some high-end water skiing.
The only thing that's missing in that room is like a moose head or something like that with antlers.
Yeah, there you go. Bit of taxidermy. I think you've got to sort of kill them yourself, though, if you're going to do that, right? You can't buy them. That's sort of weird.
That's cheating.
That's cheating, yeah. So, so Anne-Marie, she's guaranteed, as we've said, through that sort of squeaky boy 6 that she just got around in the first round. She's got that 5th spot, but she does want to, move up the order as much as possible. Like you said, if she can get into 4th spot, she'll have a choice. If she can get to 2nd, 3rd, or even 1st, she's really giving herself more of a chance tomorrow. She ran 1 in the first round. She wasn't so far from 2, but if she can get the 2, then a full 2 would the line length after this next one would actually put her in outright 2nd as it stands. So let's see. It's all to play for. As much as they've all made the finals, the seeding is so important here in a head-to-head. You cannot underline that enough.
Here we go. Anne-Marie Wroblewski.
Taylor at 1. She's at 2, and 2's fine. She's a sort of fairly, lackadaisical style here, but she'll need the 4. I think she'll get the 4.
And yes, she
5's,
will.
She ran out 5, but I think she'll pull hard around 6.
Anne-Marie gets it done. All 6 buoys, 11.25 meters, and she looked pretty happy with that one.
That's pretty good. Donal Connolly, a legend of water skiing there, watching with us. He is. This is a man who developed splash eye trick, on everyone's mind these days, and a guy that just a very good man of water skiing, a good citizen of water skiing. He's done a lot over the years. He's helped with the International Federation. He's developing stuff, and I think up there with one of the more influential people in water skiing. We're very, very lucky to have Donal in the sport. I don't know if you can tell, Tony, I'm a big fan.
Yes, we all should be big fans of the innovation that he's brought to the sport, including the splash eye jumping system, which he introduced several seasons ago, and has become the standard for measuring water ski jumps.
And eye trick.
And eye trick, which is fast becoming the way to score tricks in tournaments. You can find out more for each one by going to splasheye.com. That's splasheye.com. As we see a few of our fans are taking a little bit of a cooling rest there in the water. As we see Anne-Marie Wroblewski, she scored 1 on this pass in the round previous to this one. She needs more than 1.5 to improve her seeding value ahead of Manon Costar, and that basically means that Anne-Marie Wroblewski does not move so far as her seeding is concerned, but it does cement the fact that the Manon Costar, with her seeding place at 1.5 at 10.75 meters, she could potentially move higher if she scores more than 2, but for the moment, the worst that Manon Costar can do so far as the seeding value is concerned would be 4th.
Yeah, so the remaining 4 skiers will remain in the top 4, so we're now just looking at the order. So the bottom half of our head-to-head is now in order. 5th place, Anne-Marie Wroblewski. 6th place, Jamie Metcalf. 7th place, Bear Yanni. And 8th place, Chiara Bonneman.
All right, and to determine, we've already determined 4th place, unless Manon Costar actually has designs to ski more than 2 buoys at 10.75 meters. That would ultimately be a target, and
I think she will have designs to run more than that.
Yes,
I mean, just guessing.
Yeah, I would think so.
She'll want to run more than 2. I think she can, and she will. I think there's a good chance she will. She looked very good. Got one of the better ones. Only Jamie had a better one at 39 in the first round. Actually, no, Ali had a very good boy one as well, so I shouldn't say that. But let's see what happens here. She's, probably. She's in terms of wins in her career, she's won actually everything there is to win, more or less, in the sport. She's been world champion 2009, 2018 Masters champion. Both in a runoff with Regina Jaquist, pretty amazingly, and then she won the Moomba Masters in 2020 in a runoff with Ali Nicholson. So she's done a huge amount in the sport. She actually looks better and better on that ski. I think the more she skis on it, like that offside's looking more and more dialed, and that's a very, very good first pass.
All right, nicely done. And let's check in with Lorenzo once again.
Hey everybody, welcome back here dockside. We're joined by Ali, who's getting ready to ski. So how are you feeling about round 2?
He does sound
You
like
know,
the
I've been sitting
lead
around,
singer
it's a
for
little hot and
Måneskin.
sweaty. I feel good though. I'm excited to get back on the water. I felt really good last round, and I was a bit ambitious, and I tried
Still
to play
soggy.
it safe by getting a full 2 instead of turning it. So I'm really hoping that I can get through another 11 and give myself another shot at that 2 ball.
All right. Let me ask you this. Is seeding important? Is something that you're really thinking about right now for finals tomorrow? Starting point important is going to be head-to-head?
Yeah, absolutely. I think seeding's more important than ever when it's head-to-head. It determines how hard your matchup is, and everybody in the final is a really great skier, and they're all tough, but I think you want to be seeded as high as possible.
All right. Perfect. Thank you very much. We keep you... let you get ready, get focused. Good luck on round 2, and back to you, Tony.
All right, so skier on the water right now, Manon Costar managing to make her way through the opening pass of 30 meters, and there's Claudio Benatti at the wheel, Angeliki Papadimitriou in the passenger seat, our officials overseeing what's happening here with Manon Costar, 12 meters, looking strong, looking in good shape here.
She looks better and better.
Yeah,
that boy
absolutely.
too was very, very good. That was, that's.
And a decision to change skis in the last couple of weeks is starting to pay dividends.
Well, we don't know if it was a decision. It could be a lot of things. It could have been lost on the plane on the way back from Portugal. It could have been, I don't know, snapped or broke. I don't know. Who knows? But anyway, she's on a different ski, and. She's looking very good on it, very, very good on it. That was that boy too. There was perfect, exactly what she wants to be doing, and I think her 11 early was very solid, because even though it wasn't a perfect pass, it was very, very safe, and she was never missing it, and that's a mark of, look at that, that's perfect. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. That's the mark of someone skiing well, is when they can run their one of their harder passes with the odd sort of mistake or bobble and still make it look like it was really, really easy. So we'll see what happens here. I mean, she's, she must, in order to improve her seeding, from 4th. Currently 4th would give her Anne-Marie in the next round. If she can move up, then she'll start looking further down the order. But in order to improve, she has to get through this 11-meter pass and get a full 2 or more at 10.75. I think we're going to see her do it. It's very good conditions right now. There's no wind. She looked great earlier, and I think she looks better on this set. So let's see.
All right, here we go. Manon Costar.
This is 11. I think it says 10.75, but this is actually 11.
It is 11.25 meters. No. Getting all over the back of the skis. She's round number 2 and number 3, getting it good to go round number 4. And yeah, there you go. That is a 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters, and starting to really feel at ease here at San Gervasio.
Yeah, I didn't like that boy too, but again, she it was a pretty average 2. I think she had she was a bit too fast on the gate, a little bit of a sort of wiggle there as she turned in. So not what she wanted to do, but 1 was pretty good, but 2 was not. Watch this. The tail, sits in the water, the nose comes up, she's out the back, but watch 3, absolutely what you want to see. Just brings the ski through, very controlled, and from there it was very, very easy. And again, when you can run your one of your harder passes with mistakes, then you're in good shape. And I think that she'll feel really good, having had if she can get her gate right, which that wasn't her best gate, but she still ran the pass pretty easily. I think she can get the gate right. She's going to be in pretty good shape here.
All right. So in order for her to move a seeding position. To improve her seeding position, she has to score essentially more than 2.
Or any 2. 2 would put her up to second right now, because she would have 2 and a 1.5. So that would just mean that the other girls have to run 1.5 or 2 in order to move above her.
Yeah.
When you have 2 scores, then that helps. So she really needs a minimum of 2, but she'll feel good about getting over to 3. She looked great earlier, good 1, and let's see what she can do. The conditions are great. Let's see this gate. That's a better gate, I would say. She looks more dialed in.
There you go. There's round number 1. And deep on number 1 there. And that essentially means that she will be paired up against Anne-Marie Wroblewski.
It does.
For the moment, at least.
no, I think that confirms it because the other girls cannot move down. So that again confirms Manon in fourth spot with a 1.5 and a half. She will be in fourth spot. She's frustrated. I thought it was a good gate, but she comes up a little narrow. Watch this arm just comes up, and she just pushed a lot of the nose of that ski in the water, and that's frustrating for her. But she's she's still in the final, and she will have the seed tomorrow to choose. And presumably she'll go first, and so she'll make Anne-Marie have to beat her. But yeah, as we go through, we're getting fourth down to eighth are confirmed. It's a frustrating for her because she's so capable of that full two. And again, she tried to turn too earlier when she could have really stood up. It was the right thing to do. She had to go for it. No criticism whatsoever. But you just feel a bit frustrated when you went for it, and then the other, you see someone else turn after you and get a superior score. So.
Okay.
We are we are, but so that's her in fourth.
All right, so the next two competitors essentially can pretty much determine their destiny in regards to the pairings that they would want to ideally have. So far as our next skier, who is going to be Ali Garcia. She's making her way towards the course right now. After her, it's going to be Ali Nicholson, and then eventually Jamie Bull. But so far, the only pairing that we can confirm is going to be Manon Costard versus Anne-Marie Wroblewski.
So let's look at it this way. If Ali Garcia, because we've got two Alis in a row, if Ali Garcia does not improve, she will end up in third, which will put her up against Jamie Metcalf.
That's right.
So she's trying to improve, and we'll go to Lorenzo.
All right, we will.
Welcome back here, Dockside. We're joined by Ali Nicholson, our next skier in the water. So, Ali, how are you feeling for round two?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I mean, I think, fortunately, we're going to beat the glare. I think the glare is definitely coming in, so the guys will have to battle that out. Hopefully the girls will get done before then. But, yeah, feeling good. The wind is pretty minimal right now, so hopefully, nothing to worry about this round.
All right, yeah, we hope so. Are you thinking at all about seeding at this point, knowing how the tournament has gone so far?
Yeah, I mean, so far my spot still stands. We'll see what Ali does. So she's the only one right now that can pass me. So we'll see. I mean, definitely Jamie's in the top seed right now. Would love to take that top spot for myself. So going to go out and try to put up a bigger score. Last round, I kind of was thinking, don't get 1.5 a little bit. I, completely lost my head out of 2 and, came up short of 3. So hoping to get, outside 3 and even more this round.
All right, perfect. We hope to see you go around 4 and then. Yeah. Thank you very much for being here again. Good luck on your round, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Got Claudia Benatti at the wheel. He's been doing a fantastic job so far, and one of the coaches here at Jolly Ski works day in and day out, driving for all kinds of competitor, whether it's the beginning competitor all the way up to world-class women's slalom, which you see right here. Ali Garcia, 12 meters, looking strong and looking in good shape there. 6 buoys for Ali Garcia on that pass of 12 meters.
Easy. Yeah, looking good. She's really improved. I mentioned earlier how when you do tournament rounds, it's very difficult to improve, and often it sort of makes you get worse because you're just sort of focusing on the score. You're not really focusing on what you're doing. It's very hard to sort of focus on technique. So you work on technique leading into the tournament rounds, and then you have 2 months of them. Actually, Ali Garcia, Ali Nicholson have done consecutively in terms of pro tournaments. They did first weekend in May, Swiss Pro. Then they had Masters qualify that weekend, Masters qualify the following weekend. The following weekend was off. Then it was Masters. Then it was Masters itself. Then Lake 38. Then Monaco. Then Morocco. They went to Portugal. Then Botas. I mean, that is a hell of a schedule. I mean, I'm going to say that it's probably not ideal to have that many in a row, and hopefully we can spread it out. I think Worlds has something to do with that this year. Pushing things forward and backward. But she's done a really good job. All of that is to say, she's done a really good job of improving, and she had her best results of the year so far at Botas last week. I believe she started running 38, a bit more consistent. She ran 38 this morning, ran 11 meters this morning, and she's looking good to do it again. So, hats off to her. That's very difficult to do, to improve through tournament rounds, and she's done it. And she's hopefully peaking just at the right time. So let's see.
Here we go.
11 meters must run if she wants to improve her seeding. Big 2. She does have that big 2, and you know, little tip rise on 3, but nothing to worry about. She can always rely on her offside turn, and that's actually,
look at her go.
It's a pretty good 11, I'm going to say.
Yeah, very well in control.
Yeah, and she's happy with it. Throws the fist. I like to see that. That's good.
I mean, it wasn't perfect, but she knuckled down, grit and determination, all of that stuff, and wrestled her way out of it.
Watch the commitment here. Just says, you know what, I'm turning this my offside here, and just gets the nose through, and a little bit of a crush. I mean, a very slight one, but very, very good skiing. This is good, and this is actually kind of textbook Ali. This is what we've seen, you know, the last few years, like really good offside, maybe slightly on the tail or on the onside, but you know, this was a good pass, and you know, for someone that hasn't been running 11 that much, that was pretty good. No issues, and she'll be, like we saw, you know, we're going to see this piss bump again. There you go. She's happy.
And from one Ali to another, Ali Garcia out there in the water. Ali Nicholson about to take to the water. So let's see what we've got. We're about less than 25 minutes away from starting the men's round 2 of this event. And that's going to be a little bit trickier to determine the seedings with our men compared to the women. Certainly,
let's see. She's a full 3. That's a good one. Let's see what she can do at 2 here. She's gone for it. Come on, Ali. Over to 3. S turns. Out the exit gates, and she's now in the lead. She's now putting pressure on Ali Nicholson to improve her score from earlier, and Jamie Bull to tie her score again to push her down. So season's best from Ali Garcia. Very, very good skiing, and we saw, like, she got the good one and just committed to that too. She's now really put herself in a good spot for either to be first or second seed. We're going to have to see how Ali Nicholson responds. I'm going to say Jamie Bull probably will run the 2 that she needs to stay above Ali, because of course it comes back to, if you tie perfectly, then it comes back to the entry into the tournament. Of course, Jamie, due to her ranking on the number 1 on the Waterski Pro Tour, is the top seed into the event. But this is fantastic skiing. Gets over to 2, little bit of tail slide, handle a bit high, but pulls well over to 3, and actually a very good S turn, and you know, bags of time out the exit gates.
All right then, so as it looks like right now, Ali Garcia on 3 at 10.75 meters. Her backup score is 2. So that opens up some possibilities. As it stands right now, with Ali Garcia being in the lead by the sheer fact that she scored 3 and has the lead because she skied. Currently at the moment, if nothing changed, then Ali Garcia would have the number 1 seed, and she'll be going up against Chiara Bonneman in the first round in the quarterfinals.
Exactly. So, you know, we've got 2 more skiers here, and as much as they are all in the final, we've got, you know, this is pretty interesting to see who's going to get these seeded spots. Let's just put it in, you know, plain English. Ali Nicholson must run 3 or more to keep her seed above Ali.
All right then, and with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Hey everybody, welcome back here on the dock. We're here with Ali Garcia, who just got done skiing. So Ali, you did say that you wanted to turn 2 and pull to 3. You did it. How you feel about it?
I'm so happy, honestly. That was a really big goal. Like, this whole week I've been skiing really well, and I was like, man, I really feel like I can get my first 3 of the summer, and it'd be so exciting. And then after I said it to you guys right before I skied, I was like, I really hope I didn't just jinx that and like go fall at 12. But no, I'm super pumped. I didn't feel good the whole set. Like, my rhythm was crazy. I was unsettled. So the fact that I could go put up a score still makes me feel really confident.
All right, nice. Well, you did ski good. You didn't jinx it, and even if you felt that rhythm, what counts is the number of buoy that you turns, and you did turn a lot. Congratulations on your score in round 2. Congratulations also in round 1 for the consistency. Thank you very much for being here, and back to you, Tony.
All right, thank you very much indeed, as we heard there from Ali Garcia and Lorenzo D'Alberto.
You wouldn't know that she felt off balance. at all, actually. I thought that set was a very controlled set. To me, she looked good. I'm surprised to hear her say that. I mean, nice of her to be honest, but I wouldn't have picked it at all. She looked like she was, back to the Ali that I've seen her ski really, really well over the years, and impressed with it, I have to say.
All right, here we go. 12 meters for Ali Nicholson, originally out of Gallatin in Tennessee. But
you said that before, Tony. I was going to say I could hear it in my head. Out of Gallatin, Tennessee.
Yes, but resides in Central Florida these days, not too far away from Winter Garden, and Ali Nicholson, when she's not doing this, is a traveling nurse.
Yes, she's a traveling nurse. She's I think actually she might be a bit more stationary. She told me the other week she's got a job in Florida where they sort of she's working sort of part time. She has to be there, a certain amount, and it's really working for her. I mean, I think it's fantastic. She's a big supporter of the tour. I think she does. She probably, I would say, has done more tournaments, more pro tournaments than anybody in the world in the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 years. I mean, she does every European tournament. She won in Africa last year. She does all of them, and it's great to see that love. I know for myself. I mean, I once in a while need to have a break. I do as much as I can, but she she turns up to every tournament she possibly can. I think she has a 100% record. She has a 100% record. She didn't do Moomba this year, so she missed that one. Terrible commitment from her, but apart from that, she's very, very committed. And it's great to see, and she's improved so much the last number of years. It used to be that she was kind of maxed out, like running.
We can excuse her for some events.
Yeah, we can excuse her. It's quite far away, but she, now she's just dialed in. I remember she came here and broke her ski, put it through the handle a number of years ago, and then got another ski and started running 11 on somewhat, on a borrowed ski,
and then used that ski to run through 10.75 meters for the very first time.
Might have to check that one time. I think she did it on her own ski in 2023, but anyway. That doesn't matter. She's over to 5 here at 11, and you never doubt it anymore. And I mean, let's go back to maybe the biggest moment of her career when she won the Masters this year by last off the dock. Was she last off the dock at the Masters? I think she was actually. She was with a score of she needed to run 11 to win the Masters. I think she might have had to run anyway. She last off the dock. She won the Masters running 11, and it was very, very special. And I mean, I can tell you that, this year, when you look at some of the other names that fell, especially in the women's field, like it was not easy out there, and she did such a good job, and that was a crowning moment and something that's well deserved. She's won tournaments before, but probably none as valuable to her as that one, and she's carrying it on here. So let's see again to make it very, very clear. In order to keep her second seed. In order to challenge for the lead, she needs to run 3 and see what Jamie does. In order to stay 100% ahead of Ali, she needs to run a full 3. So 1 or 2 is not going to help her at all. She's guaranteed at least third spot after this round, but she's going to want to go for 1 and 2, and she's capable. We saw her at Botas last week in the final. She ran 5. She was just inside of 6, just behind Jamie. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to help her move up from the second spot that she had, but let's see what she can do. She's on form. I thought she had a phenomenal 1 and 2 in the first round. She just got a little bit crushed out of buoy 2. So let's see what she can do as the boat comes in.
And she's part of the Syndicate brand team alongside Jamie Ball and Will Asher, and they're proving to be quite unstoppable as they have been for the last 2 seasons. Come on,
she's going to get around 4, and that's
10.75.
Come on, Ali.
Little bit
wow,
delayed
that's
off number
good
4,
skiing.
so there we go. That's going to be 4 at 10.75 meters. That ultimately takes the lead with 1 skier remaining. Now, the highest position that can be achieved by Ali Garcia is going to be second, and with 1 skier to go, it's all to play for.
It is all to play for, and that that's put a bit of pressure on Jamie. Jamie's someone who's been running 5s and 6s at 39 all year long, but she said that the wind was a bit of a factor earlier, having had a good start. But this is fantastic skiing from Ali. Perfect 1, does a really good job. Comes out of 2. Yeah, it's a little taily, but for an offside, very serviceable. And then comes over to 3 and does enough. And that's 4. And she needed to do that to give herself a chance of first place. And again, that's guaranteed her to be second at worst. She's gone ahead of Ali Garcia, so this means that she's either going to be going up against Bea if she stays in second, or she will be going up against
Jamie.
Chiara I think if she ends up first.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what Jamie Bull does.
Now, just to confirm once again, the only confirmed pairing that we have in the quarterfinals in the women's slalom is Manon Costar versus Anne-Marie Wroblewski, right?
And Ali Garcia versus Jamie Metcalf. Right? Yeah, because Ali is definitely in third. Ali Garcia is definitely in third, and so that would put her up against sixth, which is Jamie Metcalf. So yes, so we have 2 confirmed pairings.
All right, let's see what we've got. This is Jamie Bull, the current Pro Tour leader and 2-time World Women's Slalom Champion, looking to try and defend that title later on this season right here in Italy. And with that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back here dockside. We're joined by Ali. We just got done skiing. So 4. How was that there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely happy with that. I want to get a little bit better start and hopefully get through it, but maybe tomorrow, save it for the head-to-head. So that ties me with Jamie. We'll see how her score goes. She has to beat my 2 to keep her seating, so I think I'll be sitting in second tomorrow, but, not a bad place to be. So, yeah, I mean, overall, pretty happy for today.
All right, perfect. Yeah, we still have to see Jamie, but, hey, it's not over until the fat leg sings, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've put myself in a good spot for tomorrow for the head-to-heads and whatnot. You obviously want to be first, but if you can't be first, at least be second, right? So, yeah, I mean, overall, not a bad day. Definitely wanted a little bit more, definitely hungry. Hopefully we can piece it together tomorrow when it matters. So.
Oh, we cannot wait to see you girls tomorrow going head-to-head. It's going to be a great show. Good skiing today. Amazing to see you in the water. Always amazing to see you in the water. Thank you very much for being here. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much.
I think she thinks that Jamie ran 4 in the first round, but Jamie only ran 3.
Yeah, that's right.
So, actually, sorry to correct you, Ali, but actually she's outright first right now, and she's got a really good chance. Of course, Jamie's so capable, but as it stands, Ali Nicholson is the incumbent of first spot. This is 12 meters, I believe, not 11.
Yeah, it's 12 meters, the blue loop.
Just getting a little ahead of ourselves, but I mean, and you definitely wouldn't think that, but it doesn't even really look like a 12 though, does it, Tony? It looks so easy.
Absolutely. I mean, it's mean a lot for a lot of people if they can run that to doing 16 meters or 14.25 meters. There'll be quite a few people that are satisfied with that from a technical standpoint. And there is Jamie Bull. She's run through 13 and 12. 11.25 meters. Now, so far as the pro women's slalom results as they stand, if nothing else changes between now and the end, then Jamie Bull with a score of 3 would currently lie in third spot because Ali Garcia, also scoring 3 but has already skied, has that score, that backup score to take into account. Ali Nicholson, because she scored 3, has a superior backup, and therefore that would put her in a position where she could take on the lowest seeded skier from the bottom end of the seeding bracket, which in this case will be Chiara Bonneman. Then you would see the likes of Jamie Bull and Ali Nicholson. They're in a virtual battle right now to determine their pairings and who gets to ski against Jamie Metcalf or Beatrice Iani. All right, here we go. Coming on in. Next run, 11.25 meters.
I mean, it's a great point, Tony, that Jamie is actually currently in third.
Now she's moved up into second, I believe.
No. She needs to run a full 2 here to get second back, and she needs to run a full 4 here to get first back.
All right.
Yeah,
right. You are.
In terms of a 2 would be a good backup from her 3, which would then allow for her to be second and supersede Ali Garcia on sort of count back, if you like, with the way that she came into the tournament as the higher seed. Perfect ties go to the seed. And then if she runs a full 4, that would get her above Ali Nicholson. And that's, it's not, no small feat. I will say, though, that Jamie had one of the best starts I've ever seen her, and I've watched her a fair bit. She's one of my favourite to watch. She had one of the best starts I've ever seen her have on 39 today. Perfect 1 and perfect 2. We're used to seeing her get a perfect 1, but the 2 was spectacular. And she just came up. I talked to her about it in between rounds. That she said she just came off the handle a little too early, where the wind got her. So she just kind of came up and narrowed into 3. I think that with the wind as it is, there's nothing out there. It's really textbook perfect conditions. You couldn't really have them any better if you could choose. She's going to be feeling very, very confident to get through this pass. She's run it here, I think, at least once or maybe twice every year that she's been here. She's won the event twice. And, let's see what she can do here. So 2 to get second seed, 4 to get first seed. She's guaranteed third seed at least.
This is 10.75 meters, I believe.
Not a best one.
She's round number 1 and number 2. Round number 3.
Unbelievable 3.
Look at this incredible skiing there.
That's incredible. Come on, Jamie.
From Jamie.
She's good at water skiing. That is seriously
good.
Look at
that. Great skiing, and that basically confirms that she will be seeded against Chiara Bonneman in the quarterfinal round.
That was a horrible start. I mean, I said it before about how she had such a great start, great 1 and 2 in the first round, and here she had an average 1, average 2, and I'm seeing her coming to 3, and I'm remembering Swiss Pro, which I always look back to last year, where she turned 5 when she was down and out in my book. But she turned 3, 4, and 5 were just perfect. But look at this 1. She's a little high-sided on the tail. She's moving, but it doesn't look good. And then 2 wasn't very good either. Little slide, loose line, gets over to 3, commits because she knows that she has to get over to 4. And then 4 was a really, really good turn. That's great. And watch 5.
All right, and that basically confirms the pairings, doesn't it?
Yeah, that confirms the pairings, and what a way to do it. That's very cool. That's my pass of the day from Jamie Bull. I have to say that was pretty spectacular. Not that I should doubt Jamie because she always does a bloody good job, but I didn't really give her much chance of getting to 4 when I saw 1 and 2, and she ran the whole thing. Very, very good. Let's see. Okay, so Tony, it's your turn to say that the Canadian record is 2. Let's see.
Here we go.
If she can get the 1, let's see what she can do. So PB is 2. The best she's ever done is 2. She's done it a number of times. Jamie Bull, 10.25. Over to 1. She's narrow. She'll get a... No, not quite.
Not the start she needed for that pass. But ladies and gentlemen, she is the only skier to have gone through completely at 10.75 meters in this competition so far. And if that distinction does not change between now and the end of the competition, she will win herself an additional point on the Waterski Pro Tour for having the best score.
2 points.
2 points, yes.
Yeah. Which, to be honest with you, I'm not sure she needs them. She's way out in front right now. She's won, I think, 4 or 5 tournaments in a row. She's done a seriously good job her last few events. And this was another addition to it. To see anyone run 39 is special, but to see someone sort of do it like that with a bad 1 and 2, it's got to give her so much confidence. I mean, that was pretty special. I mentioned watching her at the Botas tournament 2 years ago when I saw her run 10.75, kind of with a couple of weird boys there, but it wasn't 1 and 2. She had to get back in at 3, and she did. That was very, very special skiing, and good for her. She deserves top seed. Excellent work.
All right, there. Looks like we've got another watch party going on. Tony Bondonzi, big shout out to you, and thanks a lot for your support and continuing to watch. So let's go through the pairings, shall we? We'll go through the starting the leaderboard and determine the pairings using that. Jamie Ball, your leader, with 1 at 10.25 meters. She is going to be paired up against seed number 8, which is Chiara Bonneman, with a score of 5, and that's the number 1 and number 8 pairing. Number 2 pairing, number 2 versus number 7, will feature Ali Nicholson with a second place score of 4 at 10.75 meters against Beatrice Iani, also with 5, but a superior backup means that she's seeded above Chiara Bonneman. So. Third is Ali Garcia. She will be paired up against Jamie Metcalf. In fourth, the 4th versus 5th pairing will be Manon Costard versus Anne-Marie Robleski.
Some pretty interesting pairings there. I think Yeah, we're going to see some good stuff. Interesting, very interesting round. I think that's the benefit of the head-to-head a little bit, where you can see the pairings all the way through the round, even if people have already qualified. As we go to Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, we're here with Jamie, who just got done skiing. First lady to run 10.7. What happened at 10.2?
I don't know. 10.2's been really hard lately. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a bit of a struggle, and I think I'm like pretty worn out from the tour as well. So I'm tired and been struggling in practice at 10.2. So it's kind of been what it's been. But yeah, hopefully I can get through 10.7 again, and then just like get a little bit better of a hook up out of 1, and then I'll be able to at least get across and try and do something at 2.
Try to do something at 2 or turn 2 and pull to 3?
Well, I mean, ideally turn 2 and pull to 3. That's the goal always. But yeah, depends on how I come out of 1.
All right, I can't wait to see you tomorrow, honestly, because I really want to see that Canadian record go down. And good skiing today. It was amazing seeing you ski again. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for have done the entire tour in the European stretch. And back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So here we go. We're going to play the game show that's taken the world by storm. It's called Pick Your Pass. Now, I'll get to pick first this time. I'm going to go with Ali Garcia.
That's a good choice.
All right, and this is, 11.25 meters, 10.75 meters, and got a really good hook up off buoy number 1 and just really sends it into buoy number 2. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, she definitely committed, and that she's got so much balance on her offside, which I'm very envious of. She keeps that handle nice and high and doesn't do a whole lot with her upper body, so the ski's just able to come round, and that was very important there. And that got her over to 3, and it actually wasn't. It didn't help her with her seeding in the end, but at the same time, it has done a really good job of giving her a lot of confidence. She runs 3 tomorrow a couple of times. She might be in with a good shout.
Indeed, indeed. And this is her best score of the season with a 3 at 10.75 meters. It is Ali Garcia, and kudos to her and effort out there in running 3 at 10.75 meters. And obviously a big shout out to her parents, Steve and Dana Garcia, along with Taylor. I'm sure they're watching, and they're probably quite pleased with what Ali has done. So pick your pass there, Freddie.
Well, I'm gonna go for the obvious one, and I'm gonna pick Jamie's 10.75. I want to see that buoy 1 and 2 again, and the way that she committed at 3.
All right, let's have a look again.
Yeah, just
hook up on 1.
No, yeah, but she was kind of taily. I mean, it wasn't that and here she's sliding, she's moving back, and just comes into 3, and this is so hard to do on an offside, to just commit. She gets the ski through. She doesn't push too hard. She's got such an amazing ability on her offside to keep that balance, stay in the middle of the ski, don't push on the front, don't push on the back, just let the ski do its thing and rotate. Does it again on 5, just does enough, and look how strong she is, and she's actually early at 6. And well done to her. That was very, very cool.
All right, then. So that concludes our latest edition of the game show that's taken the world by storm. That is Pick Your Pass, and hopefully one of these days we'll get Pick Your Pass sponsored. Maybe any suggestions there, Freddie?
Yeah, whoever pays the most money, mate.
Yeah, indeed, typically. All right, then. So, and actually, with that in mind, we'll give you a chance to take a quick breather, go into the kitchen, grab a refill of your favorite drink, and find that easy boy again, because we're going to get ready to go with the men's pro slalom round number 2, and all that to come right after this.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, then. So we're getting ready to go into our final event of the day. It is men's slalom round number 2. So a quick recap of the scores, which will constitute the scores from the previous round. Round number 1, Freddie Winter in the lead with 4 at 10.25 meters. Matteo Lazzeri and Thomas de Gasperi tying for second, two-way tie for second, with 3 at 10.25 meters. A multiple weight tie for fourth between Aaron Davies, Sasha Deska, Will Asher, and Jonathan Travers, all with 2. A multiple weight tie for 8th spot right now exists between Chris Parrish and Carter Eaton on 1. And you can see the rest of the results by doing a Google search under IWSF results. Click on the link that will take you to the San Gervasio ProAm, the 11th edition. And there you will find the current results as well as live scoring. So we just saw the running order for the men, and our leadoff skier in round number 2 is going to be Robert Hazelwood. Looks like we've got Nathan McGarry at the wheel. So, Rob Hazelwood, and looks like we got a watch party, or rather a party all by herself. It's Valentina Gonzalez, who is recovering after sustaining a knee injury during training. And we wish her the best of luck, and hopefully we'll get to see her before the end of the season. So, all right, here we go. Okay, so Keith Summerall is our boat judge. Comes to us from New Zealand. And on the water right now is Robert Hazelwood. Doing a fine job there. And we'll send it to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're sitting down a little bit because Carlo is calming down and regaining his composure for round 2. So, Carlo, round 1 wasn't the best, but the conditions have changed. So what are you expecting about round 2?
To do better. Conditions were fair enough. way fair enough for do a better score than that. But let's see how it goes now. It's like water skiing for everyone. You have to keep skiing and trying and try to get better. So same.
All right, thank you very much, Carlo. I'll let you get focused, get in the zone for round two. Hope to see a big score from you on the board. Thank you for being here, and back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Excellent stuff. So, Rob Hazelwood getting ready to go. Less than 10 seconds remain in the on the drop-down time. 45 seconds on each end. A relatively short amount of time to drop on each end compared to at least two of our previous events on the Waterski Pro Tour. And the reason for that is the conditions here and the way that the lake is sculpted lends itself for better conditions and far more rapid dissipation of the waves and the wash from the boats. Rob Hazelwood, our first skier out in the second round. Our opening pass is at minimum 12 meters, and Rob Hazelwood, who scored actually scored one at 11.25 meters in round number one, has run 11.25 meters this time. So, and a skier that doesn't have an incredibly high backup score to which to draw upon, and he's just got to plain flat out go for it if he's to stand any chance at all of advancing. And I'm sure that is the plan from right from the jump, as we see Rob Hazelwood coming to us originally out of Lincoln in England. And Rob Hazelwood has tasted the highs of that come with this sport in terms of wins and victories and what have you. I believe won the Botas tournament last season. Didn't quite make it a repeat this time around, but we will see what he can do right here in San Gervasio to try and remedy some things. It's redemption time for Rob Hazelwood, and we'll see what he's got on offer for us right here, right now. So, Rob Hazelwood. There's number one on 10.75 meters, certainly capable of running this pass. Certainly given the opportunity to run this pass. He's pretty much equal to the task, and he's there. It's a 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters, and redemption continuing to work its way through to Rob Hazelwood. On the starting dock, another skier who's determined to try and conjure up some magic out there on the slalom course with two at 11.25 meters. Carlo Elias waiting for his opportunity to shine out in the sun. And speaking about the sun, the glare slowly starting to make its presence felt here at Jolly Ski in San Gervasio. But so far as Rob Hazelwood is concerned, he's past the point where the sun could have a dramatic effect upon his performance, because he has gotten through 10.75 meters skiing in towards the sun. Now, positions all the way up through to 10th contain scores into 10.25 meters. So if Rob Hazelwood can get past the halfway mark on past the one buoy mark on 10.25 meters, then he'll work his way up the leaderboard. And if he can get a good 2/3 the way into the course, then the situation improves dramatically in terms of his chances of being in the 8 skier third round head-to-head final rounds. There's one. There's two. Pulling long into number 3. He's happy with that, and that could keep him very much in contention. Rob Hazelwood, with that score of 3 at 10.25 meters, that vaults him at this time from dead last to a three-way tie for second. Now, bear in mind that two of those skiers that are in that tie with Rob Hazelwood have yet to ski. They'll be among the two out of the last three to hit the water. But I tell you what, Rob Hazelwood, he's certainly worked his way through, and he's had to work extremely hard to get himself back into a contender in this competition. Buries himself around buoy number 2 and knew that getting round number 3 at the very least was definitely a viable target, and he's certainly happy with that. Whether that's enough to see him through to the 8-skier final round, yet to be determined, but he's done the hard work. Now he's got to sit and wait to see the fate of the remaining 14 skiers on this list. Rob Hazelwood. All right, moving on from Rob Hazelwood and skiing in towards the setting sun. This is Carlo Alais from Italia. Much like Rob Hazelwood, on a mission of redemption here. 12-meter start. Nothing he hasn't done before. So, moving on from pass number 1 to Lorenzo De Alberto.
All right, everybody, welcome back here dockside. We're here with Rob Hazelwood, who just got out of the water. So, Rob, tell us first a little bit what happened in round 1.
I sucked. I got caught sucking really badly. I felt so good. And I came up, I think legs got soft, which is kind of a weakness of mine at the second wake. I got a great one and was just lazy and clipped 2-ball, and the boat camera's one thing, but that side angle, man, that can call you out. So, but the confusing headspace is it felt great, but I skied technically really badly. But at the end of the day, it's one small mistake. So, like last weekend, I skied really bad in the first round and had to make something happen when it didn't feel great. Here feels fantastic, and I'm pretty glad that I just kind of threw the first round out of my head. I was a little wide on 2-4 this time. Really made sure I got around it, and I was good for that. I felt like I was good for that, and it was pretty awesome to go do the 3 three threes go down. So I'm not by no means safe with a back above 1 at 38. So we'll see, but yeah.
It did look very good from here. Thank you for being here. It was an amazing set. 3 at 10.25 is just an amazing score, but you guys are used to that score by now, no?
It's hard. It's still really hard to get, and it seems I kind of remind myself that when I get kicked in the nuts 2 weeks in a row and can't even get there. So, it's a hard score, and I'm pretty always happy to get it, even when it feels simple. Got to remember that.
Yep, it's always like that. Thank you for being here, Rob, and always back to you, Tony.
All right, so 11.25 meters for Carlo Alais, and good to see that there are members of his family that are keeping an eye on what's going on here. Theo Hazelwood, we just saw up on the screen just a few seconds ago, and if you want to share your photo of your watch party that's going on anywhere around the world, check out this QR code that will show up on your screen in just a moment or so. There it is right there on the right-hand side as we see Carlo Alais get the job done on the opening 2 passes of 12 meters and, more significantly, 11.25 meters. Now, let's see how far he can get 10.75 meters and maybe dig himself out of the hole that he made in round number 1 and put him back in contention for a spot in the top 8 in the 3rd and last round men's slalom head-to-head finals.
In the mode to play at 80%, even at 80% you go.
Yeah, because I fell out the back.
I fell out something.
You know what made it worse? I fell out the back, so the ski turns really slowly as well, so it's really obvious.
Is it? Yeah, that you sort of wipe it. Yeah.
But I mean, that's the thing. But that's the whole point of TVC, that would have been missed. That was missed last weekend. It would have been missed everywhere. That's not got TVC. It's only because it had that side camera. Because it's clear. Have you seen the side view?
The side view, yeah.
The side view, as you can see.
All right. Carlo Alais on 10.75 meters, not getting the best start, and And even though that score was an improvement upon round number 1, it's not high enough to place him in the top 8 at this time. So that therefore eliminates Carlo Elias.
I sat there silent, and Mel's like, and then it was like, I don't know. I mean, and I was just, oh, whatever. I was like, I didn't say anything, didn't smile, didn't deny it, because nothing that's sitting in the water does. And then they come 1 at 38, and I heard it. And the girl's like, 1? 1? And they go down the radio and they like have to confirm 4 or 5 times because they didn't see it. So I'm like,
you know you've crunched it, but you don't. What you don't know is whether you've crunched it and gone over, or crunched it and.
That was a bad one. I felt myself swing into it, and I'm like.
Interesting to hear those comments from Sir Rob Hazelwood, as we have a look once again at the start for Carlo Elias, shaking his head and just resigned to the notion that he just doesn't have what it takes this time around to fully affect his fully change his status in this slalom event, the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. So there we go. That is Carlo Elias. That score of 1 at 10.75 meters, as good as it is in comparison to round number 1, it's not enough to even put himself close enough to be in the top 8. Still in the lead so far after 2 skiers, with 3 at 10.25 meters is Rob Hazelwood. Could that be enough to see him through? And if it does see him through, would that be enough to put him in the top half of the bracket? Anything in the top 4 will assure him of that, as we now work our way towards our next competitor, scoring 3.5 at 10.75 meters in round number 1, originally from Sicily and representing Italia. It is Vincenzo Marino. Here we go, Vincenzo Marino. Entrance number 1, a current skier for Louisiana Lafayette's Raging Cajuns when he's not pursuing this during the summer months. I'm not too sure whether he's made the Italian team for the upcoming World Championships, but he's certainly an exceptional overall skier, equally adept at the free event of slalom tricks and jumps. And with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Welcome back to the dock. Preparation is going. Vincenzo is in the water. We got Nick here. Claudio's passing through with the gas. We got Nick here getting ready for round 2. So how are you feeling for round 2?
Ready to get out there. It's been too long between rounds. I'm ready to go.
What do you think about the change of conditions?
It's only getting better out there. There's nothing to hide out there.
Are you worried a little bit about the glare right now, or you still think that it's gonna be the sun is not low enough to give you problems with the glare?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'll sort of judge that next couple of passes, but I think it's only gonna get maybe a little bit later in the glare, like later in the day. But I think for me, it'll be right.
All right, perfect. We hope it's gonna be all right for you. Thank you very much for being here, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Vincenzo Marino getting ready for his second pass. He went through on the 12-meter line to open things up in this second round. That's the minimum starting line length going forwards. And the reason why we've gone with the 12-meter start is because of the inclement conditions earlier causing us a delay in the schedule. Vincenzo Marino, aggressive as you like at the end of his 1-3-5 side turn. He's a lefty, which means he can afford to do that and still stay upright on the slalom ski. In great form, that is Vincenzo Marino. So coming to us originally from Sicily and currently training over at the national training site for the Italian team that's over in Riceto, a little ways past Novara to the west side of Milano, and that site will host the IWWF Open Elite World Waterski Championships that will come to you at the end, towards the end of Ferragosto, the holiday that is celebrated by all Italians, and towards the end of August. And it will also be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC, so make sure you keep an eye out for that. And when we do go live for a particular event, our next one being the IWWF U21 World Waterski Championships from the Lakes of Castingstone in Canada. If you want to be informed as to when that goes live, then subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Let's have a look and see. Coming in on his third pass, 10.75 meters, gets a good hard strike off buoy number 1. It's a little bit of a slide on number 2. Come on, Vincenzo Marino. Round number 3. Oh, brings his hips sharply forwards there off number 4 into 5 and takes that one to go. That's a season's best score. He is happy, and is now within 1 or 2 buoys of maybe skiing himself into contention here, because 10.25 meters is the next pass, and 8th spot is currently held by Carter Eaton on 1. It's a two-way tie, as a matter of fact, between himself and Chris Parrish on 1. Florian Paff, in terms of targets, will be his most immediate target. His score of half a buoy at 10.25 meters is his most immediate concern. So let's see how far he can get down 10.25 meters. The skier from Sicily in Italia, it is Vincenzo Marino. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, we had.
Let's hope he can summon the strength and the determination. So, we also see in the background there Martin Bartowski. He'll be ready to go in about a couple of skiers. Next skier to go after Vincenzo Marino is going to be Nick Adams, but let's see how far Vincenzo Marino can get down this run. 10.25 meters. He's round buoy number 1. He's round number 1. Does he? Oh, and he's inside buoy number 2. Inside buoy number 2. And even though that gives him a 1 buoy count, his inferior backup score could be the thing that lets him down. Vincenzo Marino, he is currently in 9th spot, and that puts him on the outside looking in. So his best score of the season, not quite enough to send him through to the next round of the competition with 1 on 10.25 meters, and that therefore eliminates him unless something dramatic comes up from the likes of Carter Eaton or Chris Parrish, who both scored a 1 buoy at 10.25 earlier. And that could be the back door into the top 8 through to the next round of the competition. So not altogether eliminated, but Vincenzo Marino, he had his opportunity, he knew it, and he'll ski himself back to the dock shortly afterwards. All right then. So another skier with another chance of redemption is in the water and getting ready to get on top of the water. It is going to be Nick Adams, and much like everyone else that has approached the course, it'll be on 12 meters to open up with. Entrance gates number 1 on 12. And not bad effort there on that pass to open up with. And we'll send it to Lorenzo.
All right, guys, welcome back here dockside with me and Vincenzo Marino, who just joined us, who just actually got out of the water. Vincenzo, what happened out there at 10.7?
Oh, 10.7 was pretty good, like the first 10.7 of the year, so I'm pretty happy about it. 10.2, my gate was a little bit offset, so I just rushed it on the gate, and my one was not great, so just one. That's tough, man,
It happens. Sometimes it happens. But congratulations on the first 10.7 of the season.
Yeah.
That was amazing. At least you got that unlocked for this season, and you can only go bigger and bigger now, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you to the organizer and TWBC for the amazing work. So thank you, guys. Hopefully see you in the final. I don't know. Or maybe see you next year.
Well, thank you very much for being here, Vincenzo. It's been a pleasure having you every time here at the San Gervasio ProAm. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So in regards to Vincenzo Marino, now if either Chris Parrish or Carter Eaton produce a score that's in excess of Vincenzo Marino's score of a 3.5 at 10.75 meters, that would immediately eliminate Vincenzo Marino from contention here. So here and Nick Adams going down early on 11.25 meters, and unfortunately there for him, that immediately eliminates him from future contention here. So he tried his best, and unfortunately just not getting the start that he needed off number one, or indeed follows up with buoy number two. The ski started to bounce, and unfortunately his performance was ended right there. So that is Nick Adams. All right, then, as we look at the leaderboard right now, we've got our next skier already making his way in towards the slalom course, representing Slovakia. It is Martin Bartowski. Once again, another skier looking for some redemption here, and let's see how far he can get into that mission with a 12-meter opening pass. Looking pretty strong out there, keeping a good line tension as he gets around all six buoys. So there you go. That is Martin Bartowski, and we're going to send it to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back on the dock here. We got Flo getting ready for his round. Martin is in the water. So, Flo, how are you feeling for round two?
Feeling pretty good. It looks really nice. Just have to do something more than in the first round.
So this is actually your home side, and you know it very well. Do you think that this glare could affect you?
No, I don't think it's so bad right now. It could get worse later.
It will probably get worse later. Let's hope not. Let's hope a bit of clouds will cover the sun like they did this morning, because we're going to see some amazing score. We're going to let Florian get ready and situated for his second and final round. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much. As we see some preps in the background for some of our next few skiers, and some are taking a rather chilled and relaxed approach to this event. So we see Thomas de Gasperi just chilling before he takes to the water. Thomas de Gasperi currently lying in a two-way tie for third place right now with 3 at 10.25 meters. Martin Bartowski of Slovakia looking good, looking strong so far, I'd have to say. Keeping everything measured and going in the right direction. So good, solid skiing there from Martin Bartowski. So just to confirm, so far as Vincenzo Marino is concerned, he's currently lying in 9th spot right now with his score at 1 at 10.25 meters. Not enough to break into the top 8, so he's going to be eliminated at this stage. Also, the score of 1.5 at 11.25 meters eliminates Nick Adams. And Martin Bartowski trying to stave off elimination as much as he can, but I mean, if he can get about a third the way down the pass at 10.25 meters, and that's certainly no mean task, but if he can get through 10.75 meters, that's a pretty tall order by itself. But after that, we'll see if he can mount a charge in terms of making it through to the next round. So there we see Florian Path, who scored half on 10.25 meters earlier on in this competition, and looking to try and keep himself in contention to be one of those competitors in the slalom final rounds of head-to-head competition tomorrow. But in the meantime, Martin Bartowski, 10.75 meters, did not run this in the previous round. But let's see if he can run it this time. Oh, yes, sir, he can. So now it's game on for Martin Bartowski, who scored 4.5 at 10.75 meters. He's currently in 13th spot, and he could rise as high as 5th place, provided that he gets more than 2 on the next pass coming up at 10.25 meters. And here is an intriguing situation coming on up here. We've got a multiple way tie for 5th place right now between Will Asher, Aaron Davies, Sasha Deska, and Jonathan Travers. They're all tied on 2 right now. Now, if our current skier, Martin Bartowski, skis exactly 2, then that could open up a whole big can of worms so far as the potential of a runoff is concerned, and that obviously is going to be dependent upon the secondary score for each of those skiers that I just mentioned: Will Asher, Aaron Davies, Sasha Deska, and Jonathan Travers. So, but before we broach that subject, let's see if Martin Bartowski can get outside number 1. He won't be able to get outside buoy number 2, and unfortunately that eliminates him from further contention. A 1 buoy count for Slovakia's Martin Bartowski. That unfortunately eliminates him as we work our way down the list. So as he makes his way to the shore, that's Martin Bartowski, 1 at 10.25 meters. A decent score, an improvement upon the round previous to this, but unfortunately, we have to say goodbye for now. And there we go. So looking round number 1 and trying to get the hook up to get towards number 2, and it's difficult at the best of times here for Martin Bartowski, trying to bring the handle in and get that ski round as quickly as possible, but there was nothing doing so far as Martin Bartowski is concerned. All right, now let's Let's check our vision and see who we have next. It is Italy's Florian Paf. Certainly made a meal of the passes that he had run on his way to half at 10.25 meters. And he's going to have to produce something in excess of that half at 10.25 meters. That score, it was the best score that he produced this season so far. But now he's in a situation where he has to ski in excess of that to be a part of the 8-skier third round head-to-head final. And with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, welcome back here dockside. We just got joined by Martin Bratalski, who just got done skiing. So, Martin, how did it feel out there?
It was definitely better. I felt a little more settled, a little more under control. Everything just felt a little slower. Bummer at 41. I actually thought it was a good gap. It was pretty early and wide. I just couldn't get a ski underneath as quickly as I wanted to. So, happier, definitely. It's all about that one more buoy that, makes your day better.
Well, that's slalom. There is always one more buoy. Somebody said it earlier. I don't remember who said it earlier, but it's always like that. There is always one more buoy to reach. But in general, are you happy with your performance today at the San Gervasio ProAm?
Yeah, absolutely. The second round was definitely where I should have started, but at the same time, 39 is 39. So every 39 goes down is a decent day.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for being here, Martin. As usual, back to you, Tony.
Always a great sight seeing some of our skiers just floating around in the water with an Aperol or a Spritz in each of their hands.
Che hai fatto, Carlette?
So, all right then. I'm Tony Lyford, and great to have you on board. We've got some late evening slalom in progress right now. This is the men's slalom pro event round number 2 to determine the final 8 positions to go into the third and final round of competition, which will take place tomorrow, the head-to-head event. This is Florian Paf from Italia, coming to us from the northern part of Italy, the German-speaking part of Italy. Who knew? And also a skier that is on the team for the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette whenever the summer season draws to a close. And John Adams, kudos to you for sending us a picture of your watch party. And we're getting quite a few of these now, so it's gratifying to see you good folks out there checking in on the coverage on the TWBC. All right, so just looking here at Florian Paf, and also why not subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel? You'll be instantly informed as to the next time we go live, and you'll also be a part of the live chat, as it were. Gonna try and see if there are some messages coming through. Quite a few, as a matter of fact. So we thank you very much for posting your messages on the live chat, as we see Florian Paf, 10.75 meters, has got to run this to stand any chance at all of staying in contention. There's number 1 and number 2. And collapsing round buoy number 3. And unfortunately for Florian Paf, that eliminates him. All right, so Florian Paf getting a good start into buoy number 1. Good hook up, good line tension all the way through off number 1 into number 2, and then tried to pound that buoy even harder, going with the slam. And that was one of the gnarliest slalom crashes I've seen in quite a while. But unfortunately for Florian Paf, his weekend is done with a score of 2.5 at 10.75 meters, 2.5 at 10.75 meters. The final score for Florian Paf. Next skier to take to the water is going to be Chris Parrish. And let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, welcome back here, dockside. We're here with Karen. Ethan is getting ready. We're bothering him a little bit while he puts his boot on. I have your gloves. So how you feel for round 2?
Dude, I'm stoked. Seems like it's firing pretty good out there. Like, try to go do it again and ski tomorrow.
All right, we hope to see you tomorrow. So I asked the lady this. I haven't asked any of the boys yet. Are you thinking at all about seeding for finals tomorrow?
I would like to be seated in finals tomorrow, for sure.
Well, that, I guess, is everybody's wish out here. But unfortunately, and not everybody can get into the final. We really hope to see you tomorrow in the final. We'll let you keep getting ready, keep getting focused. Thanks for being here. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, so having spoken to Carter Eaton, we now move on to an absolute legend in the sport of tournament waterski slalom. Former world slalom record holder and many-time professional event champion, extending all the way back into the late 1990s. The skier to whom I'm referring to, of course, is the man they call the Tower. It is Chris Parrish. All right, setting himself up for pass number 1. Pass 1 is 12 meters or 35 off. Probably in all of his years of skiing, he had only dreamt of competitions where the minimum starting line length was 12 meters. I mean, his career has been absolutely storied over the last few seasons, over the last few decades. I mean, come on. I mean, this guy was skiing pro events in places such as Hartford, Connecticut, and in North Carolina and a number of other places across the nation when at the height of the professional water ski circuit in the United States during the latter part of the 1990s. And Chris Parrish opens up with a 6-buoy count on the opening pass. He has a score of 1 at 10.25 meters. 1 at 10.25 meters in his first round. And we'll see if he can ski himself back into contention. What he needs to do that, he'll need to get more than 2. That would certainly help his cause because currently right now Chris Parrish is 11th. If he can ski marginally higher than 2, then that would vault him from where he is in 11th to an outright 5th place position at this time. Therefore, that would relegate the occupiers of the 5th place right now, Will Asher, Aaron Davies, Sasha Deska, and Jonathan Travers down 1 spot, and potentially a runoff could ensue. Let's have a look and see. This is Chris Parrish, 11.25 meters, riding the Syndicate Omega slalom ski to the best of my knowledge. There you go. Good skiing there for Chris Parrish. And this time around, he has no problems getting through the exit gates. But that was at 38 offer, though. So now Chris Parrish has moved on from 12 meters to 11.25. 10.75 meters comes up very, very soon. He'll be trying to execute that pass in the opposite direction. And what a beautiful shot there by one of our great camera personnel here at TWBC. That is Jeremy Scholl with the tower cam. And a big shout out to all of the folks that are providing us with coverage of this event. Leo Cederquist, Connor Pesic, Alicia Bagnoli, Jason Scholl. And, of course, the team is led by Vincent Stadelbauer. They're all here to provide the best coverage possible of this event. So, let's have a look and see. what we have. All right, Chris Parrish. He is about 8 or 9 buoys away from maybe skiing himself into the next round of the competition. But the first 6 are here on 10.75 meters. All getting broken over off number 2 into number 3, and unfortunately that breakdown from 2 to 3 has virtually eliminated him. So that score is going to be, I think, either 2 or 3, but it doesn't really matter between those 2 scores. But let's have a look at this. 10.75 meters. He had the start. He had a good eye-in on buoy number 1. Skiing very tall as he typically does. He got broken over and just couldn't keep his right shoulder down. So it looks like it's going to be 3 at 10.75 meters. And unfortunately, Chris Parrish's weekend is done. So now the one skier that is still on the outside looking in is on the dock. And with that, let's check in with Vincenzo. Or with Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, welcome back here dockside. Sorry if I'm laughing, but they're making fun of my height. Sorry, I wasn't a slalom skier. I was a trick skier. But we're here joined by Aaron. How's it going so far?
It's pretty good. Very happy with how round 1 went. Okay, we're slalomers. We always want some more. I mean, that's natural of an athlete. But yeah, we'll see what happens in the next few minutes. Right now, there's a few of us on 2. We'll see what happens. But I'll know what I need to do before we go out. So yeah, we've just got to. It looks great out there. We've got Nathan behind the boat, so can't ask for much better. Him and Manuel both felt great all week. So yeah, it looks good. Hopefully that glare holds off for a little while, and then we'll see how it goes from there.
All right, you talked about the glare. That was going to be my next question. Are you worried at all about the glare?
No, the boys are in the same place. You just got to deal with it. Try and put it at the back of your head and just do what you can. Right now, we're not looking too bad. There's a little bit of haze in the air, so it's not as bad as it could be. But yeah, it's there in the mind.
It's in the mind. Well, we'll keep our finger crossed for this little haze to stay in front of the sun, so there is no glare. Great seeing you skiing here in round 1. Fingers crossed for round 2. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Okay, so the one final skier remaining on the outside looking in to the top 8 that could potentially ski himself into contention for that 8th spot is on the water right now. This is Carter Eaton on 12 meters. Not a particularly encouraging start, though, but here he comes. A little narrow on number 4. A little bit of slide from that ski. Oh, and that ski is wiggling all over the show into number 6, and he knows it too. Let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with CP, who just got done skiing in round 2. So, CP, how was your round 2?
I felt a lot more relaxed that round. 35 and 38 just felt awesome. Great one ball at 39. I think I just got a little antsy and just jumped on it too hard, and the tip bit, and it was game over. But man, I've had such a great day. I want to thank Matteo, all the staff, the officials. This event is incredible, and I want to come back.
Yeah, we hope to see you back next year. We hope to see you back for many, many years. Thanks for being here, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
Well, there you go. A great look there, and Lorenzo looking like a stuffed animal in comparison to Chris Parrish's a gainly height above him. All right, there. So the remaining skiers on the running order, we have Davies, Deska, Asher, Travers, Luzzeri, De Gasperi, and Winter. So Carter Eaton getting through 12 meters for his opening run. Probably not terribly used to starting on 12 meters. But let's see if he can put all of that behind him. The light is shining on the buoys, and the light is coming from behind him, so he shouldn't have any issues with glare. It's where that getting in a little bit deep round buoy number 4. How on earth did he rescue that out of the jaws of defeat? Oh my word. 11.25 meters for Carter Eaton. Get that heart rate down. Boom. So Carter Eaton, yeah, that accelerated a fair amount off number 4. And you're going to see that with the instant replay here. He got about as good a start as you can get here on 11.25 meters, and almost blowing the tail here, but managing to keep it firmly rooted to the water. He got round number 3, and everything was looking pretty good from here. But then he pushed on the back foot, and that delayed his turn and his subsequent angle, and he just had to wrestle that like a bear to get through that pass of 6 buoys at 11.25 meters. Just wrestling that proverbial Alaskan brown bear and of a pass, and now getting ready for 10.75 meters. The triple beep has sounded. He's got to be on his way towards the course now, and that's exactly the situation. Here we go, skiing in towards the setting sun. This is Carter Eaton. He's got to get through this pass, and about halfway down the pass to come afterwards. There's 1, there's number 2. He's still there, he's still broken forward. Oh my word, and unfortunately for Carter Eaton, couldn't connect on buoy number 3, and that essentially means that our 8 skiers that are in to the next round of the competition, the third and last round of head-to-head slalom, is basically set. Aaron Davies, Sasha Deska, Will Asher, Jonathan Travers, Matteo Lazzeri, Thomas de Gasperi, Freddie Winter, and Rob Hazelwood. So those are the 8 skiers. Now it comes down to seeding. Now they're going to be skiing to determine who they meet in the quarterfinal of the head-to-head slalom. So some remarkable skiing that we've seen, and Carter Eaton, who got 1 at 10.25 meters for a season's best a little bit earlier on in the competition, just couldn't replicate that same form here, unfortunately. But a skier from the last frontier, the state that is Alaska, Carter Eaton, will ski his way to the dock. And now the remaining 7 skiers can all rest easy, or easier at least, because they will all be happy in the knowledge that they have skied themselves through to the third round head-to-head finals. The question is, who will each of those meet? Oh, and a TikTok 360 there from Carter Eaton as he made his way back in towards the dock. A nice little bit of showmanship there. And we'll have him talk a little bit with Lorenzo in just a moment. As Nathan McGarry steers the boat, and I think that this is, it has to be a 12-meter starter at the very least. Aaron Davies coming to us from the northern English city of Bolton. And he's certainly been making a name for himself in tournament slalom. In the past, he's won enough votes at a pro tournament in Greece to be voted on as a skier of the day. But let's see if he can replicate the kind of form that won him that lofty distinction in Kayafa. Okay, here is Aaron Davies. Wants to try and keep himself in the top portion of the head-to-head slalom brackets. Currently in the bottom half. Just looking down this list, and let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, welcome back here dockside. We just got joined by Carter. Just got done skiing. So, Carter, how was the set?
Could have gone worse. Could have gone, a little better and made the final. But next time.
And did the glare bother you at all out in the water? It was just a mistake that you did skiing.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I just got all blown out at that 39. But honestly, the 38, I forgot to turn 4 again, so could have gone south right there. Yeah, just couldn't pull it together 2 rounds. But, hey, got one in. It's been a fun tour. I started this with mopping in Monaco, so good to kind of come back and find my feet. And my mom's here watching me, and it was a good day. So.
Oh, well, this is your first year on the Pro Tour, so I'm guessing up and down are normal. It's going to get better from now on, from what I'm hearing, because everybody here started the Pro Tour up and down, and then it gets better. So can't wait to see you next year, back again here in Europe with us. Hope to see you again. Thank you for being here for the entire stretch. It was amazing having you. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Good to hear fine words there from Carter Eaton in his first full season on the Waterski Pro Tour. Hopefully we'll get to see him on the American stretch of the Pro Tour with the California Pro, with the Mastercraft Pro, as well as the season-ending Travers Grand Prix. Looking good, looking strong for the most part. This is Aaron Davies trying to get through 11.25 meters, having started on 12. Pulling out to shorten, going from 11.25 meters to 10.75 meters, and in good shape so far. So a tremendous effort there from Aaron Davies, and just looking in total picture-perfect control, at least for the first two buoys on the pass of 11.25 meters. Looking in sync with what he has to offer out there. And a skier that has skied for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns, and did a fine job for that, as he won the NCWSA National Collegiate Waterski Championship in men's slalom about 2 or 3 seasons ago. Certainly claims that as one of his highest accolades. Here we go, Aaron Davies. Here we go. Whoa, getting in deep there on 10.75 meters, and he's still upright. Oh, look at him go. Managing to climb himself out of a particularly big hole that he dug himself halfway through that pass. That is Aaron Davies getting through 6 at 10.75 meters. Now, it's been a while since we've seen 10.25 meters. We saw an attempt by Martin Bartowski to yield 1. An attempt by Vincenzo Marino scored 1 as well. And Rob Hazelwood is still in the lead off the dock in this round with 3 at 10.25 meters, but currently lying in about second spot at the moment. I believe we're witnessing a review for the gates, or it could be something else. So we'll double check on that, and we'll see if he has the opportunity to go on to 10.25 meters. Certainly important that he has an attempt to try and vault himself up a little higher on the seedings. It's an approved gate, which means he does have the opportunity to go into 10.25 meters. He is in currently a four-way tie. He's currently in a four-way tie with three other skiers: Jonathan Travers, Will Asher, Sasha Deska join him on 2. There's number 1 at 10.25 meters. Oh, look at this. He's round number 2. He's good for 3. Oh, he's going to make a play on number 4. Does he get... Oh, yeah. Hey, hello. Hello. Yes. Okay, that buoy count is going to be under review, but I tell you what, he probably doesn't care. Yes. There you go. He made an attempt on buoy number 4, and I tell you what, that is some rare air out there, folks. Aaron Davies. We're going to take a look at this via the instant replay to determine whether he managed to get that ski outside buoy number 4. And I tell you what, the strength that he had to harness to actually take that hit at the end along the lines of Herculean energy and strength. Got to get it round buoy number 3. Let's see, does he make it round number 4? They're still reviewing. Oh, does he get that ski through the boat guides? Now this is going to provide us with a little bit clearer of an indication. Got the start on number 1, got it round number 2 as well. But then things started to go pear-shaped off number 3. But did he stop? Did he heck? There you go, round number 4. Does he get for the boat guides? Yeah, just about. So if that was the mode of contention, I would say that he got 4, unless the judges see something else other than what I've just witnessed there. We'll get the buoy count for him in just a moment, but some great skiing there from Aaron Davies. Sasha Deska of France, also on 2 at 10. 4 is approved. 4 is approved for Aaron Davies. Now, that could open up a whole bunch of opportunities there for Aaron Davies going forward. But in the meantime, let's take a look at Sasha Deska. And getting the job done with 12 meters on the opening pass. All right, let's send it on over to Lorenzo and Aaron.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here dockside. We're joined by Aaron Davies. Just skied an amazing round. PB for him, so let's hear from him. What's going on to your mind?
Oh my God, I don't know, man. I just came out of 2, and I'm like, I've been in that position before. Freak out at 3, and that's all she gave. But I was like, okay, stay calm, keep that tight line, keep moving out wide. It didn't fully happen, but it was enough to get me to 4. The amount of times I've just come inside it, managed to get around it this time and get the full 4. There's a lot of slack, but we're all right, back's fine. Oh my God, I've lost.
Well, thank God you're a big boy, because that slack looked really terrible to hit, wasn't it?
Yes and no. It was the best slack I've ever had. But yeah, no, it wasn't too bad, but there was no way I was letting go. I was like, I got round that, and I can just get the full boy. Let's keep with it. So, but yeah, I mean, tomorrow that's done so much for my seed tomorrow. We'll have to see what happens with the next few skiers, but I'm super happy going into tomorrow now.
Oh, I bet you are. Good luck on your new PB. That was some amazing skiing on your side. Thanks for being here again. And back to you, Tony.
All right, so yes, a brand new PB there for Aaron Davies from Great Britain, and he has taken the lead in this competition by the sheer fact that he has already a backup score with 2 at 10.25 meters to add to the 4 at 10.25 meters that he just produced right now. So at this time, Aaron Davies is in the lead, and if that lead stays intact, then he will go up against our 8th seed and So far as the 8th seed is concerned, you're probably watching him right now in the form of Sasha Deska. If things don't seriously change on an upward keel for this skier who comes to us originally from the southern French city of Lourdes. Just looking at the dynamicism here, courtesy of Sasha Deska, with our drone pilot Jason Scholl doing a fantastic job with his craftsmanship of that skiing there, courtesy of Sasha Deska. Now, Aaron Davies in the lead. His score is in a two-way tie for first with Freddie Winter. The only thing that separates them is the fact that Aaron Davies has a score so far in the second round. So that is currently the tiebreaker. Here we go, folks. Coming on in. Sasha Deska. This is 10.75 meters. Cannot be eliminated. He will be a feature in the top 8 final round in the head-to-head competition. But he just wants to show that he is not one to be trifled with. A 6-buoy count at 10.75 meters and getting ready for 10.25.
That better not be on microphone.
Well, I think they just can't see it in the camera.
No, I think it's bright.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm the 10-2, I would.
We did review the footage there, Aaron, and it was pretty clear.
Picture? Yeah.
So looking at Sasha Deska there on the 10.75 meters, going again into a good start. And once you get into a decent rhythm and have the ability to maintain it even on a line length this short, then you can definitely go far in slalom skiing. Wonderfully executed run. So for those of you that are just joining us, the current top score is a shared between Freddie Winter and Aaron Davies. Right now, both of them on 4. But Aaron Davies currently having the advantage by the fact that he has skied a second round already, whereas Freddie Winter, the last person off the dock, yet to have a score. We are about 2/3 the way down this list. Here we go. Sasha Deska, 10.25 meters. There's 1. There's 2. Could he take the lead? Round number 3. Does he have designs on 4? Oh, and he's inside buoy number 4. So that does vault him up significantly from where he was. Sasha Deska, he's already through to the next round of the competition, so he's vaulted up from his current 8th spot all the way through to a 3-way tie for third spot right now between himself, Matteo Luzzeri, and Thomas de Gasperi. And those two skiers, Matteo and Thomas, yet to ski, so there's plenty of opportunity for them to defend their position and get the kind of seeding that they want going forwards here at the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm in the men's pro slalom event. Sasha Deska, 3 buoys there, 10.25 meters. There's 1 and there's number 2 and safely around buoy number 3, and just too much of a delay. Tried to get on it and risking all to try and get that ski round number 4 and maybe get a share of the lead or actually be in a perfect tie with Aaron Davies, because both of those skiers scored a 2 at 10.25 meters. And had Sasha Deska gotten round number 4 into the wakes, that would have been a perfect tie, and that would have probably involved a bit of a coin flip to determine what seedings value that each brought into the third round head-to-head finals starting tomorrow. Here we go. This is Will Asher on 12 meters. He too is through to the next round of the competition. He's skiing to try and up his seeding place. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on. And we got Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, welcome back here. Dockside is just, guys, let me tell you, being here dockside is such a hype. All the skiers are skiing great. They all have a good vibe, and we're here joined by Sasha. So, Sasha, tell us a little bit about your set.
I felt way better than this morning. I was physically a little bit more tired, but the feelings were here. I could feel everything under my feet, which was not the case this morning. So until 10.7, I think it was good, and at 10.2, I need a little bit more confidence, or I don't know, but it's not enough to go deeper.
But what happened after one? Because from here, with a little bit of sun in our face, it looked like that you hooked a good one, but then it looked like you could gone deeper than 3. What happened between 1 and 3?
At 1, I had a good turn, I think, and then the boat got me, and I was like not limit to crashing, but I think not far. I was really disconnected. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, great score from you. Thank you for being here again. I will not will not stop to say thank you for you guys for being here, because you're making this happen. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, there. Good words there from Sasha Desco, and indeed Lorenzo Di Alberto as well. So with his score at 3 at 10.25 meters, we are on with Will Asher right now, a skier for whom he has basically redefined the art of slalom skiing at this level. Multiple-time world champion, multiple-time European Confederation champion, and many-time winner of Pro Tour events over the years. And you know, the first time that he podiumed in the World Waterski Championships, that dated all the way back to 2005 in those World Championships over at in Claremont in Central Florida. So Will Asher all right, so looking at Will Asher and just trying to limit the amount of extraneous movement from one side of the course to the next, as we see Jonathan Travers, our fourth from last year, to take to the water. Will Asher on 2 buoys at 10.25 meters in the round previous to this one. Now he can create a perfect tie between himself and Aaron Davies by scoring 4 at 10.25 meters. Out of that potential tie situation is Sasha Deska on 3 at 10.25 meters. Let's have a look and see. 10.75 meters, here he comes. Look at him go on that Syndicate slalom ski. Had a bit of a sluggish start at the beginning of the season, but he's managed to come through and is starting to produce the results that we typically expect from him at any given time, at any given event, such as this one over in San Gervasio ProAm for the 11th edition. All right. So now comes the time. 10.25 meters beckons there for Will Asher. And he's certainly going to give this one everything that he's got. Dropping in pretty hard there off number 3, but he's able to ski himself back into shape. Keeping the handle down. It's tried and true method there from Will Asher, as we are less than 10 seconds from hearing the triple beep from the zero off system of speed control that has become ubiquitous in tournament water ski slalom. also as ubiquitous nowadays is a sure path, and that keeps an eye on the driver's path going down the slalom course. All right then, so let's see if Will Asher can run his first 10.25 pass of the season. There's number one, a little sluggish start. Round number two, a skier for whom he's run 10.25 meters in Africa last season. Let's see if he can do it likewise. Not quite, but he gets 4 at least, and that is his season's best score. So 4 buoys at 10.25 meters. That puts him into a perfect tie with Aaron Davies, so it's going to be a coin flip. So he just did 5 buoys. I thought it was going to be 4, but 5 buoys. That puts him ahead of the tied situation between himself and Aaron Davies and Sasha Deska. And the last person in the group of tied individuals in this event is Jonathan Travers, who we'll get to see next. But it is 5 buoys there for Will Asher. That puts him above Aaron Davies. That puts him above Sasha Deska. And we will see what transpires with the next few skiers, the last 4 skiers of the day. All right, working his way towards the course, Jonathan Travers. He too safe in the knowledge that whatever he does here will not eliminate him from the 8-skier men's slalom final round that will take place tomorrow here at the 11th San Gervasio ProAm. Gets the job done on 12 meters for his opener, and let's send it on over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, here the dock, it's really on fire. We have here Will, who just ran an amazing 5:41 off. So how did it feel out there?
Yeah, it just felt really good out there. Got, first round, a little bit of a rainstorm. Everyone was a little bit frazzled maybe, but throughout there, ski behind Nathan a little bit now, and just to be back here in San Gervasio and watching my fellow countryman put up a big score, I was like, I can't let that guy beat me. I'm very proud of him, and yeah, that's cool. I don't know, we get to play again. That's what it's about.
All right, yeah, you definitely get to play again tomorrow in the final. Good score for the seeding, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, we think so. I mean, these guys, I think, will go out and do something great as well. So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm definitely not top seed. So just happy to keep playing.
I'm happy. We are all happy that you guys are keep playing because you're putting out an amazing show. Thank you very much again for being here. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, so we just heard from Will Asher. Now we're going to see Jonathan Travers approach the course on his second pass, 11.25 meters. The boat accelerating up to 58K. That's 36 miles an hour. The line length, 11.25 meters or 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line, leaving him with 37 feet of line to get round a course that's 37.5 feet in width or 11.5 meters in width. And there you go. That is Jonathan Travers. He will now attempt 10.75 meters next. All right, so getting ready for 10.75 meters is Jonathan Travers, as we see Matteo Luzzeri getting ready to take to the course, which we should see in the next few minutes. But in the meantime, Jonathan Travers approaching the course, 10.75 meters. To put himself in the top half of the bracket, unfortunately at 10.75 meters, he scores 1 1/2. 1 1/2 at 10.75 meters. So out of the group of skiers that were all tied on 2, it would appear that Will Asher would actually prevail ahead of Sasha Deska, ahead of Aaron Davies, and naturally ahead of Jonathan Travers. And Rob Hazelwood also skiing himself into contention through to the final round of head-to-head slalom skiing. He just popped the fin, just as simple as that. And Jonathan Travers, that doesn't alter his destiny in terms of making it through to the final. It just would have been nice if he had a little bit more control over his destiny in regards to either selecting to go either first or second when it comes down to head-to-head brackets, or choosing boat or by extension driver when it comes time to do battle in the third and last round final. So, with that in mind, let's check in on dockside. We've seen Matteo Luzzeri earlier on produce a 3-buoy count at 10.25 meters, which basically essentially rubber stamped his participation through to the final round of competition. But let's see if he can break the tie that exists between himself and our other Italian. That is Thomas De Gasperi, who is our penultimate skier. But the excitement doesn't end there, because still in the lead is Aaron Davies with 4 at 10.25 meters for a personal best. And we'll see if that holds sway all the way through, because our very last skier, Freddie Winter, has exactly the same score and needs something more than 2 at 10.25 meters to maintain that distinction of being the top-seeded skier going through to the head-to-head finals. In the meantime, from San Gervasio, right here, home site, Matteo Luzzeri. Sun is still continuing to shine, but I mean, if there's any skier that is used to these set of circumstances, it's the skier that's on the water right now. Dr. Matteo Luzzeri out on the water at this time, having achieved his PhD in sports psychology many years ago of studying at Florida State University in Tallahassee.
All right, everybody, welcome back dockside here with Freddie Winter, who's our top seed after round 1. And how are you feeling after all those amazing scores in round 2?
Yeah, I'm not top seed anymore, so I got to go and earn it again. Yeah, I mean, shit, it's skiing. Sorry, swearing. It's skiing good. Yeah, it's skiing good. People are putting big scores up, some best scores of the year. So, why not? Let's have a go.
Oh, I can't wait to see you have a go, because you look quite dialed in round 1 already, and the condition look a bit better, and the glare seems like it's not affecting anybody. What do you think about it?
I mean, everyone's running very good 10.75s away from the dock, so I think it's fine. So yeah, we'll see. Let's see what John does here.
It's Matteo.
Oh, it's Matteo second pass.
Yeah, Matteo second pass. We'll let you back in live action. Back to you, Tony.
All right, here we go. Matteo Luzzeri coming in on pass number 2. That second pass is 11.25 meters. Getting a good hard strike on number 1. Seems to be in pretty good rhythm right now. Skiing away from the sun, which should afford him a little bit of easier time actually getting an eyeball on each buoy, and gets round all 6 at 11.25 meters. No worries at all. That is Matteo Luzzeri. So quietly and confidently he gets the job done on the opening, on the second pass at 11.25 meters.
Yeah, but now it's no big deal. You can have a bunch.
All right, so
I've got like 6 or 7.
We got Thomas de Gasperi about to take to the water in a few minutes, but before him, the continuing action of Matteo Luzzeri. Coming in on his third pass. He's gone through 12 and 11.25 meters. Now this is 10.75 meters. Good start on number 1. Not rushing the turns. Trying to just maintain a good rhythm. A rhythm that will serve him well going forwards at 10.75 meters. Not a bad run there from Matteo Luzzeri. So 6 at 10.75 meters. At the very worst, he is in line to finish in the 3rd spot at this time. Now, if he can get, well, I mean, he's already superseded Rob Hazelwood's backup score of 1 at 11.25 meters. So he is ahead of Rob Hazelwood's sequence of scores, even though Rob Hazelwood scored 3 at 10.25 meters. Doesn't have the backup score enough to put him ahead of Matteo Luzzeri or Thomas de Gasperi for that matter. So the worst that Matteo Luzzeri could finish after the second round is a 3rd, but it could be higher, and that is all going to be determined with his effort here coming up on pass number 4, 10.25 meters. There are no glare issues to speak of coming from the opposite direction. And as a matter of fact, those buoys are going to be lit up like a Christmas tree. All right, here we go. Matteo Luzzeri. Already on a season's best score of 3 at 10.25 meters from the previous round. Here he comes. There's 1. There's 2. Does he go for an equal season's best of 3? And 2 threes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Matteo Luzzeri. Good solid effort there. A pair of threes at 10.25 meters. Now it's going to come down to the scores that will be produced from the likes of Thomas de Gasperi and Freddie Winter. Let's not forget, Aaron Davis is still in the lead with 4 at 10.25 meters on the shift. And yeah, I mean, just looking at the list, yeah, thanks for reminding me. The 5 at 10.25 meters is the lead. That puts him ahead of, that puts Will Asher ahead of Aaron Davis, 4 at 10.25 meters. Currently, Freddie Winter, by the fact that he is yet to ski, has been relegated into 3rd spot right now, but he is still yet to ski. But not until we've seen the effort from Thomas de Gasperi, who is coming up next. So our leader is Will Asher on 5 at 10.25 meters. The best score of this competition so far. We've had a pair of 4s from Aaron Davis and Freddie Winter. And the one skier which I'm sure most of you crowd participants from Italy are quite keen to see is Thomas de Gasperi, multiple-time world champion, 11-time European slalom champion. All right, so with that, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
Hey, welcome back everybody here dockside. Let me tell you, the feeling here being on the dock with these guys is just amazing. The energy that they're giving out, it's incredible. But let's hear from Matteo. How was it out there, my man?
Well, right before getting in the water, all the happiness I had this morning went out of the window. It seemed that every time I do 3 or 41 at a pro tournament, then you got to step up your game afterwards. And I really tried. I got to 3, I thought about turning, but I wasn't in a position to turn, and there's always that 2.5 versus 3. So I took it safe, but I had no pendulum to go to 4.
But why do you think after a 1 like that and a 2 like that you cannot turn 3? What is blocking you? Do you think that it's something mentally? You think that it's not enough experience? What do you think it is?
Not enough reps. Claudio gave me the goal this year to become confident at 39, so I spent all the way until 3 weeks ago trying very little 41s. I am now feeling more confident at 39, but 41 is a different beast, and I think at my level it needs to be practiced. So, more on that tomorrow.
Yeah, but it was so good to see you run 3 and 3, super consistent skiing, amazing. Not to have you here because it's your home house, but amazing to see you ski like that. Thank you very much, Matteo, for the show. And back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Here we go, our penultimate skier. This is 11.25 meters, and this is Thomas de Gasperi. Eager to try and hold his seeding value. He's currently on 3 at 10.25 meters from the round previous to this one. And if he wants to try and maintain his status in the top half of the bracket, he's going to have to go some. He's got to score something along the range of either 4 or possibly 5 at 10.25 meters. So some tremendous skiing we've seen so far, and there could be even more to come with the remaining 2 athletes. We're going to see Freddie Winter take to the water soon, but we still have Thomas de Gasperi out there slicing and dicing his way from one side to the next. So for those of you keeping an eye on the scoring and wondering what skiers have made it through to the next round of the competition, the skiers that will be part of the festivities in the 3rd and last round head-to-head competition will involve Rob Hazelwood, Aaron Davies, Sasha Deska, Will Asher, who currently leads on 5 at 10.25 meters, Jonathan Travers, Matteo Luzzeri, Thomas de Gasperi and Freddie Winter. All of those aforementioned skiers will be a part of the head-to-head final round, which will take place tomorrow as we continue on with the San Gervasio ProAm in its 11th edition. Here is a skier that has probably been one of the more frequent participants of this event over the last few seasons. That is Thomas de Gasperi, skiing in his 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. Only one skier has skied in more of those competitions, and that is Matteo Luzzeri, who we just saw. That would certainly make sense, considering it's on his home site. But for Thomas de Gasperi, who comes to us out of Trento, in the northern part of Italy, within view of the Dolomites, in the southern Italian Alps. or the Northern Italian Alps, depending upon your persuasion, of course. So, we've got Thomas de Gasperi, and we've got a whole slew of skiers keeping an eye on the situation as it continues to evolve right now between Thomas de Gasperi and the Element. So Freddie Winter will be our last skier to take to the water, but let's not forget our skier on the water at this time, 10.25 meters. This is Thomas de Gasperi. There's one. There's two. He's still there, you know. Round number 4, and unfortunately, round number 3. And unfortunately for Thomas de Gasperi, unable to get much of a rhythm going on that particular pass. He tried his best, but it's going to be 2.5. That is going to be 2.5 at 10.25 meters. And that actually gives him a score that is half a buoy shy of Matteo Lazzeri. So Matteo Lazzeri actually moves up a seeding spot ahead of Thomas de Gasperi. But we'll see who Thomas de Gasperi will get, whom he'll get to ski against. But right now, our next skier to take to water, our final skier of the evening, it is going to be Freddie Winter. The time right now is about 25 minutes past 7 Central European Daylight Time. For those of you that have just joined us in the early part of the afternoon on the Eastern Seaboard or in Central Time, you are most certainly welcome. For everyone else across the world, thank you very much for tuning in, no matter what hour of the day or night that you choose to watch us. And don't forget, all of our webcasts are archived, which means that you can watch and re-watch any time that you want on the TWBC YouTube channel. Here we go. Freddie Winter, 12-meter start. And just absolutely strokes that pass on 12 meters. There we go. That is Freddie Winter. So let's see what impact he can make here. He's on 4 at 10.25 meters from round number 1. And needing to score more than 2 on that same line length to keep his seeding value ahead of Aaron Davies, who scored 4 at 10.25 meters in this round and 2 at 10.25 meters in the round previous to this one. So that's the immediate challenge that Freddie Winter has ahead of him. The other challenge is to take the lead outright, and that would involve him actually getting around all 6 buoys essentially at 10.25 meters. The current leader is Will Asher with 5 at 10.25 meters. All right then, folks, let's bring Freddie Winter back into the course on pass number 2, 11.25 meters. Difficult to say at this point who he will be paired up against at this time. But we will try to ascertain all the permutations in that regard as he continues to ski. Gets round number 2 and 3 and 4. 5 and number 6. There we go. That is Freddie Winter. And with that, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back here. Dockside, we're here with Tigas, who just got done with his set. So, Tigas, what happened out there?
I don't know. I just wanted to get more than 3, and couldn't get my gates right this set, but felt all right in the course. And yeah, good one ball at 41. Maybe turn too hard at 2 and try to get too much out of 3. And yeah, it's all right.
But consistent skiing, you're happy about tomorrow, the seating and everything?
Yeah, I mean, I just go out there and do my best. I don't really think about who I go against until tomorrow. So, yeah.
Well, if my mind is right, tomorrow you're going to be against Matteo, and he's going to choose. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's good. A little Italian fight will be fine in Italy.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. Thanks you, Thomas. Great skiing today, and back to you, Tony.
And currently right now, as it stands, Freddie Winter, as he gets ready for this next pass at 10.75 meters, is currently in third spot right now. And yes, the first confirmed pairing is between Matteo Luzzeri and Thomas de Gasperi. Matteo in 4th seed, Thomas de Gasperi 5th seed. And here we go, 10.75 meters. Skiing into the sun. Always a difficult proposition here, especially with the line being this short, and 10.75 meters gets it done. Good skiing there from Freddie Winter all the way through. A 6-buoy count at 10.75 meters, but his work is by no means done because there are 2 other competitors above him. The score of 2 as a backup score for Aaron Davies, who is currently in second spot with his primary score of 4, which is a tie in that regard, but because Aaron Davies has already posted a 2 from the previous round, that is currently the tie-break score. But now we're getting ready for 10.25 meters. If Freddie wants to ascend himself from his current spot of 3rd at this time to go above Aaron Davies, who is on 2 at 10.25 meters, he has to get past 2 to vault from 3rd into 2nd. And if he wants to take the lead, then he's got to go another half a pass better to take over the lead with more than 5 at 10.25 meters and take the lead away from Will Asher. So let's have a look and see what he's got on 10.25 meters. No glare issues to speak of at this point. There's number 1. Gets it done. Round number 2. Gets to 2, and it is a perfect tie that exists between Aaron Davies and Freddie Winter. Not too sure what happened there from 1 to 2. The ski was reacting rather strangely there for Freddie Winter. But the upshot of it is that Aaron Davies and Freddie Winter are both tied for second spot right now. I don't know how this gets resolved so far as the seedings is concerned, but there was just something. So, and in this instance, so far as the seedings is concerned, because Freddie Winter comes into this event with a superior seed, he has the superior seed in the head-to-head portion of the competition as well. So in terms of our lead skiers at the moment, Will Asher is our number 1 seed, followed by Freddie Winter, Aaron Davies, Matteo Luzzeri, Thomas de Gasperi, Sasha Deska, and Rob Hazelwood, along with Jonathan Travers. Those are your top 8 as they stand right now. And on the outside looking in, Martin Bartowski in 9th, Vincenzo Marino in 10th, Chris Parrish in 11th, and that is a 2-way tie for 11th between himself and Carter Eaton. And you can see the rest of the results by Googling IWSF results. All right, then, let's check in one last time with Lorenzo.
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time here, dockside. We're here with Freddie, who just got done skiing. Freddie, can you tell us a little bit, how did your set go?
Yeah, hard to see going that way, but I didn't really think I don't know, something really weird happened out of 1 there. I felt like the tail of the ski sliding as I was going towards the wakes. I was sort of it was really strange, actually. It felt like my fin fell off. I don't know. I mean, I had a good one, and the ski didn't set in, and it was weird. Anyway, that's all right. Doesn't really affect anything. I'm second seed for tomorrow, so that's fine.
All right. As long as you're happy for the seating tomorrow, which is a very important thing, we're all happy. Thanks again for being here. Amazing job today, no matter what. And not for the last time, because we got one more interview coming in a second. But as usual, back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much there, Lorenzo, and we'll wait on that, and let's have a look at the potential seedings. Now, Will Asher being in the lead after 2 rounds of skiing, he holds number 1 seed, and he will go up against Jonathan Travers in the first round. Freddie Winter being in second seed, he will go up against the number 7 seed, and that's Rob Hazelwood. Aaron Davis, number 3rd seed, and he'll go up against Sasha Deska. And 4th seed, Matteo Lazzeri, will go up against Thomas de Gasperi. So, all right then, with that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, guys, we're here. Last time I promised that you're going to join me dockside. I promise I'm not going to bother you anymore, but I wanted to interview once our boat driver, Nathan, who drove around with some amazing scores. So, Nathan, talk us a little bit through how you approach such a high level of water skiing.
I think today, to be honest, we have perfect conditions, perfect site, perfect boat. It's just keeping it as straight and make it feel as good for the skier as you can, and try the same for everyone. So that's the plan, really. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Every driver drives a little different. What is your style of driving? What you rather do to make an athlete feel comfortable behind you skiing?
It's kind of a feel thing, but it generally for me is just a rhythm. You get in a rhythm with a skier and you just in it together, and you can feel everything, and if the rhythm's there, the skiing's good, so.
Well, I guess the rhythm today was there because we saw some amazing scores, so thank you very much for being so perfect behind the steering wheel. And for the last time today, but not for the weekend, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, and just to confirm once again for those of you that are tuning in and wondering what the seeding values are going to be for tomorrow in terms of the men's competition, Will Asher, our lead after 2 rounds of slalom skiing, he will be up against Jonathan Travers. Rob Hazelwood will be doing battle with Freddie Winter. Looking at the remaining seeds, Aaron Davis will be up against Sasha Deska, and Matteo Lazzeri will do battle against Thomas de Gasperi. So that is a wrap for day 1 of the Pro Water Ski events in this, the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. Thank you once again, and also a big shout out to our crew, Jason and Jeremy Scholl, Leo Cederquist, Connor Pesic, Alicia Bagnoli, and also the man with the 1s and the 2s, that is Vincent Stadelbauer. But for now, and until we get back out onto the water tomorrow morning, it is ciao for now.
Skiing is fun. It sounds simple, but it's what drives us to build the best products day in and day out. Radar was founded and led by skiers who have instilled in us the passion to push beyond the norm and make better products. This passion fuels our desire to innovate and create. It means early mornings and late nights, red-eye flights followed by dawn sessions lead us to conversations that flow to progression. We never stop dreaming of what's next and what we can do to make skiing even better. Our constant desire to push the sport leads us to where we are now. We have fun creating every day so that you can have fun on the water. Just go ski.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!